participate करथुलो आमे and सेठी गोटे strong motivation मिला जे गोटे why not we build a product out of Odisha for the entire world. So that's how Good Meetings was born right in my house and Khurdare, and today it's a global company and we have our offices in the US. Good Meetings is currently funded by Vijay Shekhar Sharma, the founder of Paytm, Kunal Shah, the founder of Cred, Kalyan Krishnamurthy, CEO of Flipkart. Saman samaste amara investors achandi. So Good Meetings basically jekosi video meetings like Zoom, Google Meet, Teams ko analyze କରୁଛି for sales purposes and see sales meetings through ame meaningful insights capture କରୁଛୁ like how is the like client responding, जदि किछि मिस आउट हे गला follow up करियार अछि ना नै, तो एई प्रोसेस रे ame sales टा को automate କରୁଛୁ and ame like normal sales process जहाँ भी हुए हमें 10 times अधिक sales generate करे हमें help करूँ. So like before 2021 and post 2021 both drastic change है इस industry रे. Like in our case sales हमें कभी भाभी नथिले जे गोटे automate हेई परिबो बोली before like this generative AI thing and all. So एबे बहुत सारा data हमको handy मिलुची and like जेहेतु सब डेटा गुड़ाक अच्छी एंड राइट एट द पॉइंट इंस्टेंटली मिल जाउची, वी आर एबल टू गिव लाइक एग्जैक्ट की मेट्रिक्स आमे देई परछु दैट हेल्प्स इन मेकिंग लाइक फास्टर डिसीजन मेकिंग प्लस विथ द इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ एआई गोटे प्रोडक्ट ओडिसा रे जे कोनसी कोन बी इट इन ढेंकानाल बी इट इन खुर्दा यू कैन मेक सम प्रोडक्ट एंड यू कैन reach to a wider audience. Like Sabu meetings, everything is happening over video, remote like workspace management systems को हमें use करके हमें easily पूरा cross borders हमें जाई परिया. But again now that's all about Good Meetings and what we do. Now coming to this building action plan 2030. So I have something in mind which I have noted down. First this like how do we do better like केमिति हमें India रो map रे जेमिति Bangalore is a tech hub, how to bring Odisha as a tech hub plus you can say the AI capital of the country. So I hope these are the like 7 parameters. First, strengthening education and skill development. एतरे already Professor Bimaji भी सही जिनसे highlight करतिले, but the key thing is that curriculum enhancement टा only few colleges re he jauchi like NIT, BSSUT, OUTR and the handful of 5-6 colleges, but 5-6 colleges doesn't represent the entire Odisha. So there should be a current curriculum. ebe bhi apna jodi bhi dekhibe bahut sara colleges re pura outdated technologies विषय रे जोटा किछि माने related नाही industry से तो सेउडा बसी की माने सेउडा भी बसी की पढौछंती. So there should be a change. Second is skill training centers. AI, like now, knowingly or unknowingly, everyone is using AI. AI is not just about developing the product. AI is about also about using the AI tools and using the AI platforms. Jemiti prompt engineering. So it's like mane tame kemiti better prompt deki tools like ChatGPT or Bard kemiti better inputs pai paribo. So these are just you know not coding skills, but jemiti amaro ITIs achanti, polytechnics achi, diploma institutes वगैरह अच्छी. So there also some kind of AI modules should be introduced. Next, this coming to this promoting local entrepreneurship. So I would like to highlight a very important point. जेमिति मैम आपण जेमिति मते इंट्रोड्यूस करैथिले like product hunt रे हमें entire world रे हमें first हेइथलो. But I would say it is not only like AI ML community ओटा अंजन भाई जोटा करछथि सेतर मते बहुत लोक I saw the data. We got around 400 votes from Odisha itself. Like सेतिकी लोको हमको support करछंती. So it's like if we are getting the support, similarly it's like giving back. We are also ready to support and we should also support. Like नवा जो startups माने जो माने AI या फिर ML रे करछंती, they are our poster boys. We should support them. So startup incubators माने already अच्छंती, but it is again limited to this handful of 5-6 colleges. But बहुत जगह रे लोको करूछंती, start करूछंती, जॉब छाड़ी करूछंती, तापर किछि सपोर्ट पाउनांती, तापर पुनी वापस जॉब को जॉइन करूछंती. So startup incubators also should identify the startups. It should go two ways. Not only startups should identify the incubators. Second is this MSMEs. The biggest challenge the MSME होची like state after country backbone. but the biggest challenge MSMEs are facing is they don't adopt technologies या फिर सेमानकु केही समथि हैंडहोल्ड करि परनांती जोथि पे कि they are not able to scale. एबे भी MSME रो माने बहुत लोक भी मो सहित कनेक्टेड अछंती the like proprietors and all ସେମାନେ बेसिक गोटे एप्लिकेशन लिखिया पे कि गोटे कंसल्टेंट पाखु जाउछन एंड द कंसल्टेंट चार्जेस मनी फॉर दैट जोटा कि टूल्स लाइक चैट जीपीटी एंड बार्ट वगैरह रु ऑटोमेट करि हबो. थर्ड इज क्रिएटिंग रूरल डिजिटल हब्स जेमिति हमर लाइब्रेरीज हेगा सब रूरल जगह रहउची. There should be something related to AI या फिर AI related movies also. Movies definitely play a very big role in our lives. तो movies रू भी समाने जिनसे जानी परिवे जे एमती बाहर सब होची साइबर रिलेटेड साइबर क्राइम्स रिलेटेड एजुकेशन एंड ऑल. Next, collaborative research initiatives. The university industry partnerships. Professor B. Ajay has highlighted that also. So, if you see, even NIT Rourkela case भी कहूची, the researchers जो जिनसे ऊपर research करचंती तारो real industry applications, particularly solving the real world problems, बहुत माने gap रही जाऊची. तो there should be strong some kind of communications जो तरीके startups को problems माने researchers should come and give solutions to that, and startups can approach those industries. Second, the last is like in this government collaborative research initiatives, so obviously government funding definitely plays a very important role. Now future applications AI re, like healthcare, this is for like startups. ame Odisha re healthcare for example predicting diseases, finance re fraud detection he gala, education re skill based training he gala, jo mane वीक लोकों को ताको केमती तांकर माने कस्टमाइज्ड लर्निंग हे गला. स्मार्ट डिवाइसेस रे हमरो आईओटी बेस्ड सेंसर्स हे गला, स्मार्ट वेरेबल्स हे गला. साइबर सिक्योरिटी रे भी माने हमरो माने ऑटोमेट करी कि यूजिंग एआई हमें केमिति थ्रेट्स गुडा को मिनिमाइज करी होबा. ई कॉमर्स रे भी हमरो रिकमेंडेशन सिस्टम से गला. तो एडर बहुत एप्लीकेशंस अछि व्हिच वी कैन डू इट इन ओडिशा. सो वी शुड गो फॉर इट. एंड obviously social impact in this opportunity section set up definitely we should take a care of it, because tools and jete ame digitize korche ame sette data को expose korche, and with this fraudsters mane achanti je manku easily सब data guda mil jauche. Now if you see apankar mail, there are websites in the dark web where you just search your email IDs, apankar photo phone number सब mili jibo seti. Now we should do some things where the rural people are not affected by this. But again, I have
Abhijeet, 1 minute left.
Yeah. So I'm just almost completed. So like I have been always a very optimistic person throughout my career, and this is the goal I feel which we can achieve it together. First, digital literacy. As the goal is 2030, we have 7 years left, and in this 7 years we should increase the digital literacy by 75%. By digital literacy, I mean not just the literacy rate, but people using AI and people using technology. Secondly, we should support all Odia entrepreneurs, and from Odisha, we should have at least 1,000 AI-driven startups. Third, cultural preservation. Ebe Konark Chakra lagithila US and everyone was proud about it. So एमिति ओडिसा रे बहुत सारा जिनस अछि, बहुत सारा आर्ट्स अछि, literature which we should digitize and we should promote it so that Odisha's rich history is always preserved for the future generation. With this, I'm winding up. Thank you. Jai Jai.
Thank you, Abhijeet. Dhanyabad, बहुत dhanyabad. Globe is flat now, Abhijeet. Currently, young achievers like you have a lot of responsibilities towards making Odisha the AI capital. Looking forward to listen to you more. And Ajiro amara sesa speaker of this session achanti Ajit Mohapatra. ता पूर्वरु मु मोर ए सेशन एथिबा समस्त स्पीकर मानको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दउची. मते लागुची टीम रे निहाती आपनकर जहा सब कहि गले ताको नोट करिथिबे, एंड आगो को सेटा को जेमति अप्लाई हबो खाली नोट हेकि रहि जिबनी से सब रे ध्यान देबो पड़िबो. तो ताहले आज पुणी आमे आसबा अजित महापात्र को सुनिबा. अजित महापात्र with 22 years of technical executive experience is the director of generative AI strategy and engineering at GSK, the founder of 2Gen AI startups, Wharton CTO certified and engineering at Utkal University, generative AI in pharma and healthcare is the topic today. So with that, samastanku namaskar.
Thank you, Kukudas. Jai Jagannath. ମୁଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବା ଆଗରୁ ଟିକେ ଜଷ୍ଟ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ବିଷୟରେ। ଅଞ୍ଜନ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ମୁଁ ଥରେ ହିଁ ଦେଖା ହେଇଛି and ସେ ଯୋଉ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାନ୍ସ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି in terms of all the initiatives, for that very much thankful to him. ସେ ଯୋଉ panel ରେ ମତେ ସେ add କରିଛନ୍ତି, they are all senior professionals jago, ଯେମିତି କି ଆଦିତ୍ୟ, Professor Aditya Parida and Professor B Maji, right? So ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ଡିଟେଲ ଯିବିନି, ମୁଁ ଜଷ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ ଦେଖେଇବି କାହିଁକି ବହୁତ ଆମେ ପଛରେ ଚାଲିଛେ ଟାଇମରେ। ଆଉ ସେଇଟାରେ ମୁଁ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି କ'ଣ ମୋର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ ଫାର୍ମା ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରିରେ। ସୋ ବେସିକାଲି ଇନ୍ ଦ ଫାର୍ମା ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ମୁଁ ଏବେ ଅଛି ରିସେଣ୍ଟଲି, ଯୋଉଟାରେ ମୁଁ ଏଜ୍ କୁକୁଦାସ ସେଡ୍ ମୁଁ ଅଛି ଜେନେରେଟିଭ ଏଆଇ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଟେଜିରେ। ସେଇଟାରେ as a head, I've been working like almost 32 use cases in the different areas for the patients, and there are a lot of opportunities there. So ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଏଇ ସବୁ different opportunities ଦେଖିଲି, ତ ସେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ generative AI ରେ ଯେହେତୁ this is a top hot skill, ତ ମୁଁ ଚାହିଁଲି କି ମୁଁ ନିଜର କିଛି କରିବି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପାଇଁ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ opportunity ଦେଖିଲି କ'ଣ ହେଇପାରିବ, ମୁଁ କୋଉଠି ଟାଇମ୍ ସ୍ପେଣ୍ଡ କରିକି କିଛି ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବି। ଆଉ ସେଇ କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ ମୁଁ ଦୁଇଟା ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟଅପ୍ କମ୍ପାନୀରେ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ୍ ନେଲି। ସୋ ଇଟ୍ସ ଭେରି ଏଟ୍ ଇୟର୍ଲି ଷ୍ଟେଜ୍, ମୋର ବିଟା ଭର୍ସନଟା ଆସିବ ନେକ୍ସଟ ମନ୍ଥକୁ। ବଟ୍ ଆଇ ଏନକରେଜ୍ ଏଭ୍ରିୱାନ୍ ଟୁ understand this product, because these two products, what I'm going to say, is very much related to what we discussed as of now, right? ଗୋଟେ ହଉଛି ଏଜୁକେସନ ଉପରେ, ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ହଉଛି ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାର ଉପରେ। ତ ଏଜୁକେସନରେ ଯୋଉ ଇନଫର୍ମେସନ କରିଲେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ବି ମାଝି about the how to bring some of the AI solution on top of the educations. So that's where I built up a product. So basically, let me share my screen. 1 second. Can you see my screen?
ଦେଖା ଯାଉଛି।
Okay. So ଏଇଟା ମୁଁ ସ୍କିପ୍ କରୁଛି, ଜଷ୍ଟ ଯାଉଛି ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟ ଉପରେ ମୁଁ ଫୋକସ୍ କରୁଛି। ସୋ ଦୁଇଟା ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟ, ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟ ହଉଛି Virtucare.ai, ଯୋଉଟା କି ହେଲ୍ଥ କେୟାର ଉପରେ ଅଛି। ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ପ୍ରଡକ୍ଟଟା ହଉଛି ଇନଷ୍ଟାଗୁରୁ। ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି ଏକ୍ଜାକ୍ଟଲି ପ୍ରଫେସର ବି ମାଝି ଯୋଉଟାରେ କହିଲେ କେତେଟା ପଏଣ୍ଟ, ଇନକ୍ଲୁଡିଂ ଅଜୟ ସାହୁ। So the idea about the Instaguru is giving an educational platform with Gen AI solutions. Chatbot तो बहुत generic, but मोर thought process अछि कि beyond chatbot आमे केमती help करिया, summarize करिया को by एक fun learning option दबा student मान को। कहीं गला आपण माने जानी थी आजकल due to social Facebook, Instagram and other different platform जो अच्छी, स्टूडेंट मैंने बहुत टाइम से स्पेंड करिया चाहती, बहुत जेनरिक एटा। तो ता ऊपर कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं कि मु इंस्टाग्रुटे करछि, जोटा कि फन वेज एजुकेशन लर्न करि परिबे ऑन वेरियस टेक्नोलॉजीज। इट्स लाइक एवे ऑलमोस्ट बीटा वर्जन मु एटा को ऐप स्टोर रे आनियो जाउछि। I would encourage if anyone interested discuss with me. There are a lot of opportunity there. So that is one product. Second product होची Virtucare.ai. Virtucare.ai रे similar concept आनिछि, जोटा कि हमारा telemedicine रछि। But telemedicine is one thing. But if you think the overall journey for a patient from end to end, starting from the health checkup, from the doctor appointments till the medicine delivery, there are a lot of different manual steps involved. So what this product is focusing on is to how to simplify that process. And the same time with AI solutions, how we can educate the patients. तो एबे तमे जदी देखिबो रूरल एरिया मु एक्चुअली रूरल एरिया रास्सी कोरापुट रु बहुत छोटा गाँव रु आसिकी मु देखी सेटर सिचुएशन में if you think about old persons ladies even they go doctor पाखु जानती they don't understand what they are checking right बहुत knowledge रे बहुत lack करन दिस इज ओवर तो ये आईडिया रे कोन की थ्रू एआई केते इन्फॉर्मेशन हम दे परिबा एजुकेशनल लेवल रे making sure that we maintain the ethics and privacy that is where I'm building this product so there are a lot of things to be improvised mo jetole be sunili ki data safeguards dharantu different ways re jemti ame ame data secured kariba mate laguche bahut jinser mo collaborate kari paribi team संगे एटी second part होची मोर आउ दुईटा थीम अछि दुईटा प्रोडक्ट रे मल्टी लैंग्वेज
1 minute left
या मल्टी लैंग्वेज सपोर्ट अछि तो मु ए दुईटा प्रोडक्ट रे वर्तमान मु ओडिया को टॉप नंबर 1 रे रखी छी डिस्प्ले करिया को आ इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी को ऐड करी छी तो जेतोळे जनरेटिव एनएलएम कथा डिस्कस हो छ एठी हमें सो मते लागुछि इटर बहुत जिंस अछि जोटा हम कोलैबोरेट करि परबी बहुत जिंस मु शेयर करि परबी बिकॉज़ माय प्रोडक्ट कंप्लीटली रिलाय ऑन दोस एरियाज आ मुते मल्टी लैंग्वेज सपोर्ट देबा पई मु ओडिशा भितर जति की डिफरेंट सब लैंग्वेज अछि ताको मु इंट्रोड्यूस करिया चाहछि इ थ्रू प्रोडक्ट साजियर तो दैट्स इट मु एतिके शेयर करछि आउ किछि क्वेश्चन मु डेफिनेटली आंसर देबा चाहिए ओके तो ठीक है थैंक यू ओके तो नेक्स्ट मॉडरेटर होस्ट मु निजे ही तो मु सेही पैनल पई मु चाहिए कि समस्त को नाटी की कोई एंड देन दे कैन इंट्रोड्यूस देमसेल्व्स सो नेक्स्ट डिस्कशन रे अछंती देव प्रधान जे कि कवर करिवे कोरासिया सबमरीन्स टॉपिक उपरे सेकंड मेंबर अछंती अजय कुमार मोहांती जे कि एजुकेशन इन एआई उपरे कवर करिवे थर्ड अछंती चिन्मय मिश्र जे कि जंगर टॉपिक अछि फ्यूचर रोबोट्स will they replace or reinforce fourth member अछंती मानस दास जे कि म्यूजिक मशीन लर्निंग ओडिया एआईएमएल कम्युनिटी उपरे टॉपिक टा कवर करिवे एंड सुशांत पानी स्पीच टेक्नोलॉजी लैंडस्केप उपरे कवर करिवे एंड द लास्ट पैनल मेंबर अछंती शुभेंदु विश्वाल एआई इन फिल्म मेकिंग फॉर ओडिया मूवी कम्युनिटी समस्त पारे 5 मिनिट टाइम दिया हिची तो मु हैंड ओवर करछि देव प्रधान को to share करिए तांगे टॉपिक टा
जय जगन्नाथ गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी आई थिंक मो स्क्रीन टा देखा जाउ समस्त को
yes
ओके सो मो ना देवेंद्र प्रधान मो बेसिकली भुवनेश्वर बिलोंग करे and more complete education is also from Bhubaneswar tapore NIT Rourkela re mechanical re engineering korithi then close to 4 years Mercedes Benz R&D re job koruthili in vehicle dynamics domain and after that mo gote nijer gote startup start korichi mo moro classmates thile we have started a startup in NIT Rourkela itself incubation center re the name is Coratia Technologies. We work on underwater robotics. So briefly, say dinso upar aji cover karibi ki how AI plays a great role in underwater robotics that we speak about. Generally, robotics hochi inte gote segment. I mean, we all know. Basically, artificial intelligence is the key factor behind robotics industry. But underwater robotics is such a segment which is, I mean, can be regarded as a very critical or maybe very difficult branch in the robotics segment. So this is one of एटा मोर recently गोटे robot अछि जोटा हम Indian Navy पे बनैछु जोटा कि coming I mean just 8 month रे ही हमें स्वावलंबन which is a push by the government of India towards Atmanirbharta. ଆମେ show କରିଥିଲୁ to the Honorable Defence Minister. So କୁହାଯାଏ କି generally 80% of the ocean is still unexplored, but we know the surface of Mars and Moon more. तो आ पछरे गोटे ही फैक्टर अछि कि आमे जो ग्रह रे वास करूछु ताको आमे भलसे जानिनु, but we know other extraterrestrial objects more. The reason होचे limitation in technology. पानी होचे एंतिया गोटे medium जे टेक्नोलॉजी को काफी लिमिट करि दिए. हवारे हमरो waves वगैरह can travel a lot, we can see. आमे तारा को देखि पारुछु, but समुद्र भितर बहुत किछि जिनिस अछि जे एपर्यंत completely we haven't, I mean, explored completely. So briefly, submarines is a small part of a bigger segment that is underwater robots. The underwater robots kimba underwater vehicles can be either manned or unmanned. जोटा unmanned अच्छे जो उधर मनीष बसे ना ताको remotely I mean a human is not powering it directly. They are of different kinds. गोटे होचे autonomous underwater vehicles, आ गोटे होचे remote operated vehicles. तो autonomous underwater vehicle जो completely autonomously काम करे जोटा की is still a myth, because completely independent and completely autonomous बड़े पर्यंत आमे किछि डेवलप करि परिनो. बाकी रहले रिमोट ऑपरेटेड व्हीकल्स, इट इज ऑफ डिफरेंट काइंड्स. ता भितर गोटे होचे सबमराइन्स. एटा हमर गोटे वीडियो अछि, बट टाइम को देखि के आई विल स्किप द वीडियो. नाउ कमिंग, आई वांट टू शो अ व्हीकल ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री रो गोटे था ड्राइविंग ऑटोनॉमी. माने आजिकली बहुत ऑटोनोमस व्हीकल्स आछि, ऑटोनोमस कार्स आछि. तो व्हीकल्स कार्स हो जेमते गोटे सेगमेंट जो थरे द लेवल ऑफ ऑटोमेशन माने लेवल ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट फॉर ऑटोनोमस for bringing autonomy accessible to the people is highest. बाकी जते robotics दुनिया छि जा अछि गाड़ी रे automobile industry अधिक investment हुए, but still we have been able to reach level total 5टा level of autonomy अछि. ता भितर हमें मात्र 1 किंबा 2 रे पहुंची पारिछे. that is also not completely पहुंची पारिछे हमें. ता माने जो थरे एते इन्वेस्टमेंट हेछि, जो थरे एते लोक लागि चंती, मिलियंस ऑफ लोक लागि चंती, बिलियंस ऑफ रुपीस लागि छि, डॉलर्स लागि छि. Still we have been not able to achieve complete level of autonomy there. I mean, in comparison to that, बाकी जो robots अच्छी unexplored territory जोटा कि बहुत critical segment अच्छी, जो उधर basic exploration है ही नहीं, कम level of development अच्छी, तामने तादरे में आउरी पछुआ अच्छे. तामने still we have a target of reaching complete autonomous automation in this segment also. So सेटा मु देखिया को चाहूतली. Right now जहाँ भी development robotics हुए, that can be briefly categorized as model in loop, software in loop, processor in loop, hardware in loop. And yes, people, companies, researchers have been able to achieve some level of progress in each of this domain, but still adare ahuri bahut scope achi. AI plays a great role in leveraging this field further. Then I'll come to some of the few autonomous underwater vehicles, kimba remotely underwater vehicles. Ta vitere gote deep sea challenger. This was developed in coordination with the James Cameron. He is the, I mean, tak to jani thave Avatar movie and Titanic movie ro he is the director. So that robot which was carrying a person, that is on record, this is the only underwater vehicle that has gone to a record depth of 11 kilometers, जोटा कि marina trench हम समुद्र रे सबटु गभीर स्थान होची सेटा. ए भलिया आउ कोनसी रोबोट एपर्यंत जाई पारि नै. नेक्स्ट इज एटा 2023 रे.
Sorry, 1 minute left.
Yes, 1 minute.
Yes, 2023 रे गोटे अंडरवाटर ये टाइटैनिक शिप को as a माने टूरिस्ट स्पॉट ए रोबोट रे, आई मीन ए अंडरवाटर व्हीकल बसै कि नियंती, जोटा कि बहुत बड़ा दुर्घटना घटितला जते लोक थिले सबु, आई मीन दे डाइड. तो ए भली अंडरवाटर रोबोट रे अंडरवाटर सेगमेंट रे एआई इज प्लेइंग अ ग्रेट रोल, बट यस द लेवल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट वगैरह इज फार बिहाइंड. हमको आउट के लेवरेज करिया पड़ियो, बट डेफिनेटली वी हैव बीन एबल टू डाइव द ओशंस, डू मेनी थिंग्स, एक्सप्लोर ओशंस बिकॉज ऑफ एआई ओनली. सो एथरे मु मोरो आज प्रेजेंटेशन बंद करी. तो थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी.
Thank you, Dev. Next is Ajay Mohanty.
Hi everyone, good evening and good morning US. Thank you Anjan for giving me this opportunity, and Damodar is smiling after a long time we are meeting, and thank you very much for this entire community, and thank you Ajit for welcoming me, and I have been coming. I don't want to share my presentation though, but I will keep my discussion jete short habo mu sete short rakhiବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବି। कहीं मत लगिला डिस्कशन जी चली भर मत लगिला एजुकेशन हैज बीन ए कॉमन फोरम फॉर एवरीवन एंड लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैव टेकन एजुकेशन एज वन ऑफ द इनिशिएटिव इन एआई व्हिच इज द टॉक ऑफ द डे और द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द डे but there are few things I have seen from different Odisha speakers आमर जमी सांथाली कुई एंड अदर लैंग्वेजेस जोटा लुप्त हो जाउचे से लैंग्वेज ऊपर सेमिति आमे ऑल इंडिया रे आमे गोटे स्टार्टअप जोटा करिचु आम स्टार्टअप ना होची ए फॉर कंज्यूम एंड यार प्रोडक्ट होची एजुकेशन ऊपर आरसी आरसी रो मीनिंग होची आमे जेहेतु बर्तन नवरात्रि सेलिब्रेट करूचे वन ऑफ द गॉडेस सरस्वती's नेम और फर्स्ट रे ऑफ सनलाइट इज कॉल्ड आरसी ताकू धरी आमे ना देचु आरसी कहि आरसी रे आमे कवर करचु केजी टू पीजी एजुकेशन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दिस इज जस्ट लाइक एन एजुकेशन ओटीटी व्हिच इज नॉट देयर एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम बट स्पेसिफिकली रूरल डिजिटल हब जोटा कहा जाए सेटा को आमे टारगेट करूचु समस्त आम ये करूतले मना करूतले रूरल एरिया रे वी कांट इंप्लीमेंट इट यस वी हैव डन दैट सक्सेसफुली इन द rural the most rural part of India, that is called Paderu in Visakhapatnam and Nabarangpur district in Odisha. Baisita Saraswati Sishu Mandir re Bartaman dochu free education and everything. Most of them are AI driven tools what we are using and different modalities we are using. And आमे गोटे माने टिके सरप्राइज हवा जे जो छुआ गुडा को आसी आम सहित काम करूचंदी एसोसिएट अछंती all are from IIM or IITs. They are taking this as the rural education project for them as their assignment, and we are lucky enough a lot of Odia guys are coming forward to help us, and it's a purely bootstrap model. So a model रे आमे कोन करिछु वर्तमान 12 टा लैंग्वेज को वर्तमान चेष्टा करिछु to convert into real education where we are talking to the Honorable President of India to be part of किछि जदि सिज द लाइन दे परिबे तांकर सांथाली भाषा रे से जिन छोडा का हम कन्वर्ट करियो चेष्टा करछु कुई लैंग्वेज जोटा कि ओडी से अबाउट टू डाई कुई लैंग्वेज रो हमें प्राय 12 टा खंडे वीडियो करि सारलुनी एंड कुई लैंग्वेज रो मैथमेटिक्स को करि के हम दोछु से मन को मैथमेटिक्स व्हिच इज द डिफिकल्ट वन टू कन्वर्ट आपण जेमति कहउतले आई एम नॉट अ टेकी आई एम अ प्योरली फाइनेंस गाय माय टीम इज वर्किंग ऑन दैट so jetobale ame square root bahar karuchu it is very difficult for any machine to convert such kind of languages so sei jinsa ra ame kam karuchu the most important thing new education policy jaha kohuchi I think Mr. Professor Aditya Parida was talking about that I appreciate the new education policy ra kohuchi gote jinso career assessment career counseling sei jinsa ta ko ame kon karichu online kari chesta karuchu predictive AI analysis where the career can be multiplied. For example, somebody is not interested assessment wise 6th class onwards ka NEP ko which is a career counseling should be given to say career counseling we can provide a report through some psychometric test and other things which is through another third party tool I may use karuchu kahi paribu what are the future courses they can adopt and they can take it out. So this is getting adaptive in now 19 schools at this point of time in Odisha and around 12 schools in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. 2 more schools have tied up with us in Tamil Nadu. So this is what in summary what we are doing technically, and we are trying to include AI in every part of life. So I think this is a challenging time for all of us, and I would appreciate how Ajit was talking about. Now we have started live classroom sessions at a throwing price of 50 rupees per hour. And interestingly, I was thinking I will not get that much of live classroom students, but this month at least our slots are filled and robots are taking classes. This is an experimental. We are giving 1 month free trial to people. So I'm not sure. We are doing a lot of experimentation for education, and how that will comply to our future course of action is still under scanner, and we are doing a lot of revenue models for rural livelihood through education. ଯେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଲୋକ ଯିଏ ବାହାରକୁ ଯାଇପାରୁନି. I will just point out. Yeah, before that I will wind up. Thank you very much for reminding. ଆମର ଯେମିତି ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଲୋକ ଗୁଡାକ ଛୁଆ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଘରକୁ ଯାଇପାରୁନାହାନ୍ତି, but they want to teach online. So we are incorporating those livelihood, and we are taking those data through different what do you say tools, using the different tools. So এই ଜିନିଷରେ ଆମେ rural livelihood, training, education and skill development ଏଇଟାକୁ ଆମେ ଇଏ କରୁଛୁ, knitting the threads, and we are trying to provide the solution. So please visit RC at any point of time, and it's a free of cost tool we are providing. KG to PG at this point of time we have covered up to graduation level, and I started the platform, though I am based out of Hyderabad, I started the platform from my Matrubhumi, Odisha. Thank you very much. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you, Ajay. Thanks for the details. And I see a lot of opportunity for us also, for me, and we can talk each other on this section.
Sure, Ajay. Sure.
Yeah. So next to hand over to Chinmay Misra. Please introduce yourself. Sorry, I don't have the much details, but would love to hear from you.
Namaskar. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
So mo screen ta share kari kari ki nijo ko introduce kariya chesta korchi tahale. So namaskar samastanku, mo na Chinmay Misra. Mo jane final year PhD researcher Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics re, au mo jane associate researcher bhabare kama korchi Farhat Robotics Stockholm, Sweden re. Mo mainly research focus kare human robot interaction, and specifically modeling non-verbal behavior hegala kemti ame seta social robots se seta ame kemti kari paribu ta upare mo computational models taro perception ta upare mo research focus mainly. तो अंजन भाई मते एतले कांटेक्ट कले आ कहले फोरम रे गोटे टॉक टे दबाकू मते बहुत खुशी लागिला, मते गोटे बहुत भलो अपॉर्चुनिटी भलिया भी लागिला एटा, काइना एटा होचे हमर जो ए वर्षर थीम जो अछि हमर inclusive growth and roadmap for 2030, मते लागिला हम गोटे यूनिक पर्सपेक्टिव देई परिबी रोबोटिक्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. तो मु कथा भी मेनली फ्यूचर रोबोट्स विल दे रिप्लेस और रीइंफोर्स, स्पेसिफिकली रिप्लेस और रीइंफोर्स प्रसंग रे मु किछि चर्चा करे को चाहिबी, एंड जेनेरिक रखछि आ होप करछि जे ए टॉक परे हम समस्त को टिके भाबिया को मोटिवेट करिबो ए टॉकटा. मु भाबे जे रोबोटिक्स प्लेटफॉर्म ता गोटे जे कोनसी एआई एप्लीकेशन ले गोटे परफेक्ट प्लेटफॉर्म. डजंट मैटर आपण को फील्ड रे काम करछन, आपण एनएलपी रे काम करंतु कि आपण कंप्यूटर विजन रे काम करंतु, एनी ऑफ द एडवांसमेंट इन एनी ऑफ दीस डोमेन्स सेटा गोटे बहुत ही भलो एप्लीकेशन प्लेटफॉर्म टा हला रोबोटिक्स, एंड दैट काइंड ऑफ मेक्स इट द नेक्स्ट लॉजिकल फ्रंटियर फॉर एआई एप्लीकेशंस. हमर ए कॉन्फ्रेंस थीम रे भी आपण जदी देखिबे विजुअल्स रे हमें रोबोट रखिछु, तो इट्स इंट्यूटिवली हमको आसुची जे प्रोबेबली द नेक्स्ट बेस्ट थिंग टू अप्लाई एआई इज रोबोटिक्स, राइट? एंड दैट आल्सो मेक्स इट अ वेरी गुड टूल व्हेन वी आर प्लानिंग दिस रोड मैप्स. काहेकि ना हमें गोटे रोबोट विषय जतले भाबिबा, हमें गोटे रियल लाइफ तार इम्प्लीमेंटेशन टे भाबी परिबा. एट द सेम टाइम से इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रो हमें कोन इम्प्लिकेशंस भी भाबी परिबा, रियल लाइफ इम्प्लिकेशंस कोन भई इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रो. तो एई दिटा जिंस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एंड इट्स इम्प्लिकेशंस एटा बहुत जरूरी जतले हमें गोटे रोड मैप को तयारी करछे. जतले हमें रोबोट कथा भाबू और जतले हमें एआई फॉर एग्जांपल हमें जतले चैट जीपीटी आसिला, गोटे एक्जिस्टेंशियल क्राइसिस रो गोटे हल्ला हे गेला चारियाडे जे एआई विल टेक ओवर द वर्ल्ड, रोबोट कहले टर्मिनेटर विल प्रोबब्ली कम एंड टेक ओवर द वर्ल्ड. एई भला चिंता हम मन रे स्वाभाविक आसे, मूवी रो हो कि अन्य सोर्स रो हो. बट ऑन द अदर एंड हमें एटा भुलिया कथा हो जे एआई रो बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशंस भी अछि. फॉर एग्जांपल आपण भाबंतु जदी हमें नानो रोबोटिक्स विषय रे भाबबा, टारगेटेड मेडिसिन डिलीवरी होछि आजकल नानो रोबोट्स रे ह्यूमन बॉडी भितरे. स्पेस रोबोटिक्स रे हमर प्रज्ञा रोवर जाय कि सेठी सैंपल एनालिसिस करि परला मून रे जोटे कि आमे त जाय करि परनु हमर इले व्योमित्र इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इसराइल तयारी करछि व्योमित्र गोटे ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट जोटा से माने एनविजन करछन जे स्पेस रे कोलैबोरेट करबो हमर एस्ट्रोनॉट्स के संगे रे तो कोलैबोरेशन एक्चुअली हमको एनेबल करबो आमे केमिति बेटर करबो बट हाउ डू वी डिफरेंशिएट को जिनसटा हमर एक्चुअली डिटरमिन करछि विल इट टेक ओवर और विल इट एनेबल ए जिनसर डिफरेंस टा हमको को जगह हमको मिलबो मो मतरे ए डिफरेंस टा आसीबो आपन को इंटेंशन को इंटेंशन संगे यार आपन गोटे एप्लीकेशन डेवलप करछन्ती और गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म टे डेवलप करछन्ती आउ सब्सिक्वेंटली तारा यूज केस गोटे उदाहरण देबी एलएलएम बूम पर आपन देखथिबे रोबोटिक कंपनीज बहुत आसिले लाइक टेस्ला आसिला कहला मो इले टेस्ला बॉट टे करबो एवरी हाउस होल्ड विल हैव ए रोबोट इन द फ्यूचर एजिलिटी रोबोट्स कहले आई विल टारगेट द इंडस्ट्री एंड हमें असेंबली लाइंस को हमें रोबोट्स पकेबू कि सप्लाई चेन रे हमें रोबोट्स पकेबू स्पेस रोबोटिक्स कथा तो मु कोन कहबी हमें ऑलरेडी समस्त जानिछु क्यूरियोसिटी रोवर ऑलरेडी मार्स से केते वर्ष कि काम कलानी तो एथरो हमर कोन एले हमें इंटेंट कोन अछि जेंति टेस्ला कहला टेस्ला रो इंटेंट हला गोटे पर्सनल असिस्टेंट डेवलप करियार मु जति बुझी परली मीनिंग कोन नेक्स्ट लॉजिकल इवोल्यूशन ऑफ हमर गूगल असिस्टेंट हे गेला कि सिरी हे गेला बट ए फिजिकल एम्बॉडीमेंट तो सी हमको फिजिकल स्पेस रे भी हेल्प करिवो तो बेटर कोलैबोरेशन हबार गोटे संभावना अछि सी जगह रे ऑन द अदर हैंड हम यदि देखिया इंटेंशन ऑफ एजिलिटी रोबोट से माने कहले हम टारगेट करिवो इंडस्ट्री को यूज केस कोन आसिला यूज केस आसिला असेंबली लाइन रे तो ए यूज केस इन पर्टिकुलर मो हिसाब रे डिटरमिन करछि आपनकर आपण रिप्लेस करछंती कि आपण सेटा को एनेबल करे चेष्टा करछंती मो मते रे जतेले मो नेक्स्ट स्लाइड को पळो जल्दी जल्दी टिके कहि दबा केना बेसी समय नै
एक्चुअली मैं गुटे मिनट रहना
हां एग्जैक्टली मु सेतेली नेक्स्ट स्लाइड को पळेली तो एते सब कहियार तात्पर्य कोन द रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी लाइज एक्चुअली विथ अस किए पॉलिसी मेकर्स रिसर्चर्स और डेवलपर्स आमे जो माने प्लेटफॉर्म डेवलप करछु डिजाइन करछु और प्रपोज करछु रेस्पोंसिबिलिटी आम ऊपर अछि आमे मे बी प्रोजेक्ट बहुत एक्साइटिंग अच्छी बट वी शुड स्टॉप टेक अ स्टेप बैक हम भाबिया कथा यार इंप्लिकेशंस कोन अछि यार इंपैक्ट कोन होबा आगरे एई भलिया सिस्टम हमें क्रिएट करिया को जोर दबा कथा नो जोटे कि रिप्लेस करबो धरनतु एजिलिटी रोबोट रो जो सप्लाई चेन रे हमें रोबोट को ए जिनसटा काई करिया को सिखुछ जोटा मनुष्यटा ऑलरेडी करि परछि व्हाई डू दैट रादर व्हाई डोंट वी ट्राई टू बिल्ड अ रोबोट दैट विल इन सम पोजीशन कोलैबोरेट करबो एल्डरली केयर रे रोबोट हमको दरकार अछि फॉर श्योर बहुत लोक पहुंच पने एजुकेशन रे इले बहुत जण हमर कथा कहले जे हमें एजुकेशन रे रोबोट्स को यूज करि परबा हमें एया भी भाब परिया जे एजुकेशन रे हमें खाली स्टूडेंट्स को पाठ न पढ़े कि हमें एया भी तो भाब परिबा जे अच्छा टीचर्स को हमर बहुत कमी अछि बहुत कम टीचर्स छन तो मे बी हमें रोबोट्स को एज ए यूज केस डेवलप करबा जो जे कि टीचर्स मान को ट्रेन करबो सो दैट हमें बेसी लोकन को रखि परबा जो मैंने देन टीच करि पर स्टूडेंट्स को So basically, with great responsibility comes, with great power comes great responsibility. And with that, I hope we will have some more discussions with that on this topic. And Asa Kurchi, a presentation upon kutike bhabya ko inspire karthiba. If you want to collaborate or discuss further on human-robot interaction, please don't hesitate. Namaskar, Jai Jagannath.
Thank you, Chinmay. इते ओपन क्वेश्चन अछि ले काटे पठादु जस्ट टू सेव टाइम सो हमें चिन्मय से आंसर दे करबे सो नेक्स्ट होचंती मानस दास देविका त्रिपाठी दे टॉपिक टा कवर करबी म्यूजिक मशीन लर्निंग ओडिया एआईएमएल कम्युनिटी ऊपर हैंड ओवर करछु
जय जगन्नाथ होप आई एम ऑडिबल मो नाम मानस रंजन दास मु बरगढ़ जिल्ला रु हैदराबाद रे आईटी सर्विस रे कार्यरत So we are already using AI in coding and all. किंतु आज मोर टॉपिक हैला म्यूजिक एंड AI काहे मोर पैशन हैला संगीत म्यूजिक मु निजे गीत लिखे कंपोज करे अरेंज करे गाए मु भाबे कि म्यूजिक इज आर्ट बट क्रिएटिंग म्यूजिक इज साइंस एंड वेयर देयर इज साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी देयर इज AI ऑब्वियसली प्रथमे क्षमा करिवे मो वॉइस टिके लो हेई पारे फीवर होची मते सेति पय ओवरऑल एनर्जी लेवल इज लिटिल लो so I will also try to keep it very quick. So ei gata kichi barsha hela machine learning au AI जेउ बडी भाबे एक्सपोनेंशियली ग्रो करिछि सब जक विषय रे म्यूजिक भी ता भितर गोटिए मु निजे गीत तयारी करे तेणु कहि परिबि जे आजि काली रा डिजिटल ऑडियो वर्कस्टेशन गुडा को जोतरे कि हमें म्यूजिक प्रोड्यूस करू फॉर एग्जांपल बहुत गुड़ा अच्छा कि फॉर एग्जांपल FL Studio, one of the leading DAW. So that tool is particularly adapting and applying AI like never before, and it has brought features like dynamic declipping of audio files. किंबा जब हमें chords तैयारी करू कौन सी गीतर सेते बले snap to scale जेमिति कि गीतर सुर किंबा स्केल बाहर को न जीवो मास्टरिंग करबा मध्य साउंड ट्रैक गुडा कर आजिकली बहुत सहजिया हे गलानी एआई रे इजीली आ अति सहज रे आमे ताकू करि पारुछु। तो मु भाबे कि सिमिलर कांसेप्ट को भारतीय राग गुडा को पाई मते व्यवहार करा जे परिबो। मु ए जाय भारतीय राग बेस्ड माने म्यूजिक को सपोर्ट कला बळे एआई ए जाय देखिनी। ओडिसी संगीत को भी आमको ए दिगरे भाबिबा को पड़िबो। नॉट ओनली डिजिटाइजेशन एंड आर्काइविंग क्लासिक मेलोडीज एंड रिकॉर्ड्स सेटा तो बोधे काम चली छी किंतु आमको एक्जिस्टिंग रिकॉर्ड्स गुडा को हिसाब रे नुआ साउंड ट्रैक गुडा को तयारी करिया पाई मध्य काम करिया को पड़िबो। जेमिति कि प्रॉम्प्ट्स व्यवहार करी गोटे लूप किंबा ओवरऑल साउंड ट्रैक हमें तयारी करि परिबा। एबे आमे चाहिए जैज किंबा ब्लूज साउंड जेमिति माने इंटरनेशनल साउंड गुडा को कॉपीराइट फ्री बीट्स गिटार लूप्स अति सहज रे आमे जनरेट करि पारुछु। सेही बळी कल्पना करंतु कि आमे कहिबा जे राग चारुकेशी रे गोटे 2 मिनिट रो इंस्ट्रूमेंटल विथ 96 और 120 बीपीएम जनरेट करो एवं आमे इंस्टेंटली रिजल्ट पाई परिबा। से ऑब्वियसली गोटे भिन्न अनुभूति हबो। अवश्य निहाती संभव। ऑल वी नीड इज डेटा। एवं मु एबे संपूर्ण गीत कथा भाबु नाही किंतु गोटे स्मॉल टाइम मूवी मेकर कैन रियली यूज दिस एज बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक कम किंबा सुन खर्च रे हे परिबो सब जिनिस। अवश्य केउठी रहिबा से लाइन से सीमा रेखा भी टाणीबा बहुत जरूरी। लिटिल नेगेटिव पॉइंट एबे यूट्यूब रे खोजिले हमको सह सह एमिति गीत मिलु कि जेउतरे हमें सुनुछु लेट के सिंगिंग फ्यू ऑफ द वेरी लेटेस्ट सॉन्ग्स किंबा आतिफ असलम को गीत अरिजीत सिंह को कंठरे एटसेट्रा एवं द रिजल्ट्स आर अनबिलीवेबल। आपण जदी सुनि चिंती तो जानि देबे हां केउ केउ जगह रे टिके धरा पड़ी जाय किंतु आई थिंक विद इन फ्यू इयर्स इफ नॉट मंथ्स साधारण लोकटी जानि पारिबोनी कि गीतर प्रकृत गायक किंबा गायिका किए। तेणु निज कंठस्वर लीगल राइट्स रखिबा घटना भी धीरे धीरे साधारण हो जिवो। आहुरी अनेक यूज केसेस अच्छी जेमिति कि आइडेंटिफाइंग सॉन्ग्स फ्रॉम रैंडमली प्लेड म्यूजिक आइडेंटिफाइंग वॉइसेस ट्यून्स एटसेट्रा एगुडा को तो एबे इजीली आम मोबाइल फोन थ्रू रे भी अवेलेबल हे गलानी। एवं जनरेटिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट साउंड्स फ्रॉम जस्ट हमिंग इज आल्सो ए रियलिटी नाउ। यूट्यूब रे मध्य बहुत वीडियोस अवेलेबल अच्छी बहुत ऑनलाइन फ्री टूल्स अच्छी जो कि आपण मिनिमम टाइम ड्यूरेशन रो खाली हम करिकी सेही हम को जे कोनसी माने वायोलिन हैला कि सेलो हैला सेही साउंड रे आपण को साउंड जनरेट करिकी से देई देबो। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस स्ट्रीमिंग साइट्स गुडा एआई रो व्यवहार बहुत करूचंती गीत गुडा को सजेस्ट करिबारे एल्गोरिदम लेखा हिची एवं आपण को मन जानी नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग प्ले करिबारे आई फाइंड यूट्यूब म्यूजिक डूइंग ए बेटर जॉब इन दैट रिगार्ड्स। मु जेते भी सुनी छी also you don't yes sorry jibo also you don't really have to worry about dummy lyrics anymore. मु यूज करूची एबे एआई टू राइट एनीथिंग फॉर यू माने कर मु गोटे गीत करछि तार लिरिक्स नाही तो ऑल यू नीड टू नो इज हाउ टू राइट ए गुड प्रॉम्प्ट ऑन इवन चैट जीपीटी रे भी जदी करिवे तो से हिंदी किमा इंग्लिश रे बढ़िया गीत लिखि कि देई दोउची एज ए डमी लिरिक्स वी कैन यूज दैट फॉर नाउ। To end this in a positive note, I would say that making music has never been so much easier. और निहाती भाबरे संगीत विषय रे ज्ञान किंबा आग्रह रहितबा दरकार किंतु tools are becoming more user friendly day by day. If you know what exactly you want, AI will generate that for you. It can be a great assistant and the possibilities are endless. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you, Manas. So next is Sushant Pani. She is speech technology details.
Devika was in this same segment, so let's.
Okay. Sorry, Manas. Yeah, please, Devika, go ahead. Maybe we'll make it quick a little bit. 2-3 minutes.
While she's filling in, what I was trying with Manas and Devika was to build an anthem which actually resonates AI in the command. That project has been in sketch. Now Devika is ready, so please.
Jai Jagannath, am I audible?
Yeah.
समस्तଙ୍କୁ शुभ ମହାଳୟା। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अंजन आपनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। तो आपनको केबे भेट हेनी सौभाग्य नाही hopefully we'll meet sometime in future. मो पाखे ऑप्शन बहुत कम थला जतोड आपण मते अप्रोच करथिले मशीन लर्निंग विषय किछि लेखिया पई तो आई हैड ओनली 2 वर्ड्स कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा एंड यंत्र कौशल मशीन लर्निंग एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सो आई ट्राइड मल्टीपल वर्जन्स ऑफ इट आज गोटे सुनौची होपफुली जदि एटा आपन को ठीक लागु छ ताल प्लीज इंस्पायर मोटिवेट टू सो आई कैन राइट मोर सो पुणी कहि रखुची जे अंजन आपण मते जो स्निपेट्स पठितले आपण को राइटिंग रो सेथिरु ही मो जहा ड्राइव कर परली मु सेथिया ही लिखि छी मो निजर बहुत कम इनपुट एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर एवरीथिंग एंड फॉर गिविंग मी दिस प्लेटफॉर्म एज वेल सो हियर गोस प्रगतिर राजपथे कृत्रिम प्रज्ञार रथे प्रगतिर राजपथे कृत्रिम प्रज्ञार रथे भविष्यतर लगाम यंत्र कौशल हाते प्रगतिर राजपथे कृत्रिम प्रज्ञार रथे भविष्यतर लगाम यंत्र कौशल हाते हे उत्कल युव तिले नरहु संशय हे उत्कल युव तिले नरहु संशय हर्षे कर यंत्र शिक्षा दूर हेउ भय हे उत्कल युव तिले नरहु संशय हर्षे कर यंत्र शिक्षा दूर हेउ भय पारदर्शी मनुष्यर रचना जे एही करायत्ते यंत्र थिले शंका कहीं पाई पारदर्शी मनुष्यर रचना जे एही करायत्ते यंत्र थिले शंका कहीं पाई कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा परशे कृषि श्रेष्ठ हेब पुंजीपति श्रमिकर प्रभेद नथिब कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा परशे कृषि श्रेष्ठ हेब पुंजीपति श्रमिकर प्रभेद नथिब विश्व क्षुधा संभरणे चेष्टारत हुआ विश्व क्षुधा संभरणे चेष्टारत हुआ हर्षे कर यंत्र शिक्षा दूर हेउ भय शेष हेब महामारी हेब समाप्त समर शेष हेब महामारी हेब समाप्त समर कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा को थरे करी देख सहचर दिबा अवसान नाही उन्नतिर पथे यंत्र शिक्षा कर सर्वे दृढ़ मनोरथे दिबा अवसान नाही उन्नतिर पथे यंत्र शिक्षा कर सर्वे दृढ़ मनोरथे उद्भव अयमारंभ एनु हे विलय हे उत्कल युव तिले नरहु संशय वाणिज्य स्थापत्य क्रीड़ा प्रत्येक क्षेत्र रे पटांतर नुहिब के विश्व दरबारे वाणिज्य स्थापत्य क्रीड़ा प्रत्येक क्षेत्र रे पटांतर नहिब के विश्व दरबारे होइबे आगामी पीढ़ी समर्थ कुशल होइबे आगामी पीढ़ी समर्थ कुशल जेबे आयत्ते कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा यंत्र कौशल शुभ स्वागत जनाए स्वर्णिम समय शुभ स्वागत जनाए स्वर्णिम समय हर्षे कर यंत्र शिक्षा दूर हेउ भय प्रगतिर राजपथे कृत्रिम प्रज्ञार रथे भविष्यतर लगाम यंत्र कौशल हाते हे उत्कल युव तिले नरहु संशय हर्षे कर यंत्र शिक्षा दूर हेउ भय जय जगन्नाथ धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद देविका तो मैं हैंड ओवर करती सुशांत पाणी को कंटिन्यू करिए
जय जगन्नाथ आज मते एठी मो एक्सपीरियंस आ अनुभव स्पीच उपरे कहया पे सुजोग देथिबारु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मु विगत 12 वर्ष हला किछि प्रश्नर उत्तर खोजिया पे चेष्टा करि आछि आ से प्रश्न गुडी को हला एठी जा लिखा आइछि चलंत देखिबा गोटे पर गोटे तो जदि किछि लिखा आइ था कोन से जगह डॉक्यूमेंट आ सपोज आमे जेमति आमे बहुत जण एठी अछंती जे माने ओडिया रे कथा हे परचंती किंतु बहुत जण बोधे थांत हे परंती जे माने ओडिया पढी परिबेनी तो तांको पई एआई गोटे भलो टेक्नोलॉजी दे जोटाले टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच जोथरे मोर भाग्य थिला जगन्नाथंकर कृपा जो प्रथम ओडिया टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच रे मोर योगदान रहिछि जोटा सीडैक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रो अछि सीडैक मुंबई रे मु काम करथिली तो सेठी स्पीच रिलेटेड जो डेटाबेस जोटा आज की इंडिक पीटीएस आईआईटी मद्रास रो पोस्टिंग हेछि हम ओडिया रो जोटा काम हेछि सेटा मु आमर जने सीनियर ओडिया भाई आ जने थिले आमे मिसिकिना तार किछि नहले 40 आवर्स रो डेटा से आम रिकॉर्डिंग कर क्लीन काम करते। टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच रे आम व्यवहार केमती करवा। टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच तो खाली लिखाई पढ़ीदेव ठीक कथा, व्यवहार कौटी करवा। आपण देखिथिबे मेट्रो ट्रेन रे हला, लिफ्ट रे हला, सेठी अनाउंसमेंट हुए। सब अनाउंसमेंट पे आम यदि आर्टिस्ट पाखक जीवा रिकॉर्डिंग करवा, तार गोटे ऑप्शन है आम टीटीएस भी व्यवहार करें। तापरे छोट छुआ स्टोरी शुणिबा प्रमोट सबुठ बड़ मोटिवेशन था छोट छुआ स्टोरी शुणिबा। आउ गोटे थिला हमर जो दिव्यांग भाई भौणी मैंने अच्छा जो मैंने देखी पारती यहाँ बहुत भल व्यवहार हो पार से मैंने आपको व्यवहार करी मोर कलीग जड़े थे से टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच यूज व्यवहार करी प्रोग्रामिंग करथुले। प्रोग्रामिंग टॉप क्लास प्रोग्रामिंग था, मैंने भल भल प्रोग्राम प्रोग्रामिंग बहुत भल थिला। तो यहाँ भी तार व्यवहार हो पार। तापर मोर द्वितीय प्रश्न जोटा मु जहाँ पर मु तार उत्तर खोजुची सेटा हला जड़े किसी कहूँ से कहले तो से कौन कहले जमती भाव आम मीटिंग चलती किए कौन कहले केते कहले से मीटिंग रे टोटल कथबार्ता कौन है आम बस लिखुचे लिखा दरकार नहीं। आम व्यवहार करवा स्पीच रिकग्निशन सबू डेटा रेकर्ड रिकग्नाइज होगी बाहर जीव। तापर आम यदि कहवा कि कौ समय मुझे 7:30 मैंने मो 7:30 रू जो 5 मिनट यही 5 मिनट किए कहले, चलो सुशांत कहले कि अंजन भाई कहले किए कहले, तो सेटा स्पीकर डायरेक्शन और आम स्पीकर रिकग्निशन व्यवहार कर कंटेंट बाहर करदे और स्पीकर डायरेक्शन व्यवहार कर कहीपर किए कहले केतबेले आम मीटिंग रे आर्गुमेंट हुए से कह मुझे तो कही नथिले आउ किए कही नहीं आम ताकू क्लियर करि परिबा जे तुमे ही कहिथिलो। तापर एठी आउ जे प्रॉब्लम आसे कॉकटेल पार्टी प्रॉब्लम माने गोटे मीटिंग रे एका संगे बहुत लोग कहउचंती किंतु आपण जहां को सुनिया पई चाहउचंती आपण तांको ही सुनिबे। तो सेटा ना स्पीच सेपरेशन व्यवहार करी आमे गोटे जमती बाजार भितर भी जदि 5टा लोग कथा होचंती तो आमे गोटे लोकर वॉइस को बाहर करि परिबा। तो सेटा स्पीच सेपरेशन एल्गोरिथम व्यवहार करी हम तो करि परिबा। तापर हला जो थे मु काम आबे मोर रिसेंट जो पेपर सबमिट होईची सेटा हला जे किए कहूची एग्जैक्टली किए कहूची आओ तार व्यवहार को जगह हो पार। आज का टाइम रे बहुत बैंकिंग ट्रांजेक्शन सब वॉइस बेस्ड ट्रांजेक्शन भी हो माने ठीक लोग कहवा दरकार ना ट्रांजेक्शन ऑथेंटिकेशन में भी फेल्युअर हो पारे। तो ताकू आम स्पीकर रिकग्निशन एल्गोरिथम व्यवहार करी ऑथेंटिकेशन को एक्यूरेसी बढ़ाई परिबा। तापरे आछी जे मते मु अमिताभ बच्चन को वॉइस बढ़िया गोटे वॉइस जनरेट करने को चाहूँगी विथ देयर परमिशन और मु मनकर मोर मो छुआ आम घर जो छोट छुआ अच्छी से बापा माँ को वॉइस रे गप शुणा को चाहूँगी तो केमिति करिया। तो ताकू आम वॉइस कन्वर्सन व्यवहार करवा। वॉइस कन्वर्सन व्यवहार करी आम एक्जिस्टिंग टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच रे वॉइस कन्वर्सन माने मु आपनकर सैंपल किछि नेली 2 मिनिट बा 30 सेकंड सैंपल नहीं जड़े व्यक्तिंकर तांकर जो स्वर अच्छी तार फीचर्स आम वॉइस एम्बेडिंग ताकू आम व्यवहार करके टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच ताकू इंटीग्रेट करवा और से आम टार्गेटेड स्पीकर वॉइस रे आम वॉइस जनरेट करि पारे। तो यार व्यवहार आगे
गोटे मिनिट रहला
हां मोर सरी गले जस्ट फाइनलिस्ट। तो आम से टार्गेट स्पीकर वॉइस से जनरेट करि परिबा तार व्यवहार भी बहुत जगह रे हो परिबो। आ ओवरऑल जे देखिबा मोर स्वप्न हला मु पृथ्वीर कौन सी जगह गले भी ओडिया रे कथा है आपण ओडिया मु ओडिया रे कथा है आपण जर्मन कथा होंदे चाइनीज कथा होंदे किछि कथा होंदे आपण आपण भाषा कहंदो मु तो ओडिया कहबी। तो ए मु स्वप्न देखे एआई हमको एथरे निश्चित हेल्प करिवो और एथरे स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन रो बहुत धीरे धीरे बढ़ुची और तार एक्यूरेसी भी इंप्रूव होची। तो मोर स्वप्न जे आमे बाहर लोक ओडिसा को आसीबे तो से तांको भाषा रे कही किना भी आम ओडिया लोकंक ठारू माने तांकर ट्रांजेक्शन करि परिबे। टूरिज्म रे हेल्प हे परिबो, हेल्थ केयर भी हेल्प हे परिबो। तो एटा मोर विगत 12 वर्षर अनुभव आउ स्वप्न। धन्यवाद। किछि प्रश्न
धन्यवाद सुशांत। जस्ट गोटे पॉइंट मु ऐड करिया चाहूँगी आपण जो कहले पॉइंट अबाउट स्पीच कन्वर्सेशन मो जो इंस्टा गुरु जो मैं प्रोडक्ट मु डेवलप करछि मु से कांसेप्ट आनी छी जोडरे कि इमेज आपण धरंदु सुशांत पाणी इमेज नहीं कि तांकर वॉइस नहीं कि आमे एनी लैंग्वेज रे कथा ही परिबा तो सी कांसेप्ट आसी सेटरे थैंक यू सो सुबिन नेक्स्ट इज सुबिंदु विश्वाल मु आपन हैंड ओवर करछि इंट्रोड्यूस करंदु टिके
ए फोरम रे उपस्थित समस्त ओडिया को मो नमस्कार मु शुभेंदु विश्वाल I'm a strategy consultant by profession and by passion. I'm a filmmaker. जो थी पाई कि मोर आज ए सब्जेक्ट रही AI in filmmaking ओडिया context रे ओडिया सिनेमा इंडस्ट्री context रे. But before that I want to thank अंजन बाबू and everyone जो मैंने सकाळू माने रातिरु रही कि एनर्जी रखी कि एपर्यंत इंटैक्ट अछंती एंड देन ए जो कम्युनिटी एक्टिविटी इज वेरी यूजफुल आम समस्त को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली आम निज निज प्रस्ताव रखिया पे एंड निज निज आइडिया शेयर करिया पे सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू एवरीवन ए कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मैंने होस्ट करचंती ऑर्गेनाइज करचंती समस्त को कमिंग टू द सब्जेक्ट जेतबे राइटर्स गिल्ड ऑफ अमेरिका प्रपोजल देला कि चैट जीपीटी स्क्रिप्टिंग करिया को अलाउ करा जाओ से तोर को जने जर्नलिस्ट स्टुअर्ट बोली से तांकर क्यूरियोसिटी रे ही ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट कि हेई परिवो कि हेई परिवोनी तांकर प्रथम प्रॉम्प्ट थिला ओके चैट जीपीटी जदी स्क्रिप्ट लिखिबो ताले क्रेडिट से ह्यूमन राइटर को जीवो जे प्रॉम्प्ट्स लिखिबे जे ताकू क्वेश्चंस देबे आंसर्स आनिबे जॉट डाउन करिवे ओके तो स्टुअर्ट जितबले ताकू ट्राई कले एक्सपेरिमेंट कले से तांकर फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन रखिथिले राइट मी द आउटलाइन फॉर अ मूवी दैट विल मेक मी रिच थ्योरेटिकली कि एमिति मते गोटे मूवी रो स्टोरी दियो और आउटलाइन दियो जोठा मते थिएटर रो रिच करि परिबो एंड चैट जीपीटी गिव हिम वन आउटलाइन अ स्टोरी वन लाइनर कहंदे ताकू फिल्म लैंग्वेज रे एंड देन सेकंड से ट्राई करथिले राइट मी अ मूवी दैट विल गिव मी एन ऑस्कर गेट मी एन ऑस्कर तो थर्ड से लिखी चेष्टा करथिले पाया पे कि मार्वल मूवी रो किछि गोटे कैरेक्टर चेंज करिके एंड इंटरेस्टिंगली ताको पाखकू सब आंसर मिलिथिला दो गोटे दीटा रे से सैटिस्फाई हेलेनी बट ऑस्कर क्वेश्चन ने ताको मिलिथिला नाउ कमिंग बैक टू द ओडिया फिल्म मेकिंग कॉन्टेक्स्ट व्हाट इफ वी ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट राइट मी अ मूवी a commercial movie that is based on Odisha's history, or maybe write me a movie, inspiring movie that is based on Madhusudan Das, or write me a movie that is based on Bali Jatra. Write me a commercial movie that is based on Bali Jatra, and is it possible? Absolutely. जदि तांकर एई भले क्वेश्चन्स रो आंसर आसी पल्ला ताले हमर भी जदि हमें स्क्रिप्टिंग ऊपर काम करिबा जदि हमें एमती स्टोरी और आइडियाज चाहिबा ताले चैट जीपीटी और एनी रिलेटेड एआई प्लेटफॉर्म हमको देई परिबो एंड दैट सॉल्व्स अ प्रॉब्लम जोठी हम बहुत दिन हेलानी ओडिया फिल्म रो हमें गोटे प्रॉब्लम आसुदला कि स्टोरी भलो स्टोरी ओरिजिनल स्टोरी और जो स्टोरी अच्छी ताकू फिल्म रे कला भलिया किछि गोटे माने कि राइटर नहांती और राइटर प्रॉब्लम सेटा सॉल्व हे परिबो देन मु एबे सुनुथली हम मोर पूर्वरु जो मैंने सब कहूथिले दे सेड कि कोई भाषा रो बहुत थर यूज हला कोई भाषा ऊपर काम होची और फॉर्चुनेटली हमर गोटे फिल्म आसुची ए आकाश तळे जोथरे गोटे गीतटे अछि जोथरे हमें कोई भाषा यूज करिचो कोई भाषा यूज हेची घोषा यूज हेची सांताली संबलपुरी डिफरेंट भाषा यूज हेची आमे जतले सबटाइटल करथुलु तार प्राय जिंस आमे जतले आमे करेक्शन करथुलु आमे एआई रो हेल्प नैथुलु किंतु कोई भाषा आ जो घोषा भाषा ई सब जतले आसे सेतल को जे सबटाइटल करूथिले तांकु टिक असुविधा हेतला देन वी वेंट बैक टू द लिरिसिस्ट एंड तांकु पचरा हेतला यार अर्थ कोन एंड देन तापर आमे ट्रांसलेट करथुलु सॉर्ट ऑफ तो फ्यूचर रे जदी एई गुडा को आमे मिली जाय जेमते आमे इंग्लिश लिखुतलु और गोटे लैंग्वेज लिखुतलु तार ओडिया ट्रांसलेशन हमको आस्तला सबटाइटल आस्तला जदी हमर आंचलिक भाषा गुडा कर हमर हेई पारे ताले सेटा हम सिनेमा रे जतले सबटाइटलिंग आसुची आमे डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज डिफरेंट म्यूजिक जेमती मानस कोथले डिफरेंट म्यूजिक क्रिएट करि परिबा कि ओडिसी म्यूजिक कोन हमर 2 मिनिट रो गोटे हमको मिलिबो कि जेतले हमर म्यूजिक तयारी होतला हम ताको तयारी करतलु कंपोजर कहले सर हम पाखे सेमती गोटे प्री प्रोग्राम्ड म्यूजिक पीस नाही ओडिसा को नहीं की सो हमको लिटरली वी हैव टू गो एंड फाइंड आउट कि कोठु कोन साउंड कोठु कोन इंस्ट्रूमेंट और कोठु कोन आसी परिबो so that is one area जो थे film making रे AI help करी परिबो now coming back to
1 minute
another
Sunil.
okay there are many benefits like other benefits like scripting रे help करी परिबो तिरुवनंतपुरम रे गोटे स्टार्टअप अछि डिकल्ट स्टूडियो जे आपण कोठु आइडिया स्क्रिप्ट नै की ताकू ट्रांसलेट करिवो स्टोरी बोर्डिंग बहुत इंपोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट जो थे यू नो फिल्म गोटे तयारी हुए तो तार कॉस्ट एंड टाइम सेव हबो कंप्यूटर ग्राफिक्स जोटा वीएफएक्स हम यूज करछु सेटा भी एआई थ्रू रे ही परियो जोटा हमर अबिका बहुत हेल्प हेलानी फोटोशॉप रो काम रिड्यूस करके पोस्टर मेकिंग रे कलर करेक्शंस रे मोस्टली जतबे हमें फीडबैक नो गोटे स्क्रिप्ट लिखला परे दैट इज द वेरी इंपोर्टेंट पार्ट कि हमें गोटे स्टोरी तो लिखि दे लेकिन सेटा ठीक भूल तार कोन इंप्रूवमेंट हे परिबो कोन हे परिबो सेटा हम कहया पे ओडिसा रे फीडबैक मिलिया सही लेवल ऑफ इंटेलेक्ट को नै की एते सहजरे हुएनी so AI will help you in that so there is this scriptreader.ai application platform अछि जे आपन को एइथरे आपन को स्क्रिप्टिंग रे हेल्प करिवो आपन को राइटर्स ब्लॉक को हटेबो आपन को फीडबैक दबो ई सब जिंस नै कि आपन को हेल्प करिवो सो दिस वाज ऑल जो थ्री की AI फिल्म मेकिंग रे हेल्प करि परिवो आगु को हमें केतबे या ऊपर आउ चर्चा करि परियो बट फॉर नाउ थैंक यू सो मच नमस्कार समस्त
Thank you, Subhendu. So, mo hand over coach Dr. Damodar Sahu को host करिया को next panel and जय जगन्नाथ. Thank you.
धन्यवाद अजित महापात्र आउ मु आज यही सप्तम अधिवेशन रे समस्त को स्वागत करुछि हमर यही सप्तम अधिवेशन रे 6टी प्रवक्ता अछंती मते आपण माने सुजोग दियंतु मु हमर प्रवक्ता सहित टे परिचय कराई दिए हमर प्रथम प्रवक्ता होचंती अविनाश दास से होचंती मुख्य कार्य निर्वाही अधिकारी विचायन एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च कम्युनिटी तांकर टॉपिक होची ओडिसा रे स्थायी एआई अनुसंधान लोकल एआई रिसर्च इन ओडिसा एई 6टा प्रवक्ता भितरे हमर जने झियो अछंती से 9th ग्रेड स्टूडेंट तांकर नाम होची प्रतिभा पल्लाई नवम श्रेणी छात्र सीए एआई प्रशंसा ब्याज इलेक्ट्रोनिक्स एंड सूचना प्रजुक्ति विद्या मंत्रालय ओडिशा सरकार ठारू पाइछंती समस्त को मु वेलकम करूची हमर तृतीय प्रवक्ता अछंती राज से होचंदी हमर हेड ऑफ प्लेटफॉर्म सिक्योरिटी डेटा सिक्योरिटी कॉन्फिडेंशियल जदि ओडिया रे मु कहे ताले तांको कहा जाय प्लेटफॉर्म सिक्योरिटी डेटा सिक्योरिटी गोपनीय गणना सीए कहिबे भाषा प्रजुक्ति विद्या रे विनियोग प्रभाव हमर प्रतिभा पल्लाई झियो कहिबे मु जने छात्र ए गवेषणा एवं प्रयोग मोर पथ एठारे अछि आई एम ए स्टूडेंट हियर इज माय पाथ टू एआई रिसर्च एंड एप्लीकेशन मु टिके ओडिया और इंग्लिश मिक्स करी कहूची हमर परवर्ती प्रवक्ता होचंती साक्यसिंह महापात्र सी भी प्रतिष्ठाता तथा मुख्य कार्यनिर्वाही अधिकारी साक रोबोटिक्स आज्ञा सी कहिबे भारत को रोबोटिक्स राजधानी करवा चल मेकिंग इंडिया द रोबोटिक्स कैपिटल ऑफ वर्ल्ड परवर्ती प्रवक्ता अछंती सुधीर साहू सी हमर प्रतिष्ठाता तथा मुख्य कार्यनिर्वाही अधिकारी डेटा सेफगार्ड जोठी मु आ अंजन भी हमर काम करछु सेठी तापर हमर अंतिम प्रवक्ता एही सप्तम अधिवेशन रचंती पीतबास पति सार सी एज एन प्रोफेसर अमृता यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर सी कहिबे 2030 पई शिक्षकक कार्य योजना तेनु मु आउ किछि विलंब करू नै हमर प्रथम प्रवक्ता को मु अनुरोध करूची आपण आसंतु अविनाश दास बाबू किसी कहतु आपण टॉपिक ऊपर
नमस्कार समस्त को जय जगन्नाथ स्क्रीन विजुअल अछि कि मोर
हाँ आपण स्क्रीन शेयर करि परिबे देखा जाउछि
अछि तो आपण माने प्राय समस्त ओडिसा अछंती आउ ओडिया विषय जानिचंदी तेणु ओडिसा रो परिचय मु आपनको देहा पई चाहुनी प्रथम कथा हला आमे जतलकू ओडिसा रो कथा होछ ओडिसा रे गवेषणा हो आउ सेटा केउ भाषा रे हेबो मु गोटे छोटिया एक्सपीरियंस मोर कहूची अभी छोट अनुभूति टे तापर हम आगु जिबा समय बहुत अल्प अछि त मु मोर पीपीटी को भी रिवाइज कर देछि जेतलकू मु प्रथमे लोकन को भेटुतली मो स्टार्टअप विषय कहिया पई सेतलकू फास्ट क्वेश्चन आस्तला कोन करूछ मोर सेटा सलगतला अनुवाद करूची कोन अनुवाद करूची ना गवेषणा पत्र को अनुवाद करिकि भारत रो 22 टा भाषा रे मु अवेलेबल करूची काई करूछ व्हाई आंसर सिंपल ग्लोबलाइजेशन होची सारा विश्व आड़ से समय रे ए ओडिया रो गोटे चिंतन आ ओडिया विषय को आनिबाटा आवश्यकता कोन से क्वेश्चन देखो 4 वर्ष धरि कि मु ता ऊपर काम कली काहे की आवश्यकता रहिची आउ किछि कॉलेज पिला को भेटिले किछि गवेषक को भेटिले से माने मते सीधा सड़क पचरले जे भाई आमे ओडिया काहे की सिखिबो आम मानकर कोनसी देशात्मक भावना नाही आमे देशात्मक भावना पई आमे घरे कथा होछु आपन सहित ओडिया रे कथा होछु किंतु ओडिया काहे की सिखिबो आम पई तो ओडिया रे किछि सुजोग नाही अपॉर्चुनिटी नाही तो एथिरे आसिया परे ए प्रश्न रे धीरे धीरे समूह जानिया पाइले जे नोआ एजुकेशन पॉलिसी अछि नूतन शिक्षा नीति अछि 2020 रे इंट्रोड्यूस हेतला ता पूर्व तार ड्राफ्टिंग चलतला तार ड्राफ्टिंग कमिटी रे मुख्य जन को भेटिली तांको सहित कथा हला परे से माने कहले जे हम सरकार बा एबेकार सरकार से मातृभाषा को गुरुत्व दोछि आ आगामी दिन रे मातृभाषा रे शिक्षा देन बहुत जल्दी तार हबो एबे आपण माने जानिथिबे तमिल भाषा रे डाक्टरी शिक्षार सब किछि गवेषणा पत्र ठु आरंभ करी बही डाक्टरी तमिल भाषा रे अवेलेबल हेलानी ओडिया भाषा रे मध्य अवेलेबल बहुत किछि बही हेलानी एबे नुवा एआईसीटीसी आ यूजीसी रो गाइडलाइन आसीछि जे अनुवाद केमिति करा जिवो बा हमर पाठ्य पुस्तक केमिति अनुवाद करा जिवो ताकू ओडिया भाषा रे केमिति करा जिवो अच्छा ता पर स्टेज रा कोन पिला ओडिया रे पढिबे ओडिया कंटेंट अवेलेबल हे जिवो एबे अनेक सारा प्लेटफॉर्म अछि जे कि बहुत भलो भाबरे अनुवाद करूचंती बेटर देन गूगल तो या परे मोर चिंता आसला कि जे या परे से माने करिवे कोन केवल पाठ तो पढिले पुस्तक किटा हे गेले हे परिबो नै तेनो हमको दरकार जे तार ऑल काइंड ऑफ रिसर्च हम पाखरे थिबा दरकार आ रिसर्च सब किछि थिबा दरकार रिसर्च कोन हे जे सेटा ओडिया भाषा रे अवेलेबल हेले जे कि जने ओडिया पढिया पे आग्रही हेबो सेते बेलको हमर गोटी भारत रे गोटी भाषा तला संस्कृत रे सब किछि हमर इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम ऑल थिंग्स संस्कृत रे अछि आपण एबे गोटे छोटो डेटा भी कहूची सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी न्यू दिल्ली गोटे कोर्स लॉन्च करचनी पाखा पाखी 22-23 टा कोर्स लॉन्च करचंती सेथरे संस्कृत माध्यम रे शिक्षा देया होची सेथरे इंग्रजी ओडिया बा अदर्स कोनसी भाषा रे भी आपण डाउट क्लियर करि परिबेनी किबा प्रोफेसर लेक्चर आपण कहिबेनी केवल संस्कृत शिखिथिबे संस्कृत लेखि पारे संस्कृत पढि पाले जे कहिबे या परे मध्ये 7000 रु अधिक स्टूडेंट 22 टा कोर्स को अप्लाई करिसंती तनो ए विषयटा एथि पई कहिली जे आम मानकर ज्ञान कोश आम मानकर निज मातृभाषा रे अछि आपण माने समस्त वैज्ञानिक अछंती गवेषक अछंती चिंतक अछंती आपण माने चिंता करनथिबे केतबे इंग्रजी भाषा रे आपण वैज्ञानिक हेबार स्वप्न देखिनथिबे केतबे इंग्रजी भाषा रे तेणु आपण जेतबे स्वप्नटा जो भाषा रे देखुचंती जेमिति देखुचंती ताकू आपण सेही भाषा रे जदी रूपांतरण करिवे ताहले मु भाबुची आउ टिके सहज हो आमन को कार्य करिवारे आउ आम ठारू बाहर देश एथि अधिक सफल बोली आमे एबेका जुग रे कहूचु जे एबे से माने तांको मातृभाषा रे कार्य करूचंती आमे जदी कहबा इलोन मस्क एतेडा कंपनी तयारी करले एतेडा यूनिकॉर्न हे गेला कि से ग्लोबल लीडर हे गेले कंपनी मान को भितरे काहे कि तांको भाषा रे से रिसोर्स अछि तांको भाषा रे से गोटे बहिटे पढी पाले रॉकेट तयारी करिया पे हमर ओडिया भाषा रे कोन रॉकेट तयारी करिया पे बहिटे अवेलेबल अछि कि आ ता पर जदी आमे आशा रखिबा जे ओडिया र पिला ओडिसा र पिलाटिए रॉकेट तयारी करू रोबोट तयारी करू विषय रोची तेणु मु चिंतली आमको से जिनस ओडिया रे करिवार आवश्यकता अछि तेणु मूलतः आमे ओडिया रे करिबा ओडिसा पाई करिबा आउ तापर विश्व को आमे नजर देबा आम ओडिसा रे 4 कोटी लोक अछंती आमे 4 कोटी लोक कथा चिंता करि पारले हमको विश्वर 200 देश कथा चिंता करिया बहुत सहज हे जिवो मु नेक्स्ट आड को जाउची तो रिसर्च आमे प्रथम कथा हला गवेषणा हमको करिया पई पड़िबो ओडिया भाषा उपरे आमे जतल को अनेक बहुत जन कहिले जे हम पाखरे ग्रामर रो असुविधा होची व्याकरणगत असुविधा होची लिंग्विस्टिक रे प्रॉब्लम होची जतल कन्वर्ट करूछु सबरो मूल होची जे संस्कृत आमे मूल को छाड़ दोछु जे ओडिया कहा पाखरे आसिला एवं हमर जतल को ट्रांसलेशन रो प्राइमरी लैंग्वेज जतल को आमे फोकस करछु जतल को इंग्रजी रहउची किबा अदर्स कोनसी फॉरेन लैंग्वेज रहउची आमे जो ट्रांसलेटर लैंग्वेज को संस्कृत बा कोनसी भारतीय भाषा जदि रखिले ता सहज हे जिवो आ एटा हमर टीम करे कि बहुत सहज रे करि परछ आगामी दिन रे हमें ताको पब्लिकली अवेलेबल करैबो आउ अन्य विषय को मु जाउनी केवल ओडिया भाषा को जाउची जदि ओडिया भाषा उपरे हम मानकर गवेषणात्मक सब किछि जिंस अवेलेबल हेई परिला ताले दी तीनटा हमर बेनिफिट हो ओडिसा रो प्रथम द्वितीय श्रेणी पिला पास हे गला परे से मानकर इंटेलेक्चुअल डेवलप हे जे से माने किछि भी पढी पारंती तेणु से माने अति सहज रे मार्केट रे अवेलेबल थे बाजार रे अवेलेबल थे ओडिया बही को किणी से रोबोट्स तैयारी करबा हला जोटी के ओडिसा रे अनिल प्रधान बहुत करूछन बहुत भल कार्यक्रम करूछंती नासा को जाई कि पिल्ला को जितै कि आनुछंती अवार्ड तो सेटा केवल अनिल प्रधान नो ओडिसा रे अनेक अनिल प्रधान अछंती जो माने कि काम करि परिबे सहज रे तांको पाई केवल गोटे मात्र असुविधा है भाषा भित्तिक असुविधा द्वितीय 4 नंबर स्लाइड को मो जाउची हम पाखरे चैलेंजेस कोन अछि हमें समस्त को जो डेटा सेट चैलेंजेस आपण माने जानि चंती डेटा सेट जो चैलेंजेस और सॉल्यूशन कोन हे परिबा हम मानकर पाखरे जदि मु ओडिया रे लिखुनी ताले मो पाखु डेटा सेट आसीबो कोठो 2 दिन 3 दिन आगु अंजन भाई को सहित हमर चैट रे कन्वर्सेशन होतला चैट रे हम कथा होतलु अंजन भाई कहले तमे एते स्पीड रे ओडिया टाइप करछो केमिति तो कथा हला से टूल टा थिला से टूल एबे अवेलेबल नाही हम माने को ओडिया माने को द्वारा कोनसी गोटे यूनिवर्सल ओपन एक्सेस बा ओपन सोर्स किछि डेवलप कराय छि कि ओडिया टाइपिंग करा जाय करया पई बा इनपुट देया पई यूनिवर्सल किछि डेवलप अछि कि मो कंपनी पई कली मो स्टार्टअप पई कली से ता स्टार्टअप पई कला से ता स्टार्टअप पई कला किंतु यूनिवर्सल जेतु किछि नाही सेथि पे हम माने कर एंट्री इनपुट रे असुविधा होछि हम माने कर डाटा आसी पारु ना आसी परने संवाद को यूनिकोड रे करूची तो समाज आकृति रे करूची प्रमेय आउ किछि रे करूची ये तो साधारण कथा रहिला किंतु गवेषणा आडो गला लोक आहुरी प्रॉब्लम होछ हम मानू कोत पेना आमे मैथमेटिकल टर्म को आरंभ करी साइंटिफिक टर्म पर्यंत हमको सब किछि को अनुवाद करया पई पडुची तो हम पई ओडा डाटा सेट बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यार गोटे मात्र समाधान हला आमे जते ओडिया रे लेखिबा ओडिया कहिबा आउ हम मानकर जति कि भी तथ्य रहिछ आमे ओडिया पारुपटन चेष्टा करिया द्वितीय कथा हला ह्यूमन रिसोर्स रो असुविधा कोन ना आजिका तारीख रे जते साधारण डिग्री कॉलेज को जिबे कंप्यूटर साइंस ऑनर्स रो बा बीएससी लेवल लो सेठी अपन जे C++ एबे मध्ये से शिक्षा होची अपडेटेड करिकुलम नाही आमे चिंता करबा आजिका डेट रे एआई एमएल डेवलप हेबो एआई रो कैपिटल करिया पई चाहिबा परंतु करिकुलम डेवलप नाही जो पिलाटी पडुची तार व्यवहारिक आगामी भविष्य रे कोनोसी कार्य रे आसी परिबो नाही तेणु ए विषय हमको चिंता करिया दरकार आपण माने चिंतक सामने रे बसचंती द्वितीय कथा हला कैपिटल आमे जतल को कोनोसी गोटे एआई बेस स्टार्टअप नै कि आसुचु बा एआई बेस पेपर रिसर्च पेपर नै कि आसुचु बा कोनोसी प्लान नै कि आसुचु कोनोसी बैंकर पाखरे बसुचु से बैंकर एआई टेक्नोलॉजी को बुझिबार समर्थ अछि कि हम ओडिसा रे न भारत वर्ष रे एआई रो फ्यूचर बा प्रोजेक्शन ताकू बुझिबार बैंकर्स अछंती कि जदि नाहांती ताले हमें कैपिटल पाइबार निश्चित भाव असुविधा हो से हमको विश्वास करेनि तो जने जेते को जने विश्वास करबनी गोटे फाउंडर केते दिन स्ट्रगल करिवो ओडिसा रे अनेक अपॉर्चुनिटी अछि अनेक फाउंडर अछंती परंतु अधारु मरि जाउछंती सेति पई तांको प्रॉपर डायरेक्शन मिलि परनी फॉर कैपिटल पई तांको पई प्रॉपर डायरेक्शन मिलि परनी बैंक रे अनेक स्कीम अछि हमें कहया मुद्रा ठो आरंभ करी कि पीएमजीबी पर्यंत ओडिसा रो स्वतंत्र सीड फंड स्कीम अछि एबे सीड फंड स्कीम अछि स्टार्टअप इंडिया रो परंतु एडा एआई पई केते प्रयोज्य तार इवैल्यूएशन हेबा दरकार आ एई फंड नै केतेटा एआई स्टार्टअप आगो को जाई चंती बा एआई रिसर्च आगो को जाई कि स्टार्टअप रे कन्वर्ट हेछि इनोवेशन टू इन्वेस्ट हेछि एई जो की पॉइंट हम मानकर रहिबा जरूरी आवश्यकता म भाउछि आ मेंटरशिप एंड कोलैबोरेशन जिनसटा नाही आदो ओडिसा रे नाही कोनोसी सेक्टर भी कोलैबोरेशन नाही ओडिसा रे एबे एनएलपी सेक्टर मिनिमम 3-4टी मो जानिबारे कंपनी काम करूछंती परंतु सेमाने तांको डेटा सेट अलगा रहउची हम डेटा सेट अलगा रहउची समस्त डेटा सेट अलगा रहउची आमे करि परिबे कि 3टा कंपनी मिसी कि इनपुट एक्सेस टूल गुड डेवलप करि परिबे ओपन सोर्स ताकू छाड़ दे मार्केट रे सेठू चाहा डेटा आसीबा आमे 3 जण सारा मिसी कंट्रीब्यूट करि ताकू यूज करिबा इज इट पॉसिबल किंतु जेहेतु कैपिटल और एफर्ट्स रहउची विभिन्न प्रकार लायबिलिटीज रहउची ता पय हमर मेंटरशिप कोलैबोरेशन हे परनी आ मेंटरशिप सेक्टर रे आपण देखिथिबे स्टार्टअप इंडिया रा रिपोर्ट आस्तला ओडिसा सेथिरे 0 अकॉर्डिंग टू गवर्नमेंट रिपोर्ट मु कहूची आपण एबे भी स्टार्टअप ओडिसा सॉरी स्टार्टअप इंडिया पोर्टल ताको देखि परिबे तो आम मानकू आमे माने प्रत्येक जो माने अछंती गोटे एमती मो स्कूल योजना चलथिला सेथिरे पोसियो स्कूल करूतले आमे माने सीधा सलग क्राइटेरिया रखि परिबे कि मु मेंटरशिप करिया पई मते एतिकी जिंस दरकार मते स्टेक दरकार मते पैसा दरकार मते इत्यादि जहा दरकार सेटा कय ताकि फाउंडर को कॉन्फिडेंस आसीबो आपन को एई वे रे अप्रोच करै छी मु सर आपन को 80% स्टेक देबी बा आपन को या पेमेंट करबी कि एति जहा कि टर्म कंडीशन रहइबो किंतु आपन को एक्सपीरियंस मो पाखे शेयर करंतु ओपनली हेई परिबो आमे माने ओपनली नाहु एबे मार्केट सुदा आमे माने ओपनली ना मेंटर अछन हम पाखे आपन माने समस्त अनेक किसी काम करिसंती आपन माने बहुत भलो मेंटरिंग करि परिबे बट गोटे छात्रटे आपन माने को पहुंचे पई से बहुत भय करूची एई दूरताटा हम पाखे दूरेबा दरकार चैलेंजेस मो तुलना मु जहा अनुभव करछि चारिटी जिंस अछि या पर अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत सारा अच्छी पिला भीतर माइंडसेट अच्छी एआई को लेकिन काम करने इंडस्ट्री 4.0 को लेकिन काम करने आम पाखे इंस्टीट्यूशन भी अच्छी आईआईटी एनआईटी किट ओयूटीआर एमती अनेक इंस्टीट्यूशन अच्छे जे कि एआई सेक्टर रे काम करूछंती किंतु इनोवेशन को इनवॉइस रे ट्रांसफॉर्म करने पड़ो आ ओडिसा रे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कौन से असुविधा नहीं आज का डेट रे तेना हमको एया दिगरे काम करने पड़ो द्वितीय रहा कोलाबोरेशन पार्टनरशिप रे मोटे सॉल्यूशन चिंता करी ओडिया जी नेमेल पाखरु चिंता करी कि आमे स्पेसिफिक डेडिकेटेड गोटे कोलाबोरेशन टीम डेवलप करि पारे कि जा पाकु सिंगल विंडो आमे जा पाकु कांटेक्ट करले हमरो नेटवर्क को माने पूरा फुल जानि जिवे तुमको एई रिलेटेड असुविधा अछि तो तमे या पाकु कनेक्ट हेई पारिबो आमे कनेक्ट कराई पारिबा कि कोलाबोरेशन इन पार्टनरशिप पाई सेकेंड कथा रहिला रियल इंडस्ट्री जे काम करूचे और स्टार्टअप जो माने अछंती एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन जो माने अछंती तांको हमें प्रैक्टिकली केमते ट्रेन करि परिबा बा इंटर्नशिप दे परिबा सेथि पे पार्टनर करि परिबा
क्लोज करिवे अविनाश
ओके ओके तो डेडिकेटेड इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर मु चाहिबी आ डेडिकेटेड फंड हमको डेवलप करिया पई पड़िबो गवर्नमेंट जो इनिशिएटिव नै छि सेटा आपन मानको पाखरे अछि तो ओडिसा रे एआई सेटअप नाही बोल नो बहुत सारा सक्सेस स्टोरी अछि रेवी टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत भलो काम करछन डाटा सर्टिफिकेट हमरो प्रवासी ओडिया मानको द्वारा तयारी हिछि एबे विश्व रे बहुत भलो ना करूछंती गुड मीटिंग बहुत भलो ना करछंती सृजनी ओडिया अछि मोर स्टार्टअप विचन अछि बुकिंग जन एवं बहुत बहुत स्टार्टअप अछन से माने तांकर जिंसो आगु को नै कि बा विश्व बाजार ने जको परिचित करि पारछंती आम मान को फ्यूचर ऑलरेडी कहि सरछि ताको किछि कोनी गोटी मात्र पॉइंट कहया पई चाहूची आमे माने गोटे ओपनली एंजल नेटवर्क करि परिबा कि बा एंजल इन्वेस्टर मानकर लिस्ट गोटे करि परिबा कि जो लिस्ट रे कि ओपनली अवेलेबल रहइबो आम मानकर मेल आईडी रहिबो जे कोनोसी स्टूडेंट बा जे कोनोसी अर्ली स्टेज स्टार्टअप फाउंडर आसी कि से इमीडिएट मेल कला आमे ताको हेल्प करि परिबा आम मानकर एंजल इन्वेस्टिंग नेटवर्क टा पब्लिक रहा दरकार जदि हमरो ओडिया जे नेमेल एआई रो वेबसाइट एटा अवेलेबल होला मु बहुत ग्रेटफुल भी आपन मानको पई बाकी रहला मो आशा एटा अछि जे 2036 ओडिसा स्वतंत्र प्रदेश है कि 100 वर्ष भर्ती हेबो पुरी जीवो आ से 100 वर्ष भितरे हमें सारा भारत रे ओडिसा को गोटे ग्लोबल कैपिटल बा हमें भारत रो एआई कैपिटल करि परिबा कि आपण मानको पाखरे प्रश्न आपण मानको सामने उत्तर अछि धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद अविनाश बाबू आपण भला कथा कहले आ हमर वर्तमान द्वितीय प्रवक्ता जे सबुठु सर्व माने से कनिष्ठा से होचिन हमर नवम श्रेणी रो छात्री प्रतिभा पलाई को मु स्वागत करूची झियो तम विषय तमे किछि इंट्रोडक्शन कर निजको मु तम विषय बहुत मु देखि छी किंतु मु तुम मुखरु मु सुनिया को चाहूची आ इंट्रोड्यूस करो तमर प्रवक्ता स्टार्ट करो
थैंक यू सर सर तो सबुठो आगे मु आपण सबु को थैंक यू कहबा को चाहिबी मते ए अपॉर्चुनिटी और स्टेज प्रोवाइड करबा को कोन पई आमे हमर होल लाइफ एआई आ कंप्यूटर ए सब जिंस सुनिचु बट आमे आकु इम्प्लीमेंट आम लाइफ रे करबा को सब टाइम डाउटफुल रहउछु सो दैट्स व्हाई मु बहुत थैंकफुल अछि कि मते आज ये स्टेज आ अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड हैला आउ मु स्टार्ट करिया पूर्व मोर गोटे एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करबा को चाहिबी मो पापार जॉब पाई मु मैक्सिमम मो लाइफ नॉर्थ इंडिया रे स्पेंड करिछि सेथि पाई मोर ओडिया टिके वीक अछि बट जब हम लोग जब मेरे 5th क्लास में हम लोग ओडिशा शिफ्ट हो गए तो फिर मुझे ओडिया एज कंपलसरी लैंग्वेज लेना पड़ा उस टाइम पे मुझे थोड़ा अनलकी फील हुआ क्योंकि मुझे ओडिया अ लिखना भी नहीं आता था एंड ओडिया बोलना तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं आता था बट से टाइम रे मते मो स्टेट रो बिलोंगिंगनेस आउ डिटरमिनेशन पाई मु ओडिया शिखिया पाई वर्क हार्ड करिली आउ से ईयर रो एंड रे मु ओडिया सब्जेक्ट रे ही सेकंड टॉपर थिली एठू मु भी बुझिली कि जदि आमे आमर स्टेट पाई बिलोंगिंगनेस रखिबा आउ आमे डिटरमाइंड हेबा कि आमे आम स्टेट पाई कोन करि पारिया तो आमु किए भी सेडा करियाटू रोकी पारियानी एबे मु मोर आजिरो टॉपिक पाई बिगिन करिया चाहूची so as students we are the torch bearers of the future and it is crucial that we understand and participate in discussions about the impact of artificial intelligence on inclusive growth in a world that is rapidly changing, artificial intelligence offers both challenges as well as opportunities. First and foremost, we must emphasize education. Education is the key to success, and in education, usually at the current moment, AI is just a subject and not incorporated in our daily lives. But if it will just stay as a subject, then we won't be able to succeed in it. So we need to incorporate it in our daily lives. This means incorporating AI related topics into our curriculum and providing opportunities for hands-on learning. Access is another vital aspect. We should advocate for equal access to technology and education, regardless of one's background and location. In today's world, internet is a gateway to knowledge and opportunities, and we should work to bridge the digital divide. Ethics and responsibilities. As students, we must uphold them. It is our responsibility to ensure that AI is developed and used ethically. We must be vocal about the importance of transparency, accountability, and the fair treatment of individuals in AI systems. Innovation and startups are another area where us students can give our share of the collaboration. This between educators, business, and policymakers can drive the development of a robust AI system. Our ideas and energy combined with the experience and resources of others can lead to meaningful change. Finally, data privacy and security are issues that affect us all. As students, we must be aware of the importance of safeguarding our personal information and advocate for strong data protection measures. In conclusion, as students, we have a significant role to play in shaping of the future, AI, and inclusive growth. We must focus on education, accessibility, ethics, innovation, partnerships, and most importantly, cybersecurity. By doing so, we can contribute to a future where AI benefits everyone and leaves no one behind. So, अगर हम लोग इस पाथ को फॉलो करेंगे तो मैं लिख के दे सकती हूँ कि ओडिशा हैज द पोटेंशियल ऑफ बिकमिंग द एआई कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया बाय 2030. थैंक यू. जय जगन्नाथ.
बहुत बढ़िया कथा कहलो झियो प्रतिभा. किए कहूची तुमको ओडिया भला भाव आसुनी? तुम तो बहुत सुंदर भाव ओडिया कहलो. आउ टेक्नोलॉजी टॉपिक तो ओडिया रे कहबा बहुत मुश्किल. ताक तुम इंग्लिश रे कहलो, हिंदी रे कहलो, बहुत भल लागला. आ तुम डेटा प्राइवेसी, साइबर सिक्योरिटी विषय रे कहलो जोटा कि वेरी क्लोज टू माय हार्ट. And I feel you are our brand ambassador of data safeguard.
Thank you, sir.
So, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आउ मु आमर बर्तन नेक्स्ट प्रवक्ता राज बाबू नमस्कार. जय जगन्नाथ. आ आपन को मु स्वागत करूची. आपण आपनकर प्रवक्ता आरंभ करंतु.
Thank you. Thanks Pratibha. बढ़िया कहला. For a young for a youth like you, it's such a such encouraging to hear कि तुम एते research करूଛ. मु टिके मोर बैकग्राउंड दे दिए.
आगे
अंजन जेतले अंजन मते कहिला कि भाई ना आसी टिके कहबो. मु कहली भाई इंडिया पाकिस्तान गेम चलछि त मते आसी कहउछडा कर बोली. जा हो गेम सरला इंडिया जितला. सो So anyways, this ମୁଁ actually ବହୁତ ଗୁଡ଼ା ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି ସକାଳୁ and it was very inspiring to hear so many people sharing. ତ ମୁଁ ହଉଛି ଗୋଟେ ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି enthusiast. ମୁଁ ବେ ଏରିଆରେ ରହେ କାଲିଫର୍ନିଆ। ଆଉ ମୁଁ ମାନେ passion ମୋର ହଉଛି entrepreneurship, investment, mentoring. Professor Aditya Parida କହୁଥିଲେ about mentoring and all, and I totally agree कि हमारा mentoring is a very important aspect, especially ଆମେ जे US रे अछु जो मानकर भला experience अच्छी गड़े startup करिवा ताकू guide करिवारो. So we should find time to help others. सेटा होची one of my living principles. ମୁଁ as a professional ମୁଁ cyber security काम करे. Domain होची data security. ମୁଁ ହଉଛି ଗୋଟେ lifelong learner. ମୋର ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି କି the more I learn, the more happier I am. जोटा भी हो, it doesn't matter what topic it is. तो ମୁଁ करे. ଆଉ Indian languages houchi mo it's a special place, especially kanki mu to janma hichi Bhubaneswar, grown up in Bhubaneswar, college Bhubaneswar, but my family, my ancestors are from Andhra Pradesh. I migrate korthulu just after the independence. So for me mu bahut guda bhasha kahi pare because of my passion. So let me get into the topic chotaki Abinash Vivek I think a couple of hours ago we were present korthila about Reverie. So mu Reverie ra initial very early investor thili, angel investor. So what is the problem that Reverie was trying to solve? To seta Vivek clearly kahutila ki 60% of the content jota achi English re achi, only 0.1% content is available in non-English languages. So seita hochi sabutu bado adoption problem. So taku let me play this. One second.
ଏତେ ଟାଇମ୍ ଆମ ପାଖରେ ହବନି ବୋଧେ।
पूरा प्ले କରିବିନି।
ମୋ ପାଖରେ ଆଉ 2 ମିନିଟ୍ କି 2.5 ମିନିଟ୍ ଅଛି।
ମୁଁ କରିବିନି। I just wanted just to get that tone.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ 2 ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ 1 ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಅದೇ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡು. ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಇದು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
শ্যাম, আচ্ছা ওই ওয়াটার ইরিগেশন প্রজেক্ট তার কি অবস্থা? কাজ ঠিকমতো এগোচ্ছে তো?
দিদি, তারা শুধু আমাদের কথাই শুনবে। আপনি একবার কথা বলুন, দেখুন না, আপনি আমাদের একমাত্র আশা দিদি।
হ্যাঁ দিদি, হ্যাঁ দিদি। আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, আমি ফোন করে দেখছি। ঠিক আছে।
So Reverie रो प्रॉब्लम थिला एक्सेस। तो Reverie कौन करथिला सी टाइम रे 2011 विवेक और अरविंद से मो क्लासमेट। विवेक वाज माय जूनियर फ्रॉम माय स्कूल। सो सेमाने तळे मो पर आसीले मोर केवल गोटे थिला कि आई न्यू द ब्रदर्स। they were like my, I mean they were like my brothers, so I knew them right from their childhood. So I never had any doubt about the passion. But what I was more passionate कि यही प्रॉब्लम टा बहुत माने गंभीर ताकि सॉल्व करा को पड़ी भाई। तो सही हिसाब रू रेवरी में इन्वेस्ट कर ली, not for making any huge returns, but just a way to give back to my community, to the country, because India is a country of languages. So Ajit Reverie is, whether you talk about AI, NLP, anything, Reverie, they are the leaders. Reliance bought Reverie 3 years ago, and today all the phones, Geo phones, every aspect of Reliance languages is covered by Reverie. So I feel very proud कि मैंने गोटे हिसाबरू I could contribute to the digital language evolution in India, and also it got mass appeal. Actually I want to share an anecdote. Arvind US astila, so I used to represent Arvind pretty much in all companies. So mu jautili Google, Apple, Facebook, Adobe, सब company ra mu jautili, and the kind of treatment that we were getting, as if they knew more about Indian languages than we knew. Most of them were American companies. So the passion with which Arvind and Vivek, they only wanted an Indian entity to acquire them, because they wanted. It's not about money again. Vivek and Arvind were not about money. It was about passion. So why I'm sharing this is, like, all entrepreneurs on this, on the Zoom call, or anybody who's listening, I think one thing that we all should go with is problem solving should have a community aspect as well, in addition to making huge returns on whatever you invest. So this is what I have. I'll pause here, and if anybody has any questions, I will try to answer.
क्वेश्चन नहीं कमेंट कहंतो ना कि ऑडियंस मान को इन्वेस्ट कले सिना जाय कि रेवेन्यू भलिया रिटर्न आसीओ, इन्वेस्ट न कले कोन दो सेटा टिके सीधा कहि दियो।
भलो कथा कहले अंजन,
आपण इन्वेस्ट करथिले बोली आज रेवेन्यू हेछि, तो सेटा टिके मैं कहि दियो ऑडियंस मान को।
No, investment, देखो, investment is not just money. It is about passion. It is about time. It is about experience. It's about जोटा मु जानी actually मु Reverie is one of मु बहुत गुड़ा अलगा ओडिया founders रे invest करी as I said, मोर मत कौन भल लागे कि there are a lot of passionate people, ताकु अल्प direction दरकार, कहना मनीष हिसाब रे हमें किछि भी करि परिबा, किंतु किए हमको गोटे हाथ दउची, किए हमको गोटे माने रास्ता देखौची, सेटा होची सबटु इम्पोर्टेंट जिंस। आ सेटा मु जंते कहली मु बहुत विश्वास रखे कि companies are not made by individuals, they are made by collection of people, which is a team, the investors. Technology is only a small part of it. So say sabru, yeah, investment is very important. Yeah, that's what I can say.
भलो कथा कहले राज बाबू।
Abinash got his answers.
Yeah, Abinash got his answer. Yeah, I mean, as I said, Reverie जो टाइम रे आरंभ हेतिला, माने ओडिसा रु बहुत कम स्टार्टअप Reverie, माने I have seen them struggle so much. माने Vivek and Arvind, they had very good jobs. किंतु समाने Vivek was like CDAC रे बहुत important research करतला, and Arvind was doing some amazing work with Intel. किंतु the thing is, they went from a very high living to a very, very minimal living. And I've known days when they really had to struggle even to pay for their own meal. But the passion didn't die. So that's what I feel good about Reverie, is that the passion with which they wanted to bring a change in the language domain, that only drove them. Can I say timely investment? Unicorns kitchen like India investment was like unknown, right? Because it was all self-funded. Reverie mostly was self-funded until semane jo series 8 out hele jota ki but anyways, I think point here is that struggle is there, mentorship or help, and you should reach out. All founders or entrepreneurs should reach out. and seek for help. Nahale, you cannot pull it yourself. You need a collaboration and help from somebody who has done that, been there, done that. Anyways, I'll pause here.
पुणी कथा हेबी आज होची समय अभाव तेणु आपन सहित वार्तालाप करि होनी किंतु मैं आपन के कथा हेबी राज बाबू बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मु आमर परवर्ती वक्ता को आपण मन को टिके इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिए सी होचंती साक्य सिंह महापात्र सी कहिबे भारत को रोबोटिक्स राजधानी करवा चलो मु काहे तांको कहूची काहे भारत को ओडिसा को करो ओडिसा भारत रे आसी ओवर टू यू
नमस्ते नमस्ते समस्त को नमस्कार तो आपने वेरी बहुत बढ़िया एंगेजमेंट अच्छी सो लेट मी टेक यू टू द स्लाइड्स
आपण जदि शेयर करा चाहते करंतु स्क्रीन
आज्ञा तो मो ना हूँ साक्यसिंह महापात्र घर बाणपुर चिलिका खोर्धा जिला मो कंपनी रो स्टार्टअप नाट हूँ सैक रोबोटिक्स लैब आम भुवनेश्वर 10 ରୁ 11 वर्ष है काम कर रोबोटिक्स एजुकेशन उपर तो आम प्राइमरीली रोबोटिक एजुकेशन को जो आम देखुचे भर बहुत गुड़ा चैलेंजेस अच्छी आप जमी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उपर आम कहे मशीन लर्निंग उपर कहे बहुत गुड़े ज्ञान कौशल नहीं कि ग्रास रूट गाँव आम जो इक्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन कहूँ से जगह आम नहीं कि आम अर्बन एरिया लिमिटेड अच्छी ग्रास रूट को जापर तो साक वर्ष मूल लक्ष्य है रोबोट कहीं नहीं कि केमती प्रत्येक गाँव में प्रत्येक क्लासरूम में नहीं कि पहुंचे पार रोबोटिक शिक्षा केमती पिला प्रदान कर तो आज दिन में आम पाखे ओडिया भाषा आम रोबोटिक्स बही तैयारी सब जिस कहबार मान आमर जो आम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कथा कहूँ आम गोटे कंपनी की नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सिंह कहूँ आम एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग आम एक्सपोनेंशियल टेक्नोलॉजी जो थी आम रोबोटिक्स आईओटी ड्रोन एआई एमएल ये सब जाक टेक्नोलॉजी उपर आम ट्रेनिंग देवाक चेष्टा कर साक वुड्स लैब गोटे लैब तैयारी कर जो लैब रे आम एआई एमएल आउ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स रोबोटिक्स सब जिनस गोटे लैब रे तैयारी कर किछिटा रोबोट अच्छी आम प्रोडक्ट अच्छी सब इंडिजिनियसली डेवलप्ड प्रोडक्ट जार कॉस्ट बहुत कम एटा किछि हेक्सापोड अच्छी रोबोटिक आर्म अच्छी यही रोबोट गुड़ा सब आम रोबोटिक लैब रे दौचु पिला माने सबुठ बहुत भल लगे यही जिनसटी यही जिनसटी आम जो रोबोटिक किट अच्छी गोटे सिंगल पीसीबी बोर्ड उपर टोटाल हार्डवेयर आम एठी भुवनेश्वर तैयारी करूँ पिला माने आ ऊपर खाली फीमेल रो कनेक्टर लगे कनेक्टर्स केबल खाली कनेक्ट करके विदाउट एनी टूल्स 12 डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एप्लिकेशन डेवलप करि पारे तो एठी आमे एटा होची 10th क्लास सर्किट बोर्ड आमे प्रत्येक क्लास सर्किट बोर्ड अलग अलग कंपोनेंट नै कि आमे नुआ नुआ सब रोबोटिक्स डू इट योरसेल्फ सर्किट तैयारी करे तो ए सब बही गडा जो तैयारी छी भाषा ओडिया रे और इंग्लिश रे दुईटी भाषा रे बही आमे तैयारी करिछु एटा सब किछि एक्टिविटी हम रोबोटिक्स ट्रेनिंग रो स्कूल मानन करे सरकारी स्कूल मानन करे आ आपण माने खुशी हेबे ओडिशा सरकार आउ भारत सरकार वर्ल्ड बैंक फंडिंग ओडिशा रे 500 रोबोटिक लैब 500 स्कूल रे आसुची स्प्रेड ओवर ऑल द डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स एटा रोबोटिक लैब अच्छी गवर्नमेंट आईटीआई आउ पॉलिटेक्निक आमे एबे 20टा रोबोटिक लैब गवर्नमेंट आईटीआई पॉलिटेक्निक आमे करू तो द अल्टीमेट आइडिया ला कोन आमे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स यूनाइटेड नेशन रो गोल नंबर 4 अछि आउट ऑफ द 17 गोल्स ताकू केमती ओडिसा रे अचीव करिवो से लाके हमें काम करछु आउ कथा ला जो रहिला मेकिंग इंडिया द नेक्स्ट रोबोटिक कैपिटल तो सेठी गोटे रिकॉग्नाइजेशन अछि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया तरफ आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव रे मते गोटे स्टोरीज ऑफ चेंज हिसाब रे रिकॉग्नाइज करा जायछि तो मु गोटे प्रमोट करूछि मेकिंग इंडिया द नेक्स्ट रोबोटिक कैपिटल जेमिति आज दिन आमे सॉफ्टवेयर हो जो जगह रे इंडिया बहुत आगे अच्छी रोबोटिक्स क्षेत्र में इंडिया आगू केमी जीव आम जो रोबोटिक्स कथा कहूँ आम रोबोटिक ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम कथा कहूँ रस कथा कहूँ आम पाइथन कथा कहूँ आम C++ कहूँ आम लिनक्स एनवायरनमेंट कथा कहूँ यही उपरे कौन जगह किसी डिस्कसन होनी आ गोटे खुशी कथा भारत वर्ष रे प्रथम थर गोटे रोबोटिक स्ट्राटेजी एबे तैयारी होची अक्टोबर 31 तारिख जाई समस्ते निजर मतामत से दे पारे भारत सरकार जो स्ट्राटेजी तैयारी कर रोबोटिक स्ट्राटेजी मु सेटा आपण मान शेयर करबी आपण सेठी आपण मानकर मतामत दे पारिबे इंडिया रे रोबोटिक स्ट्रेटजी हेबा कथा तो मु देखुची द फ्यूचर इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस प्लस विथ आर्टिफिशियल एजेंट एंड व्हेन आमे तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस गोटे एजेंट ऊपर दबा देन आमे गोटे 4D कंडीशन मु सबले गोटे कथा रोबोटिक्स हम कोन पई दरकार 4D डल डाटी डिफिकल्ट डेंजरस जोटी 4D कंडीशन अछि सेही जगह रे रोबोट हमकु दरकार आ कोविड को आमे जदी मिसे दबा आ गोटे डी होची डिस्टेंस 5D तो यही चारटी यही जदी यही जो 4D कंडीशन और 5D कंडीशन हमकु काम करिवर अछि ताहाले आम पई गोटे रोबोट गोटे आर्टिफिशियल एजेंट ऊपर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस दरकार अछि सो मु भाबुची द फ्यूचर होची आर्टिफिशियल एजेंट प्लस इंटेलिजेंस आउ आजिर देश रे भारत वर्ष हो ओडिसा हो जोटी भी हो आम पाखरे कौन सी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स रा हार्डवेयर आमे तैयारी करूनु से टीवी हो मोबाइल हो कैमेरा हो तो मोर गोटे लक्ष्य आमे जदी गां गोटे पिला मान को रोबोटिक्स पढ़ाई परिबा आ पिला मान को जदी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स रा हार्डवेयर रे आमे शिक्षा प्रदान करि परिबा से माने बहुत किछि करि पारे काहे कि आमे विगत दिन मानकर प्रूव कर देचे जे भारत रा पिला माने सॉफ्टवेयर रे बहुत भलो काम करछथि हम पास जदी हार्डवेयर रो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गोटे क्रिटिकल मास आमे एठी डेवलप करि परिबा ताले हम बहुत किछि करि पारे से लागि आमे चेष्टा करू आज्ञा आमे चेष्टा करूचे एबे मोर प्रयास और मु जनकर सपोर्ट नउची गवर्नमेंट को भी रिक्वेस्ट करूची जे आमे ओडिसा रे गोटे इंटरनेशनल रोबोटिक कंपटीशन आमे तयारी करबु जोडा सीनियर और जूनियर कैडर पाई जेमिति यूएस रे गोटा फर्स्ट कंपटीशन होची माइक्रोचिप करूची तो सही बढिया गोटे कंपटीशन करिया चाहूछु आ ओडिसा रे आमे सारा विश्व रु 500 रोबोटिक्स कंपनी को आनी की गोटे रोबोटिक एक्सपो करबा को चेष्टा करूछु एही हिसाब रे आमे रोबोट को केमती प्रचार और प्रसार करबा और समस्त रोबोट तयारी करंतु मो रोबोट तयारी करे आपण माने रोबोट तयारी करंतु समस्त रोबोट तयारी कले इंडिया रोबोटिक कैपिटल होबो धन्यवाद
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महापात्र बाबू आपण बढ़िया कथा कहले हम भारत को रोबोटिक्स कैपिटल बनंतु ओडिशा को भी रोबोटिक्स राजधानी बनंतु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आउ हमर परवर्ती वक्ता होछंती सुधीर साहू सी होछंती प्रतिष्ठाता तथा मुख्य कार्य निर्वाही अधिकारी डेटा सेफगार्ड सी कहिबे इंपोर्टेंस ऑफ एआई फॉर ए रियल बिजनेस यूज केस सुधीर बाबू आपणठू किसी शुणा चाहूँ
धन्यवाद दामोदर मु एते बेसी भल भाव ओडिया कहि परिबेनी किंतु मु चेष्टा करूची
आज्ञा
तमे तो पूरा संस्कृत ओडिया कहउछ माने जोटा आउ टिके बुझिया पई भी टाइम लागुची नमस्कार जय जगन्नाथ आउ थैंक यू अंजन थैंक यू दामोदर थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर गिविंग मी द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू टॉक on this subject so the subject is why apply AI technology to a business use case. So if we decide to use artificial intelligence and machine learning technology and we don't do the research and figuring out that why a real business use case or a real social use case, how to help an individual, how to help a corporation, AI as a technology will not blossom, will not prosper because it will fail. And if we do the research, जदि किसी डीप रिसर्च करके हमें आगे फिगर आउट करिवा जाए यही सब्जेक्ट रे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग टेक्नोलॉजी को अप्लाई कले दिस विल बी द मोस्ट बेनिफिशियल फॉर द सोसाइटी एंड फॉर द कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड फॉर द एंटरप्राइज वर्ल्ड ना कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड एंटरप्राइज वर्ल्ड र कोन इंपोर्टेंस अडॉप्शन करिवा को हेले सोशल वर्ल्ड धीरे धीरे अडॉप्शन हुए कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड रे जदि किसी गोटे रियल बिजनेस यूज केस अच्छी जोटा को अप्लाई कले एआई एमएल टेक्नोलॉजी अप्लाई कले जोटा की इमीडिएट बेनिफिट मिलिबो जहाँ को आरओआई कहा जाए कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड रे इट विल ब्लॉसम एंड फ्लोरिश बिकॉज द कॉर्पोरेट्स विल स्पेंड द मनी सही थ्रू अडॉप्शन धीरे धीरे इंक्रीज हुए लोकली हुए ग्लोबली हुए जोटा भी हो किंतु जदि हमें एआई एमएल टेक्नोलॉजी को नॉन रिक्वायर्ड टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रेडिशनल टेक्नोलॉजी रे जो कामटा हे पारसी सही तरह एआई एमएल टेक्नोलॉजी को रिप्लेस कले तार किछि एडिशनल बेनिफिट हुए किंतु एटा को अडॉप्शन इंक्रीज करिया पई टू डू इट ग्लोबली अराउंड द वर्ल्ड स्कूल रे बा अर्ली स्टेजेस ऑफ कॉलेज रे जदि हमें वी कैन थिंक ऑफ हाउ टू इंप्लीमेंट दिस that children at school, students to understand the value of AI ML technology, and students at college level understand how to apply. So first, somebody has to understand what is the benefit of AI technology and what does it contain? What is the core AI? What are models? What are transformers? And what can I take from the open technology world? What can I develop on top of it to make it my own? And that will specifically support a real business use case or a social use case. So I'll stop with that. I do not want to continue to talk. If anybody has any questions or comment, I'm welcome to answer those.
Thank you, Sudhir. ଆପଣ ଭଲ କଥା କହିଲେ, ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। କିଛି କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଅଛି କି, ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ କିଛି ଅଛି ସୁଧୀର ବାବୁଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ? ଯଦି ନାହିଁ ତାହେଲେ ମୁଁ ଏଇ ସପ୍ତମ ଅଧିବେଶନର ମତେ ଯୋଉ ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟ ମିଳିଲା ପରିଚାଳନା କରିବା ପାଇଁ, ମୁଁ ଆମର ଶେଷ ପ୍ରବକ୍ତାଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି। ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ପୀତବାସ ପତି ସାର୍, ପ୍ରଫେସର ଅମୃତା ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋର। ଆଉ ପତି ସାର୍ ଆମକୁ କହିବେ 2030 ପାଇଁ ଶିକ୍ଷକଙ୍କ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଯୋଜନା, ତାକୁ ଇଂଲିଶରେ ଯଦି ମୁଁ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ୍ କରିବି ଟିଚର୍ସ ଆକ୍ସନ ପ୍ଲାନ୍ ଫର 2030। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରୁଛି ପତି ସାର୍, କିଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କଠୁ ଶୁଣିବୁ।
ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଆପଣ ଶୁଣି ପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ମତେ?
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ମୋ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି?
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସ୍କ୍ରିନ୍ ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି।
ଆଚ୍ଛା, ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ ବନେଇଛି, ଆଉ ଇଂରାଜୀ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମିଶେଇକି କହିବି। टीचर्स एक्शन प्लान, प्रथम टीचर्स एक्शन प्लान 2030 को जीवा पूर्व प्रथम हमको चिंता करिया पड़िबो जे टीचर माने कोन करूचंती, कोन करूथिले एवं कोन करिया जाउछंती। तो बहुत जिनस मु वर्तमान कहया माने कहया को प्लान करथिली, जोडा ऑलरेडी अन्य माने कहि जाचंती, माजी साहब किबा तांको परे परवर्ती समय जो माने एजुकेशन एरिया आछन सब कहि जाचंती। मोटा मोटी भाबरे देखिया को गले आमे जदि ए चित्रटा देखन, ए चित्रटा हमर गोटे पुराना सिस्टम ऑफ एजुकेशन, जने गुरु से गोटे उच्च जगार बसथिले प्लेटफॉर्म रे, ताका आगे गुडाई शिष्य माने की बसथिले, गुरु कहउतले शिष्य माने सुनथले, टेम्पलेटाइज्ड एजुकेशन हला। कोन गोटे शिष्य रो अन्य शिष्य रे किछ डिफरेंस नथला, सिस्टम टा बदली गला, ब्लैक बोर्ड आसला। ब्लैक बोर्ड रे जने टीचर आगे छिडा हे देखा देखी कले, शिष्य माने अनैले, जहाँ नोट नेले, मुखस्थ कले, आसले परीक्षा लिखले, पास कले, टेम्पलेटाइज्ड एजुकेशन। वर्तमान आमे जो ई टेक्नो एजुकेशन सिस्टम जहाँ भी सब कहूचे, सिस्टम किसी चेंज है नहीं, खाली कथाटा जे इंस्टेड ऑफ यूजिंग ब्लैक बोर्ड आउ टीचर गोटे गछ मूल बसिया बदल रे टीचर माने आगे छिड़ा होचंती, छात्र छात्री माने आराम से कंफर्टेबल चेयर रे एसी रूम रे बसचंती। ब्लैक बोर्ड यूज करिया बदल रे आमे प्रोजेक्टर्स बा टेलीविजन बा सेगोला जिनस सिस्टम गुडा को यूज करछे, बा पैड, आईपैड, डिफरेंट पैड बा मोबाइल डिवाइसेस रे ब्रिंग योर ओन डिवाइस प्रिंसिपल ले स्टूडेंट मान ताको लर्न करछंती। ए सबुरो प्रिंसिपल ता कंटेंट माने ता अंडरलाइन प्रिंसिपल को गले टीचर इज ऑल नोअर, सेमान सब कि जान जाती, सेमाने गोटे जिनस जणाइबा चाहउछथि एवं भाबुछथि जे सब छात्र छात्री एका पेस रे, एका रेट रे, एका लैंग्वेज रे सेटा को ऑब्जर्व करि परिबे, एवं सेटा ही गोटे हला मेजर फ्लॉ इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम केवल इंडिया रे चले। सेटा को ओवरकम करिया लागे हमर जो एनईपी 2020 टा आसी, एवं एनईपी 2020 ऊपर बहुत लोग ऑलरेडी कहि सालानी, मु ताको बेसी कहउ जानि, मु जस्ट ताको समराइज करूछि। एनईपी 2020 आपण वेतल प्राइमरी एजुकेशन बा हायर एजुकेशन जो भी देखो प्रिंसिपल टा हला लर्निंग एवं असेसमेंट दीटा को कैटर करछि। लर्निंग रे कोन होछि, टाइम इज नॉट ए कांस्टेंट, मु सेता बेले पढिबी जेता बेले मते पसंद आसीबो, मु गोटे छात्र तरफ रु कहउ चेष्टा करछि। मु सेही पेस रे पाठ पढिबी जो पेस रे मु पढियाउ चाहछि, ना तो जो पेस रे टीचर मते पढियाउ चाहछथि, मु सेही जागा रे पाठ पढिबी जोठी मु पढियाउ चाहछि। मोर इच्छा हला मु क्लासरूम रे बसी, मोर इच्छा हला मु पार्क रे बसी, बा मो इच्छा हला मु बेडरूम रे बसी पाठ पढिबी, सेही लैंग्वेज रे मु पढिबी जोटा मते पसंद आछि। आज मु ओडिया रे जदी इंजीनियरिंग करियाउ चाहछि सेटा पॉसिबल नै। लैंग्वेज इज अ ग्रेट डिवाइडर इन आवर सोसाइटी। हला जो माने इंग्रजी जानते से माने हायर एजुकेशन पाइबे जो माने इंग्रजी जान नाथि से माने हायर एजुकेशन लागि फिट नथि एटा हम सोसाइटल स्टैंडर्ड टुडे that has to be overcome karan more than 60% of the students are not having access to the higher education because they can't cope up with English as a language. Similarly channel मोर इच्छा हला मु क्लास रे बस के मास्टर को अनेबी ताका पाखु शिक्षा पाइबी बा मो इच्छा हला मु चैट जीपीटी को यूज करबी बा कोर्सेरा यूडेमी एनपीटीएल कोर्स को अटेंड करी पैच कोन से प्रकार को मो इच्छा हला मु आज दामोदर साहू सर का पाखु पढी पारे बा पीताबासा पति पाखु पढी पारे बा अंजन पंडा पाखु पढी पारे मो जहा पाखु इच्छा हला मु तापर पढी कथा भाला से सिमिलरली जदी असेसमेंट मेकानिज्म को हमें देखिया चाहिबा फ्यूचर ऑफ एजुकेशन रे कोन होची ना मु सेते बेले असेस होबा चाहूची जेतले मु चाहूची ना कि जेते बेले यूनिवर्सिटी मते कहूची आज तमर एग्जाम अछि सेदिन होय तो मो देह भल न ताइ पारे सेदिन मोर होय तो घरे झगड़ा हे ताइ पारे सेदिन होय तो कॉफीटा मु जो पीले मते पिता लागला मते भल लागला तण मु सेते बेले परीक्षा देबी जेते मु चाहूची मु सेठी परीक्षा देबी जेते मु चाहूची मु चाहेला से क्लासरूम रे परीक्षा देबी मु चाहेला घरे बसी परीक्षा देबी मु चाहेला फ्लाइट रे गला परीक्षा देबी and in the ways I want. I can be going for a writing exam, I can be going for a speaking exam, it could be a Viva, it could be a audio, it could be a video, it can be a combination of all three. Like unified customer experience banks are talking of or other services. Similarly, education is moving towards that. We have to cater to the students' need at a pace at which I want as a student. As you know, semester exam है ना मतलब 100 परीक्षा देना पड़ेगा. मते अक्टोबर मास रे मु भाबु जे I am fit for this subject, I write it, then I want to write the next subject in December. That should be allowed. And I should be having the choice of subjects. For example, Germany रे मु किछि दिन पय रहतले माने almost a course. सेने मु देखितली students have come into our program जो माने history with mathematics, philosophy with like computer science subject पढी आछन कि इंडिया रे that is not possible. Okay, why can't we have subjects with human anatomy with like machine learning should be allowed? Because we simply don't have the possibility. India ram nahi seta. Teno seguda ko am develop koriya ko बहुत time lagibo. Especially वर्तमान language जत्ते बेले कोन से टीचर के संग कथावार्ता करे चेष्टा करछि जे हमर language टा काहे की इंग्लिश रे ही हबो. फर्स्ट दिन से हम क्वालिटी कमी जिवो. ताले जदि क्वालिटी कमी जिवो ताले चाइना रे एजुकेशन केमति होछि, रशिया रे केमति होछि, फ्रांस रे केमति होछि, जर्मनी रे केमति होछि से प्रश्न रो उत्तर नै कारण आमे कंफर्टेबल इंग्लिश रे कथावार्ता करबा तनो आमे चाहू जे लैंग्वेज टा को ब्रेक करा जाय इधर जना डिफरेंट प्रॉब्लम अछि जोडा का हैंडल करे चेष्टा करछु द्वितीय जिंस माने जदियो कंटेंट टा प्रिपेयर करथि इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ टाइम को करना ता परसेंट कर देबी आज एआई एजुकेशन एआई हमको हेल्प करूची हला केमिति ना कंटेंट प्रिपरेशन, एग्जामिनेशन असिस्टेंस, परफॉर्मेंस एनालिसिस, सब्जेक्ट लर्निंग एवडा कर डिफरेंट ईयर हमें एआई को यूज करछे. स्टूडेंट टीचर पेरेंट एंगेजमेंट केमती एंगेज करबा इत्यादि करबा ग्रेडिंग एंड असेसमेंट रे यूज करछे. बट दीस आर ऑल सप्लीमेंटरी टेक्नोलॉजीज आर कमिंग एंड हेल्पिंग अस डू सप्लीमेंटरी जॉब्स. दे आर नॉट डूइंग द प्राइम जॉब. AI is never doing the prime job. Chat GPT asking he has made some changes, but mostly it is still staying like it is to aid or complement the existing education system. It's not taking over the education system at all. So now when we say that AI, there are two things which comes to my mind. First thing है हमें AI को केमिति यूज करवा डिफरेंट जिंस को पढ़ाइवा लागि. द्वितीय जिंस है हमें AI टा केमिति पढ़ाइवा पिला हला तो सेतरु को हबना हमर एजुकेशन एनवायरनमेंट को मोर इंटरैक्टिव करिया को पड़िबो, यूनिफाइड स्टूडेंट एक्सपीरियंस देवा को पड़िबो. असेसमेंट रे जतले मु निजे उडे कहूची जतले मु 100 जन पिला को बसी खाता चेक करची सेम आंसर फर्स्ट पिला देइतो 20th पिला देइतो मार्क में डिफरेंस आ जाय पारे किंतु एआई सिस्टम विल नेवर डू इट. तो हम केमिति डेस्क्रिप्टिव ग्राफिकल आंसर्स मैथमेटिकल इक्वेशंस केमिति गोटे सिस्टम आस्की इवैल्यूएट करिवो एवं ताकू गोटे टीचर माने सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट बडा ताकू इवैल्यूएट करके असेसमेंट करिवो गोटे जिंस. द्वितीय जिंस हला जतबे असेसमेंट होची फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म रहबा दरकार. फीडबैक मैकेनिज्म माने कोन हमें सिमेंटिक फैसेट्स गुडा को आनी गोटे स्टूडेंट को केमिति देखेबा जे धर जण कहबो कपिलेंद्र देवଙ୍କ विषय तमे कोन जानि छ लेखो जण कहि परिबो कपिलेंद्र देव ओडिसा रा आथिले आ जण कहानी कहि परिबो ता माना कहि पारे के दाम बाउ कोन कहि पारे जे घोड़ा चढ़ी जाउतले कहि पारे. ए सब डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट जतरा जण गोटे टीचर पचाछि डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट डिफरेंट स्कोरिंग क्राइटेरिया थाइ पारे. तनु गोटे स्टूडेंट जतरा गोटे आंसर दोउछि ता आंसर ता को होलिस्टिकली एनालाइज करि कहबा अरे बाबा तू ज्योग्राफी टा रे भलो स्ट्रांग करछु बट हिस्ट्री रे वी हैव गॉन वीक. अला योर कैलकुलेशंस आर वेरी गुड बट योर फैक्ट्स आर पुअर. ए जिंसोडा केमिति हमें कहबा केमिति एआई आसकी सडा को यूज करबो और स्टूडेंट को बेटर ताको प्रिपेयर करबो एग्जाम लागि दैट इज अ वेरी की कंपोनेंट व्हिच इज गोइंग टू प्ले बिग रोल इन फ्यूचर नेक्स्ट हला एआई एजुकेशन हम केमिति दबा कतरा होछ ना बर्तन टूल्स एंड पैकेजेस बहुत अवेलेबल अछि everyone is thinking that I will just use a tool and come up with a product or I'll write a paper if I'm in research if you go and ask the next level of questions people falter fundamentals are becoming weaker day by day हला तनो हमको केमिति एज ए टीचर व काम हला ए जो डिफरेंट फाउंडेशनल सब्जेक्ट whether it is mathematics or it is statistics or it is physics or it is language or even cultural okay along with AI how do we create spiral courses मान जेतबे हम कोर्स गुटे पर्टिकुलर कंपोनेंट को आखि अगर रख के डिजाइन करछे it will have components coming from statistics mathematics physics culture and applications all coming together forms one subject and we package that and give it to the student and student can use different AI tools for learning it I exist as a value adder in terms of helping the student to interpret relate understand strengthen करिया सेटा हला हमर की कंट्रीब्यूशन रहबो नाउ केतरा जिंस जोटा ऑलरेडी से छोटो जियो टू आरंभ करी अन्य माने कहै सिक्योरिटी एस्पेक्ट्स केमिति हमें ताऊ सेंसिटाइज करबा एक्सप्लेनेबिलिटी एंड रिलायबिलिटी एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ एआई केमिति हैंडल करबा प्राइवेसी इश्यूज को केमिति स्टूडेंट मान को एड्रेस करबा एंड हाउ टू मोर इंपोर्टेंटली हाउ टू डिफरेंशिएट रियल फ्रॉम फेक होला कोटा रियल इंफॉर्मेशन कोटा फेक इंफॉर्मेशन सेटा जानिया केमिति स्टूडेंट मान हेल्प करबा दैट इज अ की चैलेंज इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस सेटा हम केमिति एजुकेट करबा चेष्टा implementation and plan collaboration with industry is a no brainer sta upre ke question kare am kebe jauna thi mostly startups as we are seeing are more approachable karan they have a hunger to prove themselves and they are like willing to take all kinds of technology and research outputs that are coming and integrate with their platforms and products and sell it out into the world they want to be disrupted they are willing to cooperate with us and more than like big players now सब टीचर का मन रेटा रहबा उचित जे हाउ डू आई ट्रांसलेट माय रिसर्च इनटू प्रोडक्ट व्हिच विल हेल्प द सोसाइटी सेटा रहले आई मीन आई थिंक फ्यूचर इज गोइंग दैट वे अदरवाइज इट विल बिकम प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस हमको एज ए टीचर वी हैव टू स्पेंड गुड अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम इन प्रमोटिंग द स्टार्टअप कल्चर अमंगस्ट आवर स्टूडेंट्स वेदर इट इज हाई स्कूल लेवल और एट हायर एजुकेशन लेवल इवन हाई स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स शुड come to the higher education standards or if at all they need to hala je chinta kari रहबा दरकार जे I will have a startup 10% startup succeed maybe less than that hala जदि आपण 1000 startup start हो ताले 100 will succeed and they will make history that is good again now we also need to develop a whole lot of resources for NEP implementation which is planned for the next 10 years or so for us okay we want to develop skilled teachers जो माने नेक्स्ट जनरेशन स्टूडेंट को डील कर परबे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन टेक्नोलॉजी को डील कर परबे एंड दे कैन बिकम अ ब्रिज बिटवीन द स्टूडेंट एंड द टेक्नोलॉजी books and materials to be developed in multiple languages so that the language doesn't become a barrier anymore platforms have to be developed not for logistic purpose not for aiding purpose but actually implementing and delivering and assessment feedback methods with that thank you very much
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर पीतबासा पति सर आ मु ए सप्तम अधिवेशन को एठी शेष करिवि जेहेतु आपण अष्टम अधिवेशन रो परिचालक तेनु आपण अष्टम अधिवेशन को आगु नियंतु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अच्छा अष्टम अधिवेशन स्टार्ट करिया
आपण मॉडरेटर से अष्टम अधिवेशन रे
सॉरी सर
नेक्स्ट जो हमरो सेशन आपण मॉडरेटर छन सर
हां हां सेटा धन्यवाद
टीचर्स पैनल
हाँ वर्तमान सेशन टा स्टार्ट हबो सेथरे प्रथमे अछि गोटे टीचर्स पैनल आई थिंक टीचर्स पैनल डिस्कशन जो थरे डॉक्टर मानस चौधरी डॉक्टर शुभेंदु नायक डॉक्टर ब्रजकिशोर मिश्र एंड डॉक्टर अजित नायक आसीबे एवं सेमाने को अनुरोध करछि सेमाने दया करी आसंतु एवं निज निजर परिचय दियंतु
सर सेमाने बधे नाहंती अंक बदल रे आउ जो माने टीचर अछंती सेमान को डाकिया पई कोंतु एंड फॉर एग्जांपल डॉक्टर जैना टीच करंती तो आउ प्रोफेसर माजी तो सकाळे एड्रेस करि चंदे हमको बट
अच्छा आमे
Sure, sir.
एमिति कर परिबा जेहेतु ए टीचिंग ऊपर अनेक डिस्कशन हे गलानी एवं सेशन ता ऑलरेडी लेट रे चालुची should we skip this teachers panel discussion and move on to the next topic?
Actually बहुत भलो प्रस्ताव टी अनिल बाबू मध्य आज करनाहंती तांकर बिजनेस मीटिंग पड़ला बोधी जॉइन करथिले जेहेतु लेट हलानी से तांको क्लास रे एबे अछंती सो बोधिसत्व भी नाहंती तेणु आमे नीलिमा को देखुछु so I think we can go to I mean Nilima probably you can take this session away.
Absolutely. Okay. I will mo nijo ko introduce करची ता सहित धन्यवाद पीताबासा पति सर एक्चुअली बहुत इंस्पायर्ड आपण जहा कहिले आ हमर जो से 9th स्टैंडर्ड स्टूडेंट जहा कहिले काना मो टॉपिक ता बिल्कुल सेही जिंस गुडा को अलाइन करची आपण जहा कहिले जेतोळे इनक्लूसिवनेस विषय कथा वार्ता करची आमे एई जिंसरा बहुत इंपोर्टेंट जे आमे बुझीबा इनक्लूसिवनेस कोन आ सेही जिंसटा पई मु माने एआई एमएल रो ये जो नेटवर्क टा सहित 2 वर्ष हला एंगेज थिबा जो मु बहुत ग्लोबल लोकों को सहित काम करिवा द्वारा मु बुझी पारची जे किते डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव अछि वर्ल्ड रे when it comes to inclusiveness samastakar dharana ta about inclusiveness is different. I hope you can see my screen and no start korchi se ansare but maybe quick introduction. 23 years of experience in digital technology 50 ta different country rahichi छोटो बड़ो सब प्रकार कंपनी रे काम करची एआई एनालिटिक्स टेक्नोलॉजी रे मो लार्ज ग्लोबल सेटअप टू स्टार्ट करके निजर स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट कली 2020 रे बहुत गुडे छोटो बड़ो टेक्नोलॉजी स्टार्टअप मान को मेंटर करची जो माने बूटस्ट्रैप किंबा एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स और बड़ो बड़ो यू नो इकोसिस्टम द्वारा फंडेड जेमति के एंटलर बर्तमान मु दीटा कंपनी रन करची सीईओ ऑफ दास्तेक आ गोटे कंपनी वैल्यू सीड जोटा ए वर्ष अगस्त रे स्टार्ट करची मेंटरिंग आ वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप मोर फोकस एथिकल एआई आ गोटे पैशन आ ए वर्ष भगवान को दयारु टॉप 10 इंडियन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स इन यूरोप रे आइडेंटिफाई हेची मु बेस्ड आउट ऑफ स्टॉकहोम एंड जेहेतु यूरोप रे रहूची आ से गोटे बहुत मजा कथा मु आ दामोदर भाई गुरदिनो होउथले जे अमेरिकन्स इनोवेट आ यूरोपियंस रेगुलेट ए गोटे कंट्री जोथरे की सबु जिंस को रेगुलेशन आ पर्सपेक्टिव रे देखा जाउची एठी जो नॉर्डिक्स रे मो अछि बट रेगुलेशन रो केतरा बेनिफिट अछि आ से बेनिफिट गुडा म आजी एक्चुअली कहिया को जाउची जे सस्टेनेबल गोल जेतरा डिफाइन कला यू से माने केतरा बहु जिंस से फोकस कले आ से फोकस ता एते भलो जे जदी सेटा रियलिटी रे कन्वर्ट हेई परिबो ताहले बहुत किछि हेई परिबो दुनिया आ सेही सस्टेनेबल गोल को प्रोजेक्ट करी कि मु मोर 6टा डेफिनेशन एटी बाहर करछि जे एक्चुअली इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ कोन the first point is inclusive growth about is inequalities are put the whole world at risk at this point of time since covid has happened amaro inequality level बहुत बढ़ जाइछि income of the top 10% versus the lowest 10% the gap has increased radically लोक माने financially बहुत suffer करछथि in last 30 years right the second point is एई रिस्क ता हमको मिटिगेट करिया संगे संगे द सेकंड पॉइंट होची आम पाखरे गिविंग एवरीवन अ फेयर चांस टू ग्रोथ माने जदी खाली फाइनेंस ता को वर्ल्ड रो पढे देले हेबनी हमको समस्त को इक्वल ग्रोथ पोटेंशियल दबार अछि आ से माने जेतले करि परिवे से ग्रोथ ता आनिबे जॉइंटली दे हैव टू गेट द शेयर ऑफ दैट ग्रोथ राइट सो बेसिकली मेकिंग इट पॉसिबल फॉर एवरीवन टू अर्न तापरे होची प्रिपेयर फॉर फ्यूचर टुगेदर दैट मींस समस्ते कौन सी आफ्रिका रे अच्छो एशिया रे अच्छो यूरोप रे अच्छो अमेरिका रे अच्छो ऑस्ट्रेलिया रे अच्छो सिंगापुर रे बसछो समस्ते प्रिपेयर फॉर द फ्यूचर टुगेदर ऑल ऑफ अस हैव सम स्किल्स that will combine and make this world a better place to live right thinking beyond gdp माने खाली पैसा is not a measurement of success जेंति कि नॉर्डिक्स रे continuously जो 4टा कंट्री अछि स्वीडन डेनमार्क फिनलैंड नॉर्वे for last 20 years always measured out how one of them will be the happiest country, right? So measurement of the growth is not only just money. It's also about happiness. It's also about society. It's about togetherness, enjoying your life, having time for family. ସବୁ ଜିନିଷଟା include କରୁଛି ଆଉ ସେଗୁଡ଼ା ସବୁ କରିବା ପାଇଁ most important ହଉଛି ଯେ ଆମେ invest କରିବା people, places, society and states. ଏଇଟା ବି inclusiveness ର ଫାକସ ମାନେ focus କଣ ଦରକାର ଯେ କେହି ବି not a single individual should not be left out in the societies, right? And then finally hochi inclusiveness ro focus hochi building trust, faith in public authorities. Sabu country bahut gude jode apna dekhibe je sabu country re inclusiveness ro problem achi, most of them are countries where there is also a loss of faith in the public authority. Namo ei gotte jinsa aji bahut sunila ame je language gote barrier. But let me tell you exactly ମୁଁ जो ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି ଯେ ରଷିଆରେ କେମିତି ଲୋକମାନେ ଚାଇନିଜ ମୁଁ ଚାଇନାରେ ରହିଛି ସାଙ୍ଘାଇ ଆଉ ହଂକଂ ମିଶେଇକି 3.5 ବର୍ଷ I couldn't speak a single language. But ଗୋଟେ ଆମେରିକା କମ୍ପାନୀ ସହିତ ମୁଁ କାମ କରୁଥିଲି ସେତେବେଳେ the largest Chinese retailer ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ data warehouse ଆଉ business intelligence solution ବନଉଥିଲୁ ବର୍ଷଟେ ଲାଗିଲା ସେ ଆମେରିକାନ କମ୍ପାନୀ 50ଟା ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟର ହାୟର କରିକି ସେ ଚାଇନିଜ କମ୍ପାନୀ ପାଇଁ କାମ କରୁଥିଲା କାହିଁକି କରୁଥିଲା କାହିଁକି ନା when it comes to growth, when it comes to growing and sharing the growth, language barriers go away. Nobody cares about whether they can speak. Jadi kali Odia loko mane world or technology experts hei paribe. Dunya re ako loko ama language sikhibe. American asibe Odia kahibe. କାହିଁକି ନା ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ କହିବାକୁ ଦରକାର ପଡିବ ଯଦି ସେମାନେ ଆମର ଟେକ୍ନୋଲୋଜି ଜାଣିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବେ ଆମ କେପାବିଲିଟି ଜାଣିବାକୁ ସେମାନେ ଶିଖିକି ଆସିବେ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ କେବେ barrier ହେଇ ପାରିବନି ଯଦି ଆମେ superior ହେଇ ପାରିବା compared to the rest of the world. ଆମର focus ହବା ଦରକାର ଯେ we should be so good, so superior than everybody else ଯେ ଦୁନିଆଟା ଯାକ ଲୋକ ଆମ culture, ଆମ language ସବୁକୁ value କରିବା ଦରକାର ପଡିବେ ଆମକୁ align କରିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ ସେମାନେ ନା କି ଆମେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ align କରିବା. But a perspective AI ର କଣ contribution ଅଛି and that is the question that we are talking about. Primarily ये जो 6टा point आपण देखुछन सेतरे मु last जो 3-4टा point अछि सेतरे I feel AI has a very big role to play. Number 5, investing on people, place, society and states. That means ଯେତେବେଳେ ଲୋକମାନେ ବୁଝି ପାରିଲେଣି ଯେ ସୋସାଇଟିଟା ଚେଞ୍ଜ ହେଇଛି ଏମିତି ଅବସ୍ଥା ହେଇ ସାରିଲାଣି ଯେ ଆମକୁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଇକ୍ୱାଲ ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଦବ ରାତାରାତି ତ ଆମେ ଖଡା କରିଦେଇ ପାରିବାନି ଇନଫ୍ରାଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ଚର ଆମେ ରାତାରାତି ଯୋଉ ମାନେ ଥର୍ଡ ୱାର୍ଲଡ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରିଜ ଅଛି ସେମାନଙ୍କର ପଭର୍ଟି ହଟେଇ ପାରିବାନି then how do we do it? We need to join hands with machines, AI, machine learning to actually make that happen. Society got a better place kariya pai lokanko living standard improve kariya pai technology can play a big role. Preparing for the future together, point number 3 achi moro seita mu kahuchi je ei gotie point mu jora just kahili language is not a barrier if we are this best in what we do. Setme ame jodi skill hei pale, if we are the skill of tomorrow, if we can make our children the skill of tomorrow, then trust me, we will probably the driver of the inclusiveness of the whole world. Say a point. The last point is building trust. A lot of discussion about compliance, ethical behavior, GDPR, data privacy. Say sabu jinsa guda directly impact koruchi trust. Right? Jodi trust rahibo tahale esabu hei paribo. Sethe ame kono in summary, what we are saying is the whole world right now is ready to embrace us in open hands. Bartaman color, skin, gora, mota, kola, e sabu jinsar boundary guda dhire dhire less hei jauchi. Core focus samaste chahuchanti je ame missiki grow kariba together. Samastanko equal opportunity milu. Emitia environment 30 varsha purbe nathila. Ebe jo environment ta create heichi. There are biggest advantage ame nahi pariba. Aw nahi pariba kemti? Kaina we are smart people. We are intelligent people. And when we are intelligent, we can be the skills of tomorrow. We can build a trusted world and we can invest on people, places and society and states and become such a society that nobody is left out. with that, let's talk about what is actually happening. And this is my last slide because I want it to be very, very quick and fast. Well, actually, Goli, I'm a global chapter leads ko pakhare se mane different jagah re achanti, Australia re, New Zealand re. I spoke to a lot in India. India da pura jodi mu ethi bubble chat re mor India pura discussion pure bi se India da pura 25टा bubble nabo. Then wo khali India pai gote side re bubble rakhichi because already a lot of you have spoken about what is needed in India and in Odisha. So mo side re rakhichi. But let's talk a little outside, right? Then we have, I'm talking about Germany, New Zealand, we're talking about Finland, Sweden, we are talking about different parts of yes, Singapore, for example. So first thing jota AI bartman use kara hoji, and it's not only just what we are talking, every government body, every large company is trying diverse and inclusive states, places, companies using AI. What example they be? एठी गोटे बहुत बड़ा स्टॉकहोम रे स्वीडन रे गोटे बहुत बड़ा रिच वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट अछंती से माने कहंती वालिंगबर्न फाउंडेशन, एंड दे हैव asked me once to do a project on elderly people, and the project was they have built a village for elderly people जो माने कि वयस्क लोक माने एका साथी रे कंपेनियनशिप पाइबा पई गोटे जगह रहिबे, सेठी खाइबे पीबे सांग हेबे, जेमति कि डिपेंडेंसी होबनी. Anyway, lifespan is very high here, people easily live 100 years, so simply elderly लोक माने रहिबे. Now सेमाने को मोर मते डाकिले कहले गोटे आइडिया दरकार तमरो, गोटे एमिति सॉल्यूशन दरकार, गोटे नेविगेशन एआई बेस्ड नेविगेशन सॉल्यूशन दरकार जे कि एक्चुअली डिमेंशिया पेशेंट्स जो अछंती सेमान को गोटे पर्टिकुलर बाउंड्री रखा हिची, सेमान पय गोटे पूरा सिटी स्मॉल सिटी क्रिएट करा हिची, बट सेमान को बेसिकली एंती गोटे मोबाइल ऐप दरकार जा द्वारा कि सेमान जदी बाय चांस कोडी बुलिया को जाउचंदी गार्डन रे बुली चंती रास्ता भूली गले फेरी के आसिया पाई, ताहले देयर इज अ गाइडेड वे विथ टेक्नोलॉजी and science and stuff through which they can come back. So think भाबंतु केते गोटे बड़ा प्ले हेई परियो एआई रे थी, माने मोबाइल डिवाइस रास्ता रे जो डायरेक्शन लिखाई छी, जो जत्ते भी पॉसिबल डिजिटल सॉल्यूशंस अछि सेगुडा जदी आपण कंबाइन करी आईओटी बेस्ड सॉल्यूशंस एंड ऑल, ताले केते आपण यू नो ओल्ड एज डिमेंशिया एमतिया लोकमान को केते हेल्प करि परिया. सो मुझे तो सुनिली से प्रोजेक्ट माने लाइक आई डोंट केयर माने मते एथरे केते पोर्शन मिलुची कोन मिलुची, but the core objective of this project is so close to my heart. I want to be a part of it, right? So the diversity and inclusiveness are बहुत important and समस्त सेटा करिया चेष्टा करते. Then comes large language model, building trust and building future together. Large language model sorry, any feedback? Large language model रे building out trust out future together केमती करिवा, काहे ना बहुत गुडे क्वेश्चन आंसर हमको स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड मिलची, हमको टेक्नोलॉजी बा प्रोग्राम देख जानी थिवा दरकार नाही, प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग जदी गुड एनफ अछि तमे हम कोन न करि परछि आज का दुनिया. हां हमें एक्चुअली कंपनी रो विजन मिशन स्टेटमेंट आरंभ करे कि स्टार्टअप रो हमें कंपनी रो पूरा गोल्स ऑब्जेक्टिव लेखवा टू स्टार्ट करी कि म्यूजिक बनेवा टू स्टार्ट करी कि एवरीथिंग. नाउ आमे जेतेबेले लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल रो कैपेबिलिटी एते भलो अछि काहे कि सेटा को यूज करूने टू बिल्ड ट्रस्ट. देयर वाज अ ट्रांसलेशन डिस्कशन लाइक अफ्रीका रे जो वुमेन माने अछंती समान को हेल्थ केयर कंसल्टिंग करिवार अछि, बट देयर इज हार्डली एनी पीपल हु कैन स्पीक द लैंग्वेज. सो करिवार कोन अछि, use languages, large language model and other kind of solutions, apps and solutions based on that will help to build trust, to have the right human conversation. Previously chatbots thile semane conversation karutile, but it's like you can make out it's a machine talking to you, but large language model has enabled chatbots to become more human like. You can't even guess that it is anymore a machine. So the personal attachment, personal trust building exercise, that becomes very stronger with large language models, right? So say to leverage kara jao to build future together, to build trust, to get service, to get feedback, to include everybody in decision making. Fostering inclusive culture through AI, there are already examples there, Salini. But what I am very interested is I actually took examples of what are the different countries have a corruption. EU रे AI Act start heichi. AI Act actually approved hei sarchi. EU ye re bartaman every country is trying to see what is the implementation of AI Act in their country specific thing. But this actually protects human rights, and humanitarian AI is the core thing. Mane privacy, data privacy को protect करुची personally लोक माने personally को surveillance करी हबनी लोक मानकर scoring mechanism तांगर behavior ऊपर हेई पारिबनी एई सब जिंस गुडा को AI Act protect करुची एई protection mechanism थिबा जोगु there is a possibility that AI can truly help humanity to grow. Now एई जिंस गुडा जो होची and you is first I have also heard similar things are happening in Australia I mean India रे भी बहुत गुडी जिंस वर्तमान कथा कहूचे एबे करिवा बोली but these are the few things that we should do. Then AI driven recruitment, everybody talked about it. Think about AI being recruiting you, which is a complete unbiased AI जे कि actually तमो skill तमो competency basis रे तुमको भल भल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रे रिक्रूट करके गोड अपॉर्चुनिटी अफ्रीका रे वर्तमान गोटे फेमिनिस्ट एआई चली छि कना अफ्रीकन वुमेन मानकर वर्तमान सोसाइटी रे एते डिफिकल्टी अछि टू गेट अडॉप्टेड और एक्सेप्टेड से माने फेमिनिस्ट एआई बोली गोटे initiative start करचंदी which is focusing the AI engine is focusing on finding nurturing the woman talent in Africa, right? Responsible AI and ethical practice in AI in New Zealand and New Zealand government वर्तमान innovative startups को बहुत बेसी fund करची जोतरे की in different key industries which is AI is focused. But गोटे जिंस दे एटा two ए जो जिंस हम कहूची तार दीटा dimension अछि गोटे होची skill and competency. That means AI technology being so popular actually creates opportunity for all of us. हमें जाई कि हमें जदी good skilled enough है I'm actually you all of us एक जो अच्छे meeting रे माने world को change करी परिगा. Then language is no more a barrier. Odia language is not a problem. Nothing is a problem. We are the superstars, right? Then Germany रे for example वर्तमान double कर दी चलती AI initiative based जो भी startup अच्छी तरह funding. Germany actually was one restrictive country and starting from this year से माने border open कर दी चलती तम पाकर भलो technology skills अच्छी आसो एठी वर्ष जॉब ट्राई करो तापर जति तमे किछि करि पालो then we are welcoming you to live here permanently. European country माने जो माने बहुत रेगुलेट करथिले वर्तमान निजो डोर खोली की बसचंती for skilled people and experts like us, right? So इतमे each opportunity को छाड़ियो दकानी multidisciplinary AI lab in universities with different focus on diversity. बहुत बड़े universities in Sweden specifically बहुत काम होची मुझे actually दीटा ओडिया नुह बट इंडियन लोक कथा पचली कोन करछो स्वीडन ने जने कहला मु कंप्यूटेशनल एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स करछि मु कहली वाओ माने से माने डिजिटल ट्विन बनाउचंती द होल यूनिवर्स रो एंड एक्चुअली ट्राइंग टू सिमुलेट यूनिवर्स केमति बिहेव करूची इन अ कंप्यूटर मु कहली वाओ कोन एमती जिंस जदी मु पढि पारथंती ताले कोन कर परिबी अंजन किछ कहउचंदी कि
Yes, Nilima, this is quite interesting. Out of jali jali jibo bahut like apana summarize kar diyo apanଙ୍କର chapter ko.
Yes, more almost done halani. Eta.
Acha.
Tapare AI decision making and succession planning, AI on in the area of green energy for Finland. The gote jinso mu Finland re hochi jota AI easy city access. Actually जितने स्मार्ट सिटी प्रोजेक्ट हांगकांग रो करथिलु सेतरे गोटी एजेंडा थिला जे टूरिस्ट हुअंतु लोको सिटीजन हुअंतु सिटी एक्सेस एकदम सिंपल हवा दरकार एमिति बोर्ड थिवा दरकार जे आउटसाइड माने लैंग्वेज इज नॉट अ बैरियर पिक्चर ग्राफिक्स रे तमे सिटी मैप एमती बनेबो जे एनीबॉडी कैन नेविगेट टू सिटी but they were using digital technology AI and other things screen re jai ki search kalo interact kalo and then work. These are the examples. So all I'm saying is that inclusiveness jo factor inclusive growth is actually pushing us towards a opportunity that will let us be global leaders. I mean, actually, because this is a forum which we are all AI experts, and we will be then able to change the world. With that in mind, thanks a lot, and I wish we all can be the change maker for this work. Thank you.
Change maker, what a way to complete, Nilima. I mean, it was great partnering with many of this thing here. In fact, my next section was supposed to be in my hand in interacting with the past past speakers in last 3 years. We are going to improvise. We are going to document. Just what we are going to do is we're going to gallop into the next section. Abhijeet is having a power pack panel. We see Ganabhai is right here. So everyone who knows data, they should know him, right? So if they do not know him, they should do their research and come to the come to this particular session. So looks like Ganabhai's slide is ready. So Abhijeet, it's a fast forward to you and Ganabhai.
Right. Namaskar everyone. So our keynote speaker is Gyana Das. He's a data pioneer. I mean, what I've heard is Wall Street like responded with like lots of passion when he joined Oracle. I mean, his conversations with Bill Gates and Larry Ellison are proprietary, but it is known that the design decisions that were made have impacted the databases around the world. So I won't keep you long away from him. So let's listen from this data pioneer what he thinks about AI industry and how inclusive the Odia community can it be.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
As ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଇଂଲିଶରେ କହିବି କାରଣ ଏଠି 53 ବର୍ଷ ରହିଲିଣି ନର୍ଥ ଆମେରିକାରେ 1970 I came as a student. Silicon Valley 46 years ହେଇଗଲାଣି ଆଉ I'll speak in English. Thanks Anjan for inviting me. But I will go back to the basics. बहुत कथा हम सुनुचे. So my agenda will be like this. The current euphoria. Everything is AI. ଯିଏ ଯାହା କରୁଛି ସେଥିରେ AI ଟା ଲଗେଇ ଦଉଛି. ସେ ଯାହା କରୁ ପଛେ ନୂଆ ଘର ତିଆରି ହେଲେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଥିରେ AI ଅଛି. So I'm going to go through the basics, machine learning, deep learning, LLM, foundation model, Gen AI, टिके टिके समस्तଙ୍କୁ fundamental ଟିକେ ବୁଝିବା ଦରକାର ଆଉ future outlook କ'ଣ ହବ. So let me quote Niels Nielsen, she's the founding researcher at Stanford. She in the future AI will be diffused into every aspect of the economy. That goes without saying. We have seen the euphoria since about a year. So current euphoria re kon hichi? Definitely ChatGPT was introduced November 30th of last year. Within 2 days, the number of users became 1 million. Within 2 months, it became 100 million. To get to that point in Instagram took like 20 months. So a large language model and ChatGPT has started the euphoria. We have seen the rise of NVIDIA's GPU, fundamental computing chip that powers the AI. OpenAI is valued at $80 billion just a couple of weeks ago. Microsoft invested $11 billion in 2 stages, but Microsoft is also trying to build its own AI chip because the cost is so high. Amazon just invested in Anthropic, another competitor to OpenAI. Google is separating from Broadcom because of the cost. They are developing their own AI chip. To begin with, you have to realize that this AI eats CPUs for breakfast. So much computing power is required. We don't realize how much cycles we are spending every time we use Claude from Anthropic or ChatGPT. Now, I read last week, Johnny Ive, who was Sir Johnny Ive, he was knighted in England, British guy. He was the chief designer at Apple. He designed all the products you guys are using, you know, iPad, iPod, all that. He combined with Sam Altman from OpenAI and then Masayoshi Son from SoftBank. All three are joining hands to come up with a new AI hardware. And 3 pioneers. See, this Turing Award is a very famous thing. Those of you who don't know, the Association of Computing Machinery every year gives an award almost equivalent to a Nobel Prize. So 5 years ago, these 3 people, Yeshua Bengio from Montreal, Jeffrey Hinton, and Len Yekun, Jan LeCun said they are the fathers of the deep learning evolution. So they were honored. In my field, my friend Ted Cord got the Turing Award in 1981. My friend Jim Gray got it in 1998. Then Mike Stonebreaker got it in 2014. So Tim Berners-Lee, father of the internet, got in 2016. So it's very important that ACM recognizes the pioneers. Now, just fundamentally, those of you who know, we talk about big data with the 3 V's, the volume, velocity, and the variety. Then we have data mining, data science, all of that revolution was going on. Then you have, here comes the artificial intelligence, which is the broad thing. So there is the artificial general intelligence. We are far away from that. AI is artificial narrow intelligence. Within the part of AI, a subset is called machine learning. Within machine learning, a subset is called deep learning, and they look like this. So artificial intelligence, which started 52 years ago, way back when, then there was a AI cold winter, they call it. There was no activity for a long time. So it's engineering of making intelligent machines and programs. And machine learning, which is a subset, is ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. So it changes the whole paradigm. And subset of machine learning is deep learning, which is modeled after the neural network, how our brains operate, how we recognize things. So it takes that model and replicates it for deep learning, and I'll explain that. So very simply, traditional programming is where you feed the data, write a program, some code, and comes out the output. Machine learning, you feed the data, you feed the output, out comes an algorithm, a program. So this is a very interesting change of how you look at things. Now, for example, the basics, machine learning is a type of artificial intelligence that provides computers with the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. So on the top, you have labeled data, then you write some algorithm. What comes out on the arrow pointing down is a learned model. Then you feed data to it. Through the learned model, we get prediction. So you have a training phase, you have a prediction phase. Now, 3 kinds of learning. So you have supervised learning, which we just saw in the previous slide. You label data, direct feedback, predict outcome of the future. Then you have an unsupervised learning, where there is no labels, no feedback. You find hidden structures. Then is a reinforcement learning. It's a decision process, reward system. So 3 kinds of learning, and learning is required because it goes beyond human comprehension. Like life in the Mars, there are things that we cannot comprehend. Now, what does it cover? Learning general models from a data particular examples. Data is cheap, data is abundant. You know, a flight that goes from East Coast of US to London, 630 petabytes of data is gathered in one flight. Just imagine the temperature, the pressures, all sorts of things. We are drowning in data, but starving for information. Forget about wisdom. So from data, the abundance of data, then there is the information, there is then the knowledge, then there is the last thing is the wisdom. Data is cheap and abundant, knowledge is expensive and scarce. Example in retail is customer transactions to consumer behavior. You see 35% of Amazon purchases, when you purchase one thing, it recommends 5 things to you because they're related. Netflix viewing, you see one movie, it comes up with similar movies you may like. These are the kind of recommendation engines we are used to. So build a model that is good and useful approximation to the data. So machine learning is a study of algorithms that improve their performance at some task with experience. So statistics plays a very big role because inferencing happens from a sample. Computer science plays a big role because of the efficient algorithms to solve the optimization problem. So most of the skills required here is writing very clever algorithms. Now, growth of machine learning has been growing because is a preferred approach to NLP, natural language processing. That's where ChatGPT, all these things came. Social media analysis, conversational applications like chatbots, speech recognition. Then you have image analysis classification called computer vision, right? Microsoft just closed the acquisition of Activision yesterday. Medical outcomes analysis, robot control. So these are all part of the machine learning. This trend is speeding up because we have hundreds and hundreds of improved machine learning algorithms, better way of capturing the data, networking, faster computers. These softwares are very complex to write by hand. So we have also now programs are being created, generated through machine learning, and rise of IoT and sensor data all over. So what is deep learning? Deep learning, as I said, it's modeled after the human brain, the neural networks in our brain. See, on the left side of this picture, you're supposed to identify a particular face, it belongs to a particular name, or identify that something is a dog or a cat. So it goes through multiple, one input, one output, but multiple fully connected hidden layers, just like our brain, when we see something, goes through the neural network and comes up with very, very fast speed that what I'm looking at is an elephant. And the word elephant and the shape of the elephant are connected. So this progressively extracting higher and higher levels of features, this is where deep learning comes. The more the layers of the network, the higher level features it will learn. Interestingly, in the last 1 year, 2 years, the neural network has been improved by 10,000 times. As you can see, so foundation models, what are they? They're large pre-trained AI models. They become the basis for specific models with wide range of tasks. So large language model is a type of foundation model focused on text and NLP. So basic blocks for AI are three things: plenty of data, the models, and the compute engine. It has been around since 52, but in last 7 years, advancements in deep learning and compute enabled the size of neural networks to grow by more than 10,000 times. This is where the change has happened. Thanks to the NVIDIA GPU, thanks to the AI chip, the computing power has become so high, so powerful that we can do things that we couldn't think about 10, 15 years ago. The latest LLM and other foundation models in the last year have driven interest in the field. What is generative AI? Is a form of deep learning algorithm that enables computers to use content like text, video, audio, images. So example, for text generation, we all know OpenAI GPT-4, Bloom, Cohere, Anthropic just is a competitor, Claude, I've been using Claude 2, DeepMind Gopher, Palm 2 from Google. Image generation, some of you might have used DAL-E2. You say, draw me a picture of a sunset. It creates a picture for you. Stable diffusion, Midjourney. Video generation, you have Gen 1, Xclip, all these. Code generation, bonanza for the programming community. GitHub Copilot from Microsoft. GPT-4, Codex, they create computer code. So how people have been using ChatGPT, just for fun, I did some research. It says, for example, when I started using on day 1, I said, write a poetry on Yosemite. Boy, it came up with an amazingly good poem. I clicked again, it gave me a different version. So people are using ChatGPT for responding via text or email. Last week, I just went to Yellowstone Park. So I said, give me a travel itinerary for 4 days in Yellowstone. I asked that to Claude, actually. Claude gave me day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Land in this airport at Bozeman, Montana. Drive to this place is day 1, day 2, see these 4 things, then stay in a hotel. It was an amazing thing. I could have done that in the past by going through all kinds of pages from Google, but that's very cumbersome. It simplifies the whole task for me. Craft an email, prep for job interview, write social media text, summarize complex. I gave a 300-page book. I said, can you summarize to Claude? Give me a 2-page summary. So these are all very interesting uses. Although ChatGPT has caused a lot of agony for the school teachers because the kids are writing their essays using ChatGPT. So all kinds of thoughts are coming up. They want to put a watermark saying, hey, this is ChatGPT created stuff so that the teachers can. So I read a book by Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn. Reid is a very well-known guy in the Silicon Valley for a long time. I know him well. And his book called Impromptu, the entire book is written as a dialogue with GPT-4. So you guys should read that just to get an idea how it gets smarter and smarter as the conversation continues. Now, what's the future of AI? I'll conclude very quickly. The Forbes is estimating that the AI market will reach 207 billion by 2027, and it will reach 2 trillion by 2030. So clearly, this is an amazing, amazing revolution. And Bill Gates and others have said that this is as fundamental as the introduction of the iPhone, as the introduction of semiconductors. I mean, they have drawn parallel to the level of metamorphosis that will happen because of this technology. So 1 in 10 cars will be self-driving by 2030. That's what this Forbes is saying. 64% of business expect AI to increase productivity, right? AI will create 97 million jobs, software and data engineers for AI support. It will also displace 400 million workers. A lot of clerical functions will be displaced. And manufacturing will see the largest financial impact. Of course, the previous speaker was talking about EU regulations and all that. Recently, in the Congress, they had Sundar Pichai and Bill Gates and Satya Nadella. All these people were interrogated by the Senate committee about what rules and regulations we should bring. Because ease of use equals ease of abuse. Every time we make something easy, the abuse immediately starts. So that's just, we have seen that in the past. So let me just quickly conclude by showing 5 industries. There are many more, how they are planning to use AI. So first one is agriculture. On the left side picture, you see farming decisions, mostly done by humans from their mind and experience. In the future, machine learning algorithms using sensor data and aerial imaging help farmers make intelligent database decisions, increasing yield. The companies that is making this happen are examples are given, not a complete list. These are the startup companies who are focusing on this agricultural market, providing machine learning algorithms to make life easier. Look at healthcare. Doctors read static patient charts before or after visiting a patient. This is today's style. In the future, we are looking at doctors can read all relevant reports dynamically using gestures during her patient visit. It's as they arrive at the patient's bed, by gestures, they can look at all the numbers, latest. So here are the companies that is making that happen. Look at oil and gas. The biggest problem with oil and gas is leakage. So crack detection. There's a crack in the pipe. It takes humans 5 hours per inspection with 92% accuracy. Average cost $7.5, let's say. Whereas 20 seconds it takes with 94% accuracy through image recognition. If we can have sensors and we can detect and on, right away, real time, we can fix it. It reduces the cost. So it's a company that is making it happen. Finally, customer care. So today when you call about credit cards, they say press 2 for debit cards, 3 for loans, 4 for something. You go through a very cumbersome, time-wasting voice and menu. We have already seen some of that. Virtual assistants now through bots that can converse like humans and assist without menus. Nuance is a company that was Silicon Valley that Microsoft acquired a few years ago. It's mostly audio voice recognition. So that's customer care. And finally, automotive. Cars driven by humans prone to errors. So 1.3 million people die in road accidents every year. So with driverless cars leading to comfortable experience and less human facility, we have seen them moving around in the valley here from Google. But BMW, Daimler, Benz, Google, they're all focusing on this in automotive. Now there are many, every sector, manufacturing I didn't show because of time. And so that's my quick presentation. Anjan, to you.
Yes, again, I will just take one question, Abhijeet. I don't want to have audience not to have Gyanavai and not ask one question. I have bunch, but I'll let audience ask one question. Silence.
If you have questions, you can put it in the chat and we'll be happy to share.
So thank you, Gyanavai.
You suggested data, but I told you that let me talk about the whole AI, give you a total picture. Because
absolutely.
Sometimes we lose sight of the forest and look at the trees. It is important to see the total picture. What's the broad idea, where things are coming and why are they coming? Because we are get caught up in all this terminology and all this news, and it can be very confusing. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
So Gyanavai, one note before you. So there are some people in the audience like who have read your when you used to write the Samaj columns, they used to read your columns, and I have heard at least I see 2 individuals who have told me that they used to wait for your column in Samaj. So
अरे अंजन सेगुड़ा सब इंटरनेट आग पूर्व कथा सेतबेले इंटरनेट नथिला इवन पीसी भी आरंभ होतला मु कहूची 1980s रे जेतबेले सब सुविधा नथिला आजिकली कथा कथा के व्हाट्सएप रे 3 थर इंडिया फोन कर दूचो सेतबेले गोटे फोन कॉल करिया को हमको राति जाक अनिद्रा रहउ पड़तला 5 मिनिट कथा हला को बिल $50 होतला तेनो सेही जमाना कथा सेतबेले मु पृथ्वी जाक बुलुथिल तो तेनु मते कुआगला जे एते बुलचंती एते देखचंती आपण ओडिसा लोक माने टिके जानतु तेनु मु गोटे अमेरिका चिट्ठी बोली समाज रे लिखथली फॉर कपल ऑफ डिकेड्स बर्तमान तार किसी सिग्निफिकेंस नाही बर्तमान तो तुम सब गूगल रे बसी के अंकल गूगल सब जणे दोची भूल हो कि ठीक हो information and misinformation. So yeah, I see some of the comments here. I found interesting. Ease of use equals ease of abuse. सेटा में database तैयारी कला बड़े लेखुतलु. मुझे तो DB2 तैयारी करतुले. I was the chief architect in IBM. DB2 को हमें simplify करिया को चेष्टा कलु. तब पर देखिलु जे
Nick, the person who commented that probably doesn't understand Odia. Nick probably doesn't understand Odia.
Okay, Nick. When I was designing DB2 at IBM long time ago, our goal was to simplify it, make it easy to use. But how do you make something easy to use? You reduce the number of parameters, number of decisions. So users don't have to choose between 15 things. If they can choose between 2 things, it's easier, right? But the moment we did that, the abuse also started. People didn't understand the complexity. So if you have a 3 million row table in a database, you say select asterisk from table T1, you get a core dump, whole dump, and takes a lot of computing cycles. So I coined this phrase called ease of use equals ease of abuse. Now it's even more significant in this day of social, whatever, computing, media, and all this. People are abusing things right and left. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I got to leave now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that nice overview and the journey of machine learning and its application in different industries. I think that kind of sets the stage right for Debu Panda, who is a technologist, an author, a poet, and a product leader. Recently, he's published a book on serverless machine learning using AWS Redshift. So, Debu Bhai, can you please tell us a bit more about what serverless machine learning is all about?
Yeah, sure. Namaskar Samastanko, Jai Jagannath. Serverless mane be Gyana bhai just data bisare koile kemti machine learning revolution koile समस्तक ପାଇଁ फास्ट मानेकर डेटा दरकार सो वर्ल्ड रा सबुतो पॉपुलर डेटा वेयर हाउस अमेजन रेडशिफ्ट रम होची प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर बा उत्पाद संचालक ओडिया रे कहले हाँ तो प्राय 4 वर्ष पूर्व मु जेतेबेले रेडशिफ्ट टीम जॉइन कली सेतेबेले माने मशीन लर्निंग ता धीरे धीरे टिके पॉपुलर होतला मु भी फास्ट गोटे मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल निजे ट्रेन करबा को चेष्टा कली देखिली माने केते माने सेटा कठिन लोक मानक पई प्रथमे पाइथन किंबा आर सिखिबे तापरे मशीन लर्निंग विषय जानिबे डेटा विषय डाटा को प्रिपेयर करिवे तापरे ताकू नॉर्मलाइज करिवे जहाँ भी माने ताकू टेस्ट डेटा तापरे गोटे मशीन लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म सिलेक्ट करिवे जोटी से रन करिवे देन तापरे आउ गोटे मशीन लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म रो पैसा देबा को पड़िबो लाइसेंसिंग फी तार अंडरलाइंग कंप्यूट दरकार तो एटा नॉर्मली जो माने डेटा पाई डील करते माने तथ्य विश्लेषक बा डेटा एनालिस्ट मानक पाई एटा बहुत माने कष्टकर काम इट इज वेरी हार्ड टू वर्क विथ मशीन लर्निंग फॉर द डेटा एनालिस्ट कारण से माने दे नो देयर डेटा वेरी वेल और से माने को जनरली एसक्यूएल बा स्ट्रक्चर्ड क्वेरी लैंग्वेज जाना था जो साना साना कंपनी गुराक भी थांती तांका पाखरे डेटा साइंटिस्ट न थांती कि मशीन लर्निंग इंजीनियर्स न थांती जो माने मशीन लर्निंग करि परिबे तो अब जेते बेले मु सब आम कस्टमर मानक संगे कथाबार्ता करूथली से माने तांको प्रॉब्लम विषय कहउतले केमिति से माने मशीन लर्निंग यूज करिवे सेते बेले माने हमर आइडिया माने हम प्लेटफॉर्म टा लोक माने इवन मॉडर्ना तांकर कोविड वैक्सीन भी बनै छी सो अमेजन रेडशिफ्ट यूज करिके तो आमे जेतेले मु जेतेले लोक मान का संगे कथा लागुतली एते लागिला जे वी नीड ए प्लेटफॉर्म जोटा लोक मान को किछि जणा नथिबो मशीन लर्निंग विषय रे काली तांको जणा थिबो एटा मोर डेटा आउ एई कॉलम बा फील्ड को मु प्रेडिक्ट करबा को चाहू छी गोटे हूँ लेवल और गोटे टार्गेट माने टार्गेट कॉलम एटा मु प्रेडिक्ट करबा चाहू छी तो सेटा केमती करा जाय परिबो सो सब लोक ए सब डेटा एनालिस्ट माने इफ यू थिंक अबाउट अ कंपनी द कंपनी रे गोटे किबा दुईटा डेटा इंजीनियर बा इंजीनियर्स तांती ताले प्राय 50 टा किबा 100 टा डेटा एनालिस्ट तांती जो मन को डेटा संगरे माने काम करंती सेति पई माने इट इज लाइक we kind of started doing experimentation to come up with something called Redshift ML. So Redshift machine learning provides ability for people, to do quick machine learning model by using SQL. Would I just example dekhochi like this is we call SQL notebook. SQL notebook re Python lekhibar nahi, kichi lekhibar nahi. You can write comment for your annotations is like standard annotations. You can do like Java standard annotation, or else you can write SQL. So got a machine learning model Korea pai to just do like this: create model, name of your model, data code wasibo. It could be a table or could be a SQL statement. कौन मते प्रेडिक्ट करिवार अछि कस्टमर चर्न होछि ना नहीं मोर सिस्टम रो आ से कोन फंक्शन रो ना देबी एतिकी खाली दरकार सो आपरे लेट्स आवर सिस्टम वर्क so system will automatically find the training data based on your select statement. Then it will basically pre-process माने कोटी null column अछि ताहाले ताकू सेटाकू कोटी यदि categorical column अछि कारण कंप्यूटर माने मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल माने केवल नंबर बुझंती तो से सब रको प्री प्रोसेसिंग रको सब करे प्री प्रोसेसिंग कला परे मॉडल एक्सपेरिमेंट्स रको रन करे ऑटोमेटिकली basically to find the best model for you, whether it's a mane jodi tame jodi scientist heitibo or little bit of machine learning janithibo, then you can even tell what type of a thing you want to do, whether it's a classification model or you want to do binary classification or regression or forecasting. You can specify all those things, but jodi kichh jana nahi, kichh lekhibar nahi, you just run the model and it trains the model. Once the model is trained, it makes you available as a prediction function, like the name of the, for example, predict customer churn. And tapre, that function can be used, by the user as a user-defined function in SQL. So this is as easy as it gets for the data analyst. Taku na machine learning platform darkar manage kariya pai, na taku kichi darkar. So we have something called Redshift serverless. So Redshift serverless is a serverless data warehouse. Jaha pai kichi, you do not have to assign any pre-compute. Every query you run, it will automatically assign the compute, run your queries, and give you the data back. If you use for a minute in 20 to 24 hours, you just get charged for that 1 minute. So it's completely serverless. That kind of opens a lot of use cases for our customers. So the gote company, gote job case boli gote company achi thila. So they were using their machine learning engineer. It's a startup, used to be startup. It left. It's the third largest job site in the US. Samane gote external machine learning platform use korthile. So sabu data samane every morning taku export kari taku train karuthile se machine learning platform re pray 8 ghanta lagutila taku kariya pai. So they eliminated that. Now they do 1 billion predictions in less than 8 minutes. It used to take them 8 hours for the entire process, and they just pay for that 8 minutes price. So there is another company called Magellan RX. Samane tankara therapeutic conditions pai use karuchanti, whether the prescription is going to work or not, to whether a customer is or a patient is going to churn from this medication or not. Company mane achanti game analytics pai use karuchanti. Mobile companies are using for whether customers are going to churn or not. So both use cases. So I think if you think about ChatGPT or Claude, Gyanavayana Kothule, all those are foundation model are now also kind of serverless. If you think about the way in future is going to be most of serverless, you pay for the use, because all these big companies, the platform vendors are spending money and energy in building and deploying this model, and you do not have to do anything yourself. You just go and train your model and run your predictions on those models. So that the whole world is evolving towards more serverless. Because the feature become very popular, and actually I wrote another 4 books. The publisher pinged me whether you want to write a book on serverless machine learning. So that's how it came up. It basically pinged me, and if you read this book, like I'm a storyteller, the book actually starts with a story. And every book that I author starts with my original story, and this also has an original story of mine. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Bhai. Thank you for introducing serverless ML for us and to let us know how it is the future. And also something that's interesting, that the demo that you showed us for processing databases using Redshift, that was really nice. Thank you. So up next, so we have products, we have technology, and how do we spread the word about it, or simply use technology to spread the word? So who's better to talk about AI in media than Dr. Kumar Sahu, who's a founder and CEO of a media company that specializes in thinking innovative methodology to give unique and cost-effective solutions to its customer. So Dr. Sahu, the stage is yours.
म्यूट अछंती दीपक भाई म्यूट अनम्यूट करंतु
Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. First of all, I would like to
देव भाई ठीक
congratulate.
है sorry you're on.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to congratulate Anjan and Dr. Damodar Bhai for creating an unique initiative into AI and ML and bring the potential Odia experts and entrepreneurs into this field. I salute for their commitment and staying awake for the whole night as you are in different time zone. I'm sure many of audiences, delegates, and also participated from different time zones. The session were quite informative, and I have learned many things from today's session. I compliment all the speakers to share their best practices and experiences. What a great presentation from Peetabasa Pati and Ms. Gyana Bhaina and Nilima Misra, and of course Devu Panda spoke on serverless machine learning. I would say they are the thought leaders. It is a privilege to be part of this machine learning seminar and to have the opportunity to learn from such esteemed speakers. Their expertise and insights are sure to provide valuable knowledge and inspiration for everyone in attendance. I am excited to dwell into the latest advancement and applications of machine learning, and I am grateful for the opportunity to connect with other individuals passionate about this transformative journey. After having such great inputs from my past speakers, I am not sure if they want to learn on how the media industry is driving with machine learning. It is absolutely true. The ease of use equal to ease of abuse. I am impressed. I'm going to use in some of my articles. Okay, I would say passion plays a critical role in achieving success in any field, especially in technology. Everyone need a passion. I run a company in New Delhi. Kalinga Digital Media has been part of media and entertainment industry with specialization into information communications and technology, ICT, in India. Established in 1999, War India is India's renowned for its research in technology channels, news and analysis. Over the years, War India has built a vibrant community with a keen focus on adding value on both OEMs and service providers and partners. Talking about today's topic assigned to me to speak on media and AI. Media is one of the most powerful and influencing means in the entire world. Today, each media and entertainment industry using AI ML applications to enhance their business and maximize profit. AI is transforming the way media and entertainment brands create viewers experience and monetize content. The most critical component in the media is the content creation. It is one of the most important factors that is witnessing how the media industry is continuously transforming and facing more competition in a market that is driving the need to reduce operating cost and simultaneously generate more revenue from delivering content. The global AI in media and entertainment market is poised for substantial growth in the coming years, driven by the increasing demand for AI-powered solutions across various sectors of the industry. The rapid growth in the media industry is primarily because most people are using an online platform like YouTube, Facebook, and Netflix instead of classical channels such as cable and radio FM. There are various examples on how AI is impacting these sectors. We have seen the gaming sector, game development. AI is redefining game development by introducing intelligent non-player characters, NCPs, and adaptive gameplay machines and procedural content generation. And we have seen how movie productions are happening. AI is revolutionizing machine production by streamlining workflows and enhancing storytelling capabilities. And we have seen the advertisements also. Machine ML is indeed revolutionizing advertising by enabling targeted campaigns, personalized content, and real-time optimization. Last but not least, strategic investment and viewer demands. The transformative potential of machine intelligence, I would say, has indeed spurred strategic investment from media and entertainment companies who recognize its ability to enhance content creation, distribution, and monetization. Machine learning helps in collecting users' data, behavior, and demographic details, and accordingly recommends them for appropriate content that they'll like the most in the past. We at War India use various ML algorithms and deep learning methods help in delivering more personalized content to users. In this way, also we are using ML technologies to increase their customers with improved customer service experience than other competitor companies in the market. The media and entertainment industry perceives exponential growth globally. The use of ML-enabled high-speed network systems and trending video streaming platforms, the users are accessing unlimited content continuously without any interpretation. The other side, the increasing adoption of machine learning in the media and entertainment industry brings a range of benefits, but it also brings potential security risk. We have heard from our experts, but it also brings potential risks that need to be carefully added. Here are some of the key ML related security risks we are facing by data poisoning, adversarial attacks, model theft and intellectual property risk, privacy concerns, and finally algorithm bias, etc. Last but not the least, I request all the delegates and speakers to share their regular inputs, articles, and innovations to my email ID, that is deepak@wareindia.com. We would love to publish in our various publications. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you everyone for patience learning. Good night. Shubharatri.
Thank you. Bye.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing with us the insider tidbits on the opportunities and also the concerns about AI in media. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. So, any questions? I
would love to publish anyone's article if they want to publish in our publications. I'll be more than happy to publish. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Can you put your email in the chat so everyone has it to send?
Yes, I will put right away.
Right. So up next we have Sunil Sabat. He is kind of a polymath. He has worked in various roles like product strategy, design, development, release, marketing, sales, support. Okay, I'm saying a lot many things. So basically everything spanning the entire revenue cycle for any kind of a product. So I think he's an appropriate person to talk about hackathons, and he's going to talk to us about farming a MS hackathon.
Thank you, Anjan. Thank you, Abhijeet, Damodar, and everybody. I'm really, honored to, speak, to everybody here in this Odisha ML conference. I'm speaking for second time. Mu Odia English misi koibi, but more so English. So, a topic ta hochi ame recently Microsoft every year we do hackathon. Okay, so last month it ame kortilu. So I know. Yanavai Koile about farmers. Before that, somebody else spoke about farmers. Nilima also spoke about, how to use LLM in Africa to improvise women, right? So think in that line. This is about using, OpenAI, LLM models to actually help, farmers in general. Good thing is this project is not a native project. Etala UNESCO ro project haitala India re Hyderabad re. Ame taku kon kollu just to took it, right? It's a year and a project. we just put as much OpenAI LLM, for 3-4 use cases. That's all the project is about. So I'm a team. Okay, I will show my team here. Okay, so so that's it. And this is regarding me, Abhijeet Kohere, but I'm from Barampur, NIT Warangal. Mu Sandakar MBA करची, mu Intel रे mo career ta hardware आरंभ हुई in the first Pentium chip रे, but now I'm with the data factory. I'm a product leader there. Okay, that's where I am. So coming back to the main thing, right? So the motivation here is, OpenAI is new. OpenAI, Gyanavai Kaile, Samaste Kotha, okay, it can, digest a lot of data, right? And we have farmers all over the world. Recently McKinsey would study ki we are kind of wasting, we're wasting almost I think 600 billion total production. We were wasting food. Harvest post harvest, we're basically wasting in almost 600 billion worth of food, and that's what 1 in the 9 people in the world, okay, they are hungry. Okay, they're hungry, they cannot eat. Okay, so what can we do? See, we only this much farmland, right? How can you make the use of the farmland more effective? Okay, so just by growing more crops, just the utilization of the farmland, right? How we empower information to the farmers all over the world, right? How to sell, what to grow, right? How to maintain the farm, right? How OpenAI can help. So that was the motivation. Okay. So what we did is, so, and what we, when as a team, when we analyze, right? So if we develop something, what are the use cases, right? So we can predict, through LLM, right? Whether soil condition, crop, right? And, what to plant, right? What to harvest, right? And then also we can give some reports about crop yields, fertilizer, and what kind of fertilizer you need. Ajikal to LLM re, like Yanava example, he went to Yellowstone and it give you report what to do, right? We can generate reports for a localized farmer need, farmer locality, right? And also what are the potential issues that okay, I'm growing this crop and this is I send some pictures or something, and what could be the potential issues, right? And even coming to irrigation systems, right? Just by what kind of irrigation system I should deploy, right? So looking at the soil data and etc., right? And above all, we added the last one is a lot of farmers are not equipped with the information. Hey, mu ita kali mu harvest kali kodi bikibi, kaha ko bikibi, kodi profit re bikibi. Hey, information na nahi. Can LLM help? Okay, so that was a real motivation to really empower farmers, right, with OpenAI, to be productive and have a better life. Okay? So I'm a hackathon project so we could not do a lot of things. It was a 2-week project basically. So we implemented the crop and fertilizer prediction with OpenAI. Okay, into disease prediction picture we could not do it with LLM. I'm a Delhi model, we cannot get the API for that. So for that we use still traditional ML models. A new thing what we added is crop and sales marketing channel. To help the customer with sales and marketing information. Okay, and so this is what we did. Okay, so in this case, as I said, this is a UNESCO project, right? So our front end thila Node React, and back end we built on Python. Okay, and for what did we use? OpenAI, right? So we use Microsoft Azure OpenAI. So all the hackathon projects were given a key. Okay, we use that key to develop our applications, right? And we actually implemented all 3 features. Okay, so if you look at this, right, so I can show you a little demo here. Okay, so this is what we I'm doing the front end, right? This is my application, right? You can see this React code. I did an npm start, right? And this comes up here, right? And you can see here, right? Let me come here. I cannot see here. I cannot see. Okay, so here post Gmail log on. Sorry. So this is the application. Local AI. So this is application. Okay, so you can see, right, this is running on my laptop, right? And so this is what we added. Okay, so the crop care, best fit crop, disease prediction, weather report, and find a marketplace. This is what we added, right? So we have both front end and then back end, right? So so this is kind of a quick demo, right? I just kind of showed you. It's it's not enough, but that's how it is. Okay. So how we do this? So how does it work, right? So you go to the fertilizer recommendation API, you give the soil type, you see the crop type, and you give some data. And so this is the LLM output, OpenAI output. Okay, you can see, right? Okay, and then you do a crop recommendation with OpenAI, right? Similarly, right? You can look at this crop recommendation also, a similar application, right? You do you do English, Hindi, and Spanish, right? So these are the parameters you can give, right? And then you get a crop recommendation. Okay. And then disease prediction, this is where I said that, in that we get the DALI model for the image analysis with NLP. So we use the traditional ML models with PyTorch. Okay. So this is where you upload a picture and you tell you, what kind of, disease it is. Okay. We're just using the trained models for this. Okay. And then this is what we added, right? So you just say, just give you a question, okay, where I want to sell this crop or something, right? It's such a fundamental use case, right? You just do natural typing, a farmer types, and you get this kind of answer. Okay. Okay. That's it. And then we have better goals, bigger goals, like using so given this response, right? Can you send SMS to a group, right? Farmers query response will be sent by SMS. Can you add a voice assisted call center? Okay, use the OpenAI as a call center and a help center. I think that's what Ghana Bhai also talking about the future, right? We also looked at that. Okay. So those are the new areas, we can definitely add on to this application. Okay. And this is the GitHub code, anybody can use. Okay. And so for this, we use, these, a lot of research we did. Okay. These are the few content. Okay. Again, this is our team. Again, right. This is again, I took from Ghana Bhai's presentation. Thank you. So these are the companies, already working on this farmers, use case. But, we, being a Microsoft, being OpenAI, right. Our idea is to, not to sell a farmer's AI application, but to tell the audience, right, how to use our infrastructure, right? Like growing these many startups. Okay, we want such a startup come up in Odisha, and help Odisha farmers. Okay, so this is where I will stop. Okay, if any questions, I'd love to answer. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Any question, we'll take it to the Gopasapa section. Thank you, Bhai. Thank you, Sunil Bhai.
Right. Thank you so much. I mean, farming is such a foundational activity for human civilization, and certainly the LLM application for farming is going to be a foundation for AI in general. Also, it's nice to see that you use most of the open source data for your hackathon, and thanks for sharing the pitch with us.
Thank you.
Right. So up next, we have Sarthak Pattnaik, a lawyer turned entrepreneur who's building Nyaya.ai. The aim is to empower lawyers with user-friendly AI research tools, streamlining the legal research work. Also joining him is his co-founder, Nicholas Pacini, sales and marketing. So he has some experience in sales and marketing in the metal industry, libraries, and not-for-profit. So welcome, Sarthak. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you.
नमस्कार फर्स्ट समस्त को थैंक यू अंजन भाई मत गोटे अपॉर्चुनिटी दवाई कहवाई बेसिकली मु बहुत खुशी जे एमती गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म अच्छे जोटि कि सब मशीन लर्निंग और एआई विषय जानी हम एत बड़ माने प्लेटफॉर्म अच्छे सेटा फर्स्ट आगे जानिबाटा गोटे अवेयर सब ओडिया लोक भी जाना एमती अच्छी बोली तो सेकंड जिनस होला कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मो एक्चुअली ओवर टाइम मतलब सो स्लाइड्स किछि बनी बोलनी सॉरी फॉर दैट बट बेसिकली मु कहया पे चाहूची कि व्हाट आई एम बिल्डिंग आई एम माने लॉयर टर्न्ड एंटरप्रेन्योर राइट नाउ बेसिकली मु गोटे माने बनौची गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म जोटा कि लॉयर मन को हेल्प करिवो जोटा कि काली क्लाइंट्स मन को किछि तांकर इशू हेला एड्रेस करिया पे तो सिंस मु लॉयर थिली तो मु जानी ची कोन प्रॉब्लम हुए माने मो गोटे कॉर्पोरेट लॉयर थिली बेसिकली बट मोर फ्रेंड्स भी अछंती माने जो मैं प्रैक्टिसिंग एडवोकेट्स अटॉर्नीज एटी यूएस रे भी तो बेसिकली गोटे क्लाइंट जिते बड़े आसे जनक पाखक तो सेमन को पाखरे सेठी आंसर दवा पाई तांका पाखरे सेठी तांकर माने किछि न थाए तो सेही पे से माने पुणी जिबे तांकर टेक्स्ट बुक्स माने बही खोलिबे पुणी पढिबे तापर नेक्स्ट डे तांको डाकिबे पुणी आंसर देबे तो एई टूल टा बेसिकली होला कि तांको से स्ट्रेस रु काढिया पे लॉयर एटा को एम्पावर माने एटा को लॉयर को बेसिकली एम्पावर करियो तांको रिप्लेस तो करिवोनी आ माने हमर मेन एम हैला कि काहा को रिप्लेस न हो को जॉब काहा रिप्लेस न हो जो कि जंती कि सेमान को रादर सेटा एमिति हेल्प करू कि सो दैट कि लोक मान ताको यूज करी कि ताकर सॉल्यूशन दे पारन ताको क्लाइंट को से माने सेत्रु बेनिफिट पाई पारन तो इट्स अ टू वे थिंग आ जते गोटे क्लाइंट आसे से बहुत स्ट्रेस रे थाए सब बळे तो सेति पय जते से माने आसंती सेठी कि किछि माने गोटे से स्ट्रेस रु तांको काढिबा गोटे प्रथम इंस्टेंस रे गोटे रे ऑफ होप दबा गोटे लॉयर गोटे बहुत बड़ जिंस आ सेठी गोटे लोक जते फेरे माने घर को फेरे माने स्लीपलेस नाइट्स न हो सेतमा एटलीस्ट सी जानी थाउ जे तार रोड मैप ता कोन ह मते माने आई नो दैट दिस इज द वे आई शुड गो अबाउट लाइक तो सेही जिनसटा ताको मन ताको देबा हला हमर मेन काम तो इट बेसिकली हम हेल्प करिवो जे जो एक्ट से माने जो किछि भी से माने इशू से माने फेस करचंदी तो लॉयर ताको यूज करि परिबे से टूल ताको आ ताको आंसर कर परिबे आ मु एते टेक्निकल लोक तो नुहे मु आंसर माने बेसिक किछि कहि परिबे अबिस्तर कि हाउ टू डू इट बट हमें बेसिकली लीगल डेटा सेट्स को नहीं कि माने हार्वर्ड लॉ स्कूल गोटे करिछि पूरा इट्स अ चंक ऑफ माने ऑल द केसेस सो बेसिकली हमें ताकू नहीं कि हमें बने पे जाउछु एटा ऑलरेडी मु इंडिया रे माने माने मोर मेंटर जे सुकांत नंद जे करी सी एक्स माइक्रोसॉफ्ट रे थिले ही इज माय मेंटर तो सी मते एक्चुअली हेल्प करचंदी टू बिल्ड दिस टू गो अबाउट तो दैट्स इट माने आई वांट टू पास इट टू निक ही वांट्स टू ऐड समथिंग अप प्लीज गो अहेड
Well, thank you, Sarthak. Namaste, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. If you're wondering who I am, because I am not an Odia, it's probably obvious. My name is Nick. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I moved down to Florida, and that's where I met my friend now, Sarthak Pattnaik. Sarthak and me are both in higher education at University of South Florida. I'm pursuing my master's in management while he's going for his MBA, as he mentioned. In class, we met right away. We shared similar movies that we liked, like National Treasure. And as kids, we both like WWE wrestling. So before I even knew any Hindi words or anything, I told him I was the modern day Maharaja, just like Jinder Mahal was. So, from then, that's when we started talking, and we were both entrepreneurial minded people. And that's when he brought up Nyai to me. And when I also learned Nyai means justice in Hindi and all that good things. And his passion for it, and hearing him talk about wanting to come to America, and he has this idea, he sees the injustice, he wants to fix it. I came into this program looking for people who I could help. I have the opportunity to raise voices. So, I'm meeting someone and an idea that I really can get behind too. And then when I went to approach some lawyer friends I had, something interesting for in America here in Florida, he told me, always help with the lawyers, because lawyers are the ones who write the laws. So a lawyer is not going to write themselves out of a law or having to be a part of the system. And so for when AI comes into it, I think how Sarthak mentioned, although I don't speak Odia, so I'm not going to try to repeat too much of what he said, but we're about lawyer empowerment, not replacement. And going back even before, where ease of use is ease of abuse, we don't want, it's not just for your everyday person. We don't want to abuse the law. We're trying to empower the people who are already doing it. So in Tampa, we're working hard right now to build a team we're trying to really start something from the ground up. We've already been accepted into the USF Research Park Student Innovation Incubator. So from there, we're really learning a lot about how to grow the business, really what that looks like, the important steps to take, getting the right people around us and having the resources to just really sit down and do the right thing. And in this time, me and Sarthak are just getting to know each other better. I'm learning a lot about India. I saw you guys, congrats on beating Pakistan today. World Cup, that's huge. Good luck at Bangladesh. And also, I'm listening to a lot of music. I'm going to show you this. I wanted to bring it. Sarthak's going to laugh at me, but it's Kati Patang. So I've been listening to this to learn Hindi. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity. Me and Sarthak are working. So in machine learning, building a system that can do what we're talking about. If you know more, we're here to listen for, there's been so many people here who are doing things that we think are incredible. So any help you can, thank you. And Tanyavad.
Yeah, I want to add just one last thing. Mo got basically got jinsa add kariya pai chahunchi ki it's basically amara mane artificial intelligence, which is basically war with the accuracy. So jahar product jete accurate haba sette bhalo. So data set training or fine tuning the main challenge. So seta ame bhi kali face kariu. Eventually, if I get someone from the group to help us out, that will be a biggest help. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick, you are almost half Odia, and Sarthak will make you full Odia.
He said I've been dragging him around America doing things. He said it's once we go to India, I'm just hopping in and he's taking me for a ride.
Sure. Welcome to India.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, guys. That was a nice idea to use AI to empower people. So from this startup journey, entrepreneur journey, I think it's really just at the stage for Santosh Panda, who's co-founder of Foundership, which is a global accelerator for emerging tech startups, especially in Web3 and AI. He's a coach. He has coached many startups. And today he's going to tell us about how AI is part of the Foundership ecosystem.
Sure. Thank you so much. And Jai Jagannath, with all of you, so much of passion every year. And I think I still remember talking to Anjan during the pick of the COVID, right? And this is grown and grown. And the kind of amazing people coming and talking, the topic that I heard, Dillima ma'am and then Gyana Bhai, amazing, right? And we are making such an impact. So I'm absolutely humbled to be here. To come back to what I'm doing is, so I started up something called Foundership, which is what Anjan thought it's a good value to be talked about for a lot of founders or builders right there who are thinking about good ideas. So myself, Santosh, I'm one of the co-founder in Foundership. Let me quickly talk about what I've done. So presently, I started Foundership in 21, again, the peak of the COVID, and focused on doing emerging tech, right? Because what we saw in the last 20 years, technology has given a fantastic opportunity, especially to India and pura Odisha madhya bahut progress करछि कि आमे समस्ते एबे माने पूरा इंडिया रे आमे ओडिया माने एते बढ़िया स्टार्टअप बाहर करछु कि समस्ते हम ऊपर प्राउड, right? Everybody, whether it is talked about Oyo or Nestabe or Reverie or Explora that I did, and many of us, right? आमे ओडिया माने आसिके पूरा प्रथम दिन रो गोटे टिक मार्क कर दिलु बैंगलोर जे कि बैंगलोर ने हम बहुत बहुत में सिटी कि we are doers, right? So in the same sense, if emerging tech is going to be a great impact for the next 20 years, we cannot stay away from that. And that was my intent to come and build this accelerator from India for the global. So we started in 2021. So quick numbers, charita got a cohort kalonu. Focus kali Web3 kahingi na setere blockchain re bhi bahut bade confusion achi, blockchain re bahut bade failure achi, blockchain re bahut bade city kama bhi hochi, bhalo kama honi, bahut bade kharab kama hochi. So we said ki laga eମିତି the lokon ko seta kama kariya jori ame semanku help kari pariya to build better companies. So we have around got 70 coaches on the platform at Foundership, 40 plus VCs and capital partners across the world, 10,000 community members, right? In the ML, AI, ML, ette badhiya kaam hochi jehetu community support achi. Community jogu hi ame agu jai pare. So same thing I have done in foundership, to go out and help people, to bring people and say, learn about it, and before you build. 10टा कंपनी जो 32टा कंपनी से ऑलरेडी फंडिंग उठी सारे गोटे $75 million वैल्यूएशन। तो यही फाउंडेशन को नहीं कि मुझे नेक्स्ट क्वार्टर रे गोटे जेन एआई रे कैंप गोटे कोहोर्ट स्टार्ट करूची। बट बिफोर फाउंडरशिप आई स्टार्टेड अप इंडियास फर्स्ट इवेंट टिकेटिंग प्लेटफॉर्म वेरी अर्ली। जेतला फ्लिपकार्ट स्टार्ट होतला सेही टाइम रे मु लंडन रु मोर पीआर फिआर छाड़ी पळी आसली इंडिया। इंडिया आसली इनफैक्ट 2008 रु 2012 मु रिमोटली बुटस्ट्रैपिंग कली मो निज पैसा रु काईना सेतला एंजल माने लोक के जानले एंजल कोन, right? And only US knew it, but rest of the world did know what angel is. And I didn't get any investment in even in London, right? Because London was not ready for angel investment. So I had to put all my money, and did that for 12 years, ran that company for 2020. Bartan mode board of director Explore again coming back. COVID both tough situation thila. So TV is on and on that. And that's my previous journey. And before that, I started my career in all the .com world, right? When everything was coming up in 98, 99, when people were saying web van came in with so much of money, right? And then busted. And now we have Big Basket in India, which is doing fantastic, or Swiggy or of the world, right? So that is a summary of where did I come from? And I'm from Barampur, studied in Barampur, studied in Bhubaneswar, OEC, like Bondi, and then took a bet to move from industrial production to computing in 97, because I could realize that computing was going to be powerful. So I gave up my industrial production on the day one I left OEC and moved back to Bangalore to build a career on computing. Right? So that's quickly my summary, to say that to share with the same intent, to say that if you believe that you have some sort of idea about the future, please stick to that and go for it. Don't give it up. I saw that way back in 97, 98. And I am continuing to see the same thing, what is going to happen in the next emerging tech right here. Now, quickly, what's Foundership? Foundership is a global emerging tech accelerator, right? So we are focusing on emerging tech. We are not focusing on traditional softwares which has already been done, or there's a predictability there. There are a lot of good accelerator who do that. Let them do it. We are focusing only on emerging tech, whether it's clean tech, whether it's AI, whether it's Gen AI, whether it's Web3, whether it is India stack, which is also happening a big way. India is building on the UPI, ONDs of the world. It is only for early stage startups, though we are focusing one at a time. Web3 we focused, we got 32 startups globally. By the way, 32 startups through, come se come 50% India, 50% outside. US ru bhi achandi, London bhi achandi, Dubai ru bhi achandi, Singapore bhi achandi, most startup jo ame explore seta kaam karchu. And eta I already kahi sarchi chata cohort karke ei sab kaam karchu as of 2023. Now, from an AI, Gen AI or emerging tech point of view, it's going to be super challenging. We have heard about it, and we have all seen kette failure hala .com before we have seen Facebook coming in. Kette failure hala before we got a mobile product out, and then the world changed with the mobile coming in, right? And the same way. So I think Gyanabhai talked about it. In my mind, AI is the perfect arrival. What did entire world got transformed. Same thing is going to happen with AI arrival. But building business with all this emerging tech is very challenging. You don't even know what regulation is going to come, what client is going to become, what the demand is, where is the right sort of customer, how do I make money, what is the cost? Everything is changing, right? Where are you? How are you going to calculate your GPU cost, your data crunching cost, and your go-to-market cost, all that. So that is where we are focusing and building out AI camp. We will be working with early stage startups to help them to build from anywhere you can be. So we are running virtual accelerator. I'm based out of Bangalore, but all my coaches, all my partners and everybody, they are globally. We are in Singapore, Dubai also. We have registered in equal in US. So it's going to be global kind of impact. Now, why are we passionate to run this as a camp, right? We have already done that in Web3 and Gen AI, because we believe in 3C, right? So the entire foundership is built out on 3C model, where I, as a founder in 2008, felt that if I had a good coach, right, who would understand my context, I would have been better prepared and taken off a little bit of good success early on than the struggle, right? So we would have called coaching, where we are bringing out, we would invite some of you who are prolific in the AI, most welcome. We would love to bring you as a coach also. So we will bring coaches for the founders. These are contextual coaches. So unlike many accelerator, what we do is we don't want to give you any gyan. We just go into the context to say, what is it Santosh is trying to build, Anjan is trying to build, right? And let's go bring those coaches for those specific OKR goal. That's one. Community, we would have the same. We will leverage YML community, Odisha IML community. Plus, we would also take it to almost 35-40 cities across India, right? And bring that community, because every founder, every startup needs people to come back and test it, play it, trial it, talk about it, word of mouth, everything before you give away that $10 or $100 to Facebook or Google. You need a big community support, and that's available. And third one is, we also do, after the camp, we do something called Get Funded Day. We bring worldwide VCs, you name of the finest VCs, they will be there at the end of the 3 months, where as a startup founder, when you came up with your idea, you built over the 3 months, now you have the VCs to present them and raise fund, right? So this is the 3C model that we do, and starting in Q1 2024. And it is great if you have a, what are my challenges going to be there? How do I redefine my MVP? What do I do in terms of leveraging rather than building it, right? And how do I network with people within the AI community so that I'm able to move faster and don't do those mistakes which somebody else might do, right? And fundraising, how do I go about it? How much I should raise? So all these things are going to be available at your, at your sort of, first point of reference when you join the program. And beyond that, we're going to have a lot of initiatives. So most welcome all the Odia Bhaimane, JB, Chahunche, which leverage, most welcome. Whether you join the program or not, I'm always available, right? And you can pick my brain and say, hey, Santosh, I need some help, some connect. I'm always willing to do that without asking any favor whatsoever, right? So this is what I wanted to plug, because this is a fantastic conference where we are now talking about, and as I said, huge appreciation. I'm not saying just because I'm here, huge appreciation for what you guys have done for last 4-5 years, believing in these ML initiatives, and the time has come right here, right? So hence, equally, I'm happy to be available about it. And thank you so much for making, sort of giving me an opportunity to be here, hear prolific talks, and meet so many folks and present the initiative that I'm taking around AI and Gen AI. Thank you so much. Jai Jagannath.
Super, Santosh.
Right. Thank you, Santosh Bhai. I think for this section, we are kind of done. So I would pass on the baton to Madhusmita Mohanty, who's going to take us through the next section.
Namaskar, dhanyavad. Mate chance devako moderator pahi next 30 minutes. So just a short introduction for me is my name is Madhusmita Mohanty. So I started my career from DRDO Agni project from Hyderabad, working for Dr. Kalam. And now I have been working in Dell for last 11 years since principal engineer in secondary storage and cloud technology. So actually I'm very fortunate because the session where we have a couple of very bright people who are working on the machine learning and AI. So yeah, modeling is a very primary step in the machine learning. So we have different kind of modeling, and depending upon your result depends upon how accurate your models are. So some of these models are pre-written. We just use the model, give the data, and you get the result. So maybe Sarup Mishra Suniba that how he does his research by instruction tuning and then improving these models to get the improved output. So Sarup Mishra is the research scientist at Google, and he is working in BART. And he has been awarded with ASU 2023 Dean's Dissertation Award and CA and PhD Outstanding Student Award. So,
Good morning, everyone. Good evening in India. Jai Jagannath. Namaskar. Thank you, Anjan Bhai, Damodar Bhai, for inviting me. Glad to be here. ମୁଁ actually गुड़ाए टॉक शुणुली से देखली बहुत जन चैट जीपीटी बार्ड आउ एगुड़ाक चैटबॉट बहुत किसी मेंशन करथिले तो मु ता विषय रे ही तारा गुटे कोर टेक्निक तारा बैकएंड इंस्ट्रक्शन ट्यूनिंग से विषय रे ही कहबी विदाउट गोइंग टू मच टेक्निकल डिटेल्स जस्ट इंट्रोड्यूस and yeah, happy to take any questions or follow up. So let's start. I have just a small slide, like 3-4 slides. I'll just go through that. All right. Okay. So just to set the stage, like हमें जितने बड़े किसी भी मॉडलिंग बनाओ तो हमारा कुछ आउटपुट था कुछ इनपुट था and we try to learn the function f. That is how a model is built. Traditionally, before machine learning in model-based design, mechanical system and so many other setup where the function f is known, so we can operate these machines just by programming in it. That is called model-based design framework. And then machine learning, where we learn this function, मैं ताको data रू learn करूँ. And typically, इतने कौन हुए कि the first step in this process is हमें data create करूँ. हमें तो data, how we create data often is किसी instruction था जोटा कि task जो मैंने design करते से मैंने बनाती. And then से मैंने they give that to some human annotator, crowd work or somebody, and they use that instruction to generate a bunch of input output pairs, which we call as data. And once you have the data, then we try to learn a model, the function, and try to learn the map between input and output. But if you see in this process, we don't use instruction. We just learn a map between input and output. And if you see, instruction are the key component that actually resulted in this high quality data. So that's a miss. And let's see what happens if you don't use instruction and just learn black box modeling from input and output, like in typical machine learning. So here is a task. On the left side, you see an input. So input is basically a sentence and a question, a text. And output is again a text. It's a classification task. It's a no, yes and no classification task. Now, a task is very difficult to understand what the task is for humans as well as for models, because you have to do a lot of hypothesis search space, simple language, both with a permutation combination to find out what actually the task is. But if I tell you in natural language, this task is about grammatical issues, label yes to the sentence contains grammatical issues, otherwise no. So model pre-training model, the previous knowledge, they have some idea about the task, and that helps the model to reduce the hypothesis search space and sample complexity. Model learn this very quickly from less data. In typical machine learning, require a lot of data to learn, but this is almost like zero cert. Just by instruction, it learn it by relating it to its background knowledge. So data which is learning from instruction paradigm, and this is important because this is actually enabling a lot of these breakthroughs you see in many products across chatbots and LLMs, because all these are based on zero cert applications. And with this instruction paradigm, anyone, a lay person, key normal they can write a task instruction and get a task done quite easily without requiring to understand how to create data, model, and all those things.
Saru bhai, a good minute rahila.
Sure. Just focus on generalized inferencing task. I mean, task specific learning thila amaro starting re jetebale ame build korthile individual model for individual task, then multitask learning, one model for n task, and then instruction learning, we have one model for n task, but eti kona testing task or training task different achi, non overlapping achi. So that and there is I task, means instruction is augmented along with input. Going so the option to overfit reduces as you go towards more recent instruction learning framework. And there are many works around the space, like how to reprint instruction, scaling, instruction data interplay, which I don't want to talk now, but happy to chat offline related to instruction learning area. Yeah, so this is all about instructional learning. I think we did this 2.5 years back in 2021 early. We came with a paper on natural instructions, and now it's like very popular. Everybody is doing all this thing, but back in the time in 2.5 years back, there was nothing. So thank you, everyone. I will not take much of time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saru, for your insightful talk. And you are so young, so the whole future is ahead. So wish you all the best for your work in the mission. Thank you. So I'm chalantu next speaker paku jiba Sarthak Pattnaik. So and learn something from the end-to-end machine learning. So he is a data scientist working in Microsoft Hyderabad. Satya is highly skilled in deep learning, natural language processing, and GPT. So let's hear from him.
Satya we'll move on to the.
So the next speaker is Apurva Mashu. So it's a very interesting LinkedIn profile I found. So he has been working on the implementing the next generation rocket propulsion system and using the big data analysis and AI on that. So chalantu ame suliba Apurva Mashu.
Apurva thile kintu ebe drop kar jaychandi bode.
Lisa nahanti ki Lisa?
Next is Lisa.
Hey, thank you. Hi.
So Lisa ko ke samaste hame janiche. She's a very energetic, fearless leader of our OSA community. So Lisa, so yeah, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you, Nani. That was a lovely introduction. Namaskar, Samastanku. Mo na hochi Lisa Panda, and originally I'm from Berhampur. Today I live with my husband and my 2 boys in San Francisco Bay Area. Prathame Subha Mahalaya to all of you. Today I stand before you as I represent more than 5,000 families residing in California. We call ourselves Odisha Society of Americas, and I am the Vice President of OSA. In addition to the fulfilling roles I lead today as a mother, as a sister, as a wife, as a daughter, I also work as an engineering leader at Atlassian, and we are responsible for creating some responsible software. And some of our products are very well known, like Jira and Confluence. I'm an engineering leader there, leading successful onboarding on Confluence product. Coming to this topic, a very interesting topic, Prathame, Damodar Bhai, and Anjan, thank you for offering me this opportunity. This is really significant to allow me to speak on behalf of the community. I'm deeply moved and impressed by the talent of our Odia community who are showcasing today. This is commendable. No matter which sector I look today, throughout the globe, I think we have a strong presentation, and that is what it means for a community to grow as a stronger community. Kali ratire mu jetebale moro sasunka sange kotha hali, or last evening while I was discussing this opportunity where I was asked by Anjan to speak on surfing the AI wave, being in Silicon Valley and representing the Odia community, she asked me, what does AI mean? And can I join and listen you speak? And that kept me wondering when, excuse me.
Good. How are you? It's okay. Lisa, that's fine. Badhiya, that's the music to our ears. Hey, hello.
Our future Odia ML.
Our future AI leaders.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. So where I was thinking, like, while I hear about AI every now and then, how can I make it convenient for every community member? And not everyone is a software engineer. Not everyone has gone into software engineering. Seitaku, how can we simplify when we speak about these big jargons to the rest of the community so that they understand that AI is not only something meant for big tech giants, but also it impacts our daily lives. And I started thinking about my daily life. How is AI within me, influencing me right from the time I start my day till I go to bed? For instance, some of the things I noted that I open my eyes and probably instead of doing any yoga or chanting a mantra, I open my phone and the first thing that happens is the Face ID. One of the first things many people do each morning is to reach out for their smartphones. And when your device gets unlocked, that's actually biometrics, and such as Face ID, it's using artificial intelligence. Then social media, of course. After unlocking your phones, many people do check social media accounts like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram to catch up on the news. Artificial intelligence is there very much personalizing feeds based on history, suggesting friends, filters, fake news, and also a bit of cyberbullying. Everyday writing. The topic I'm speaking today has been definitely vested through Grammarly many times. So there are too many topics too through which tools available today to go through your speaking and writing apt suggestions. Then comes Google.
Lisa, you have 1 minute more.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we have Google search. Most of us can't go without that, and searching on Google for an answer or a product, we can't live without. And search engines couldn't scan the entire internet without the assistance of artificial intelligence. Targeted personalized ad, things like Siri and Alexa, can you play the music? Smart home devices, right from my smart Tesla to the dishwasher, to the refrigerator, everything is smart today. And I'll end with the OTT platform, talking about Netflix, Amazon Prime. I can't think about a single place where AI is not there. Having said that, it has definitely a lot of positives, but I, as a mother, am also concerned with the related drawbacks it might come with. For instance, what about a smart bad guy could be providing a feed for my son, and I won't be always available to watch him about what he's seeing, what he's watching. There are some ethical concerns also brought about, and also some concerns about job displacement. I think if we as a community are very much vigilant about the goods and the bad AI is to bring to us, we're just going to do well through AI. And I love AI personally. Thank you again.
Very nicely articulated, Lisa. So yeah, so AI is also promoting some bad spending in me, because when I surf the web, I see some items and the similar items, I tend to buy more. So yeah, we have to be vigilant what we are doing and how we are using the AI in our daily life. So without any further delay, let's invite Lina Misra, our OSA leader, and Santwana Das to this platform to hear some thoughts from
I'm not seeing them in the attendance list, so they are probably facing certain schedule. But what we have is we have Apurva just joining us, so we'll.
Okay, great. Actually, I was really looking forward to hearing from him because of my past association with the Agni project.
Apurva is here, so welcome in, Apurva.
Hey, hi, very good morning. I think at that part of the world.
Yeah, that was Anjan Panda's voice, and welcome in. And you are being introduced by Madhusmita Mohanty. She is the moderator of this section. Yeah, we can see you.
Hi, thank you, Anjan, for having me. Am I audible?
You are welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Anjan, for having me. And my name is Apurva Masood. I believe I am the least qualified individual here, especially in the AI domain, to be speaking. But irrespective, thanks, Anjan, for the opportunity. I'm the founder and CEO of Spacefields. Spacefields is a dual-use rocket propulsion startup. We essentially custom design and manufacture rocket engines or rocket propulsion systems for both commercial and strategic use cases. In context of AI, in our domain, of course, we have started seeing a lot of advents and applications, right? So HPC being one of it. Training, simulations and optimizations are fructifying much faster. By being AI enabled, lots of codes can be now written much faster, being AI enabled. How much are we able to actually use and leverage AI would be a matter of time and of course scale. But yeah, really excited to in the last 6 months or 1 year how the entire AI landscape has changed, and really excited that how rapidly it can change in the coming 6 months to 1 year. So yeah, thanks Ajay for having me.
So next,
Mitanani, with your permission, I want to connect a few dots with Apurva, Bodhi, Anil, and so like they form a nice combination. This Sorup, like if you combine these people, they form a nice strength which is emerging in the Odia community. We may or may not realize that. So that's a dot I wanted to connect while Apurva is here. Thank you.
Sure. So next is a panel discussion. So that is AI in NAM and EU. So Anjan, do you know who will be joining the panel?
It was supposed to be an open panel if audience had something very immediate question they can have. Otherwise, what we can do is we can move to Gopasipo section that is coming up and move on to our next schedule. We are running behind, and I'm sure a lot of speakers are actually getting impatient. So we'll move on to the next section, Mitanani. Next section, Prabhat Ranjan. Probably we'll move on to the next section. We'll not do the panel discussion.
So Sunil Bhai has to host it, right?
Yeah, so we're transferring this as Mitanani. So your session is over and we're transferring to Sunil Bhai.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mita.
I really thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the moderator of this very important platform. So handing off to Sunil.
Thank you, Mita, for nice moderation. So in this session, we will follow the same, protocol. It's about 30 minutes, but, we have some mega speakers, in this session. Hope I'll do a good job. So just to kick up the, so the first speaker we have is Mr. Prabhat Ranjan. Sie kahibe AI servicing from Bangalore, how Odia community there perceives. I know Amoro, California, Bay Area, Lisa Kohive, about our Odia community here, but this is for Mr. Prabhat Ranjan to speak about AI servicing from Bangalore. Prabhat Achanti? Hello?
Nahanti Vadhavai.
Nahanti, okay. Se rati helani to? Okay, ठीक ଅଛି. Next hochi, we'll move to the next one. Mr. Manas Ranjan Kara, we have a panel discussion for 20 minutes. Achandi? Hello?
Achandi.
Manas Babu. So we have a panel session and we'll discuss about general ML and then AI topics. So we have 20 minutes. I don't know how many panel members are there, but I will let you start. Okay, Bodhya. So. So I think the discussion is about the risk to inclusive growth through AI, and also inputs for building action for 2030. Very good. So inclusive and inclusion and trust. Nilima Mishra kahile se bishare, and other speakers also told about. So that's a very good topic. So without further ado, and it's getting late in India, let's start the this panel discussion. Okay. So, so with this, we have Amlan Kar. He's a senior research scientist at NVIDIA. Welcome, Amlan. Then we have Akshay Mishra. He's a co-founder and I think chief security officer. I don't know at Eager. Okay. Then we have Mr. Sarup Mishra. He's a research scientist at Google DeepMind. Thank you, Sarup. And we have Mr. Manas Ranjan Kar. Okay. So it's a panel, and I will let everybody speak for say 1 minute to 2 minutes each, and then we can keep it the open forum. That's the way I will say. Amlan Achanti, hello.
Again, namaskar.
Yeah. 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah.
Manas, are you starting or am I?
Any of the members can speak. Yeah. Manas.
I think Manas is trying to speak, but we can't hear him.
Hello.
Manas, आपनको sound आसन.
Manas, तम speaker काम करो.
Mic. Maybe Manas mic.
So we will start with the risks to inclusive growth through AI. Okay, this is a good topic. Yeah. So, and then how OpenAI can. So let's figure out, right, how OpenAI can help. This new technology can help to accelerate inclusion and increase trust. Okay. Yeah.
No,
Thank you. Actually, Manas moderate करते but I think तांकर sound आसन. तो
Manas तुम्हारा mic टे check कर दियो.
Manas हो?
check କରୁଛି.
ଯେତେବେଳେ ମାନସ ଚେକ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆମେ ମେ ବି ଇଣ୍ଟ୍ରୋଡ୍ୟୁସ କରିପାରିବା ମୋ ନାଁ ହେଲା ଅମ୍ଲାନ ନମସ୍କାର ଗୁଡ୍ ଆଫ୍ଟରନୁନ୍ ଯୋଉମାନେ ୱେଷ୍ଟ କୋଷ୍ଟରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ୟୁଏସରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଗୁଡ୍ ଇଭିନିଂ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆରେ ମୁଁ ଏନଭିଡିଆରେ କାମ କରେ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ସିନିୟର ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ସାଇଣ୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ସେଠି ଆଣ୍ଡ ମୋର କାମ ଜେନେରେଟିଭ ଏଆଇ ଜେନେରେଟିଭ ମଡେଲ ସେଇ ଡିରେକ୍ସନରେ ଥାଏ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଜିକାଲି ବହୁତ ଫେମସ୍ ହେଇଛି ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜରେ କାମ କରିବା ଚାଟ୍ ଜିପିଟି ବାର୍ଡ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଅଲ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦିସ୍ ଥିଙ୍ଗସ୍ ମୁଁ ସିମିଲର ଜିନିଷରେ କାମ କରେ ବଟ୍ in computer vision, in photos, in 3D, and सारा important विषय में गोटे टिके कहि परिबी कि मानंतु सेल्फ ड्राइविंग कार में बनउछंती सेल्फ ड्राइविंग कार बनेला बेले ताकू टेस्ट करिया पे रोड रे रखी तो टेस्ट करि परिबो किंतु रोड रे रखी टेस्ट करले इट इज डेंजरस तो गोटे अल्टरनेटिव तार हैला कि हमें गेम बेले गोटे बने परिबो जोथरे सेल्फ ड्राइविंग कार चलेबा आराम से सेठी कोडी पिटी पाटी हेले देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम तो सेही टाइप रो गेम वर्ल्ड टाकू टिके रियलिस्टिक बनेको पड़िबो गोटे एमती बनेको पड़िबो जोटा एमती रियल लाइफ पड़े लागे एंड मोर रिसर्च से डायरेक्शन ने काम करे केमती हमें जनरेटिव एआई यूज कर परिबा कि हमें रियलिस्टिक 3D जिंस बने परिबा जारो एप्लीकेशन गोटे जिंस कहली सेल्फ ड्राइविंग कार सिमुलेशन रे अछि किंतु अन्य एप्लीकेशन एमती जस्ट गेमिंग रे बहुत अच्छी एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री मूवी इंडस्ट्री रे बहुत अच्छी एंड लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू डिस्कस मोर
Okay.
Yeah, mu start korchi mu hele Akshay Mishra. Like I have been in the AI industry for the past 15 years. When I started my career on the OCR. Like that was the beginning of the NLP at Bangalore with a professor from Stanford, which is kind of like considered as a father of computer vision. Like now when we see our like a modern like generative AI. So at that time he was talking about like generalized cylinders, like using the generalized cylinder, how you can represent like any objects in the 3D. So then I come for my PhD. After my PhD, I kind of like work for a few companies at Epson. So I think Amlan mentioned the role of the simulation. So these days, when we train anything, whether it is like NLP, like language model, or any multimodal like generative AI, so we always use like a simulated data to simulate for the training and also for visualization, like any visualization that we do. Now I, along with like few of my colleagues, we start a company called Eagle. It is 2000. It has been since 2017. Like we work heavily with NVIDIA for like simulation, those things. Like the goal there is we are trying to visualize the stores, like kind of virtualizing the store. Walmart is one of our biggest customer. We try to like visualize, and we measure the dwelling time, and also we are moving towards the yard management system, like in the yard, how to visualize the yard, how to automate those inbound outbound process of the cars. Yeah, that is what we kind of do. Yeah, that is all about myself.
Thank you. Next is Swarup.
Swarup, तुम्हें start करियो पूर्व just checking my audio.
के मानस को कि है ना?
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
तो सुनो स्वरूप कह दियो तो मानस स्वरूप कह दियो स्वरूप 1 minute कह दियो तो मानस तमे 1 minute को then you run the panel, okay? Yeah.
Yes.
नमस्कार again. जय जगन्नाथ. ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱରୂପ ମିଶ୍ର. ଏବେ ଅଛି Google DeepMind ରେ research scientist and the BART team. ତ ମୁଁ just ଟିକେ ଆଗରୁ instruction training ବିଷୟରେ କହିଲି. ତ chatbot, end-to-end LLM training, how to select data, like complete modeling work. Especially in the mixture selection, prompt engineering, मैं किसी early work करथिलु, माने before like 2.5 years back, when that field was not like this before. So yeah, happy to be here and yeah, share the insights.
Okay. Namaskar. Namaste. हाँ मो नाम मानस रंजन करा. First of all, sorry for the audio issues. मो phone को switch कर जाइए. So I lead the advanced analytics practice for one of the large Indian companies, Infosys, based out of Canada. This whole panel is based out of North America. Like Swarup is in California, Amlan and Akshay are closer to me in Ontario. So Ajiro panel, as they come with a very diverse experience. They are experts in their own field, researchers in their own right, as well as they come with a diverse experience. So I'm bhabilu our discussion taji, everybody would be focusing around inclusive growth. We want to look at it with the other approach, right? What are the risks that we see to inclusive growth? So it have first in some discussion kariba, and the second thing will be from this panel we'll see what are their inputs around building an action plan, right? So we can provide some inputs based on our real world experience to help build this action plan with a focus on Odisha. So first, recently बहुत focus रही on large language models, and to let large language models work either directly or through cloud, we need access to high performance computing. जो focus ta shift ko jauchi towards AI driven by extremely large models, is this an inflection point where sometime in the future we'll look back and say, yes, this was the time after which there was a divergence between the haves and have-nots in AI, specifically from a research perspective as well, right? So there might be a group of people with less access to hardware or the associated budget to get access to that hardware. Will they be left behind? And so will that kill ideas which might have otherwise emerged? So say around Ray, I wanted to get some inputs on the panel. First, Swarup, I'll like you to start here.
Yeah, thank you, Manas. Great question to the topic of interest. Actually, this happened in the past. Like large compute has been driving ever since deep learning picked up, and more recently also. But the good news is open source community is also catching up. ଆଉ ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ parameter efficient ମାନେ low compute use କରିକି how can you train models develop କରୁଛନ୍ତି. ଆମର ଗୋଟେ actually paper ଥିଲା self instruct ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆମେ show କରିଥିଲୁ ଯେ how can model can generate its own data and self improve itself. The open source community especially starting with Alpaca from Stanford after the ChatGPT came. So ସେମାନେ actually they came up with a model which is basically sort of an open source competitor to ChatGPT, and it's actually based on like a very compute efficient method. Like you can now there are with a lot of LoRa and parameter efficient technique, it's possible to actually train your own model in a single desktop, a single computer, single machine without requiring GPUs. It's possible. That the technical reason behind this is distillation is always easier. If you want to, so by distillation you mean jadi mane gote bada company for example like Google kichi tara model public kala, OpenAI tara model public kala, so then say to copying from that and building a small model for the open source community is always easy, because you just need to find the data points which sort of cover the space. And so recently, if you see, there's a flood of papers, a lot of open source projects trying to catch up with the chatbots, and they do reasonably well. And so that gap which you mentioned is reducing because the distillation is easier.
That's an interesting perspective. With my understanding was distillation is a risk large other companies are dealing with when they don't want to open up their model to the public. But interesting insights. Thank you, Sarup. So, Akshay, Amlan, do you want to chime in on this point before we move to our next, right? So,
like distillation, like distillation, like another word people talk about the fine tuning or like model quantization or making model pruning, like recently, like there was some article, like I was like reading, I think yesterday I was reading, like one thing we always, everyone likes the knowledge distillation because we want to create like small student model compared to a really huge teacher model, but they are kind of finding, especially on the language model context, so they are saying like this knowledge distillation, like through this you do not get actually, like suppose if you distill a GPT 4.5 or like the chat GPT 4 and you make a small one, the performance is way lower compared to like this higher model. So but these we cannot, like these are like the academic paper, we cannot completely trust them unless until there is a heavy like a heavy kind of experimentation and evaluation to find. But I'm always a big favor of like knowledge distillation because we want to create really a small tiny model specific to some application instead of like creating a gigantic model that can do everything. And so on that context, like when we go to our next topic, like I want like, especially I am working with small companies. In the small companies we like face lots of issues. One is the data, like where you get lots of data, then the compute, because to train this gigantic model you really need a like huge compute power. Like if you consider this chat GPT, it was trained on like around they say 25,000 like the top of the like top of the like state of the art GPU models. And if you consider one of these GPU models, that costs around like $54 per hour, and they use 25,000 for 200 days. Like that is the cost. Then the second part is the amount of power. Like these days everyone is concerned, even on the UN they talk about like this carbon, like the carbon footprint due to of all these AI. So now I think people are also like concerned about and how to make this kind of small model that is useful for everyone versus making these like gigantic model. Not only the training cost but also for the inference cost, because these days we are putting these models to everyone's use, like everyone is using for some purpose. And when we consider the inference, all those things, there is huge cost on the like compute cost indirectly, like the carbon price. Yeah. So I think one of the
So
action
Akshay,
plan, I believe, like everyone talks probably like the like getting aware of like how much power or those things like these kind of models compute. Like we need to make aware. And another thing, like when you see on the research side from the Neuro IPS and CBPR, those two like the top of the like top of the rack conference in the AI and like ML side. So they talk 75% of the papers, when you see, they focus on the accuracy versus the efficiency. Like you get more and more data, and everyone, even like all the top scientists, they also talking about like data centric versus model centric. Like I'm little bit still like I have old mentality. We should focus on the model, like the physics part of this machine learning, versus just collect like tons and tons of data and make your model better and better. And in the short term, that is winning. Like when we see the data centric, that is always winning compared to model centric. Yeah.
Thank you, Akshay. So just in the interest of time, and my second topic taku tike time spent kariba beli, Amlan mo tumku skip karuchi. Sorry about that. Like I know we talked about NVIDIA GPUs and all, and you probably have a lot to talk about that. But I mean, so the first part our discussion talking about risk to inclusive growth, and the message coming from the experts is that I mean it is. There are ways coming to address the challenges of dealing with large language models from perspective of hardware requirements. Okay. Second piece amaro key inputs kono to that building action plan 2030. So around, I would say, I'm guessing 7 to 8 minutes. So each panelist, what I'll say is we'll look 2 to 3 minutes input from you around what are from your viewpoint, right? What do you see as the focus areas where we can, as people from Odisha, where we can focus on to help build this action plan? So, things which we know there are things which will fail, right? It's the nature of startups and all. So people are trying different things, but so that is where we want to take a view of, can we get a list of distilled ideas backed up by all of our experience, which can help provide some good inputs to building this action plan 2030 for Odisha, right? So, Saitare, Akshay, last tume kotha houtilo, tomorrow thoughts kichi complete kariya ko chaho on this one action plan re, what are the key points you want to focus, you think we should focus on?
Yeah, like so from my side, it is always like when we see the data in balance, like so how to collect the data and how to verify those data. So that is so probably these days people like focus like when you are training the model, train with a small amount of the data, then generate like generate tons of the data, then probably reuse those data to like. But then again, there is the like a trouble of this model drifting. Like if you are like if your training data has really some small errors, that could amplify your generative like generative thing, then again you use that, your model can diverge or drift, like so. But like from my side, when we talk about this inclusive, like one is like making like things smaller and making sure they are kind of like whatever data we fed, like those are accurate, like verification and the reliability. Like main focus is on the like whatever we do on the generative AI side, we should be more focused on like what we are feeding to the model, like putting lots of emphasis on that like that part.
Okay, thank you, Akshay. So next, Amlan, with your background, right, a researcher in computer vision and also now in language models, and your understanding of the hardware side, also I'm assuming you have much better view than most of us. Tomorrow, inputs number around this, right? On the
Definitely.
action plan 2030.
I think before a modeling विषय कथा हवा कि हमें कथा हवा कि model को कौन data जाऊँगी को प्रकार model आगो. I think the first problem that definitely needs to be solved is education. So in most science fields, it is the more scientific field. So to get into the field, you need a PhD. You need to do research for many years. For example, engines in the early 1800s. Engines बनेला बेलकु भी सेटा जने 20-30 वर्ष रिसर्च करचंती जने से इंजन बनौथिले एबे आजिकली कोन अछि इंजन जाय कि दुकान रे छोटियाटे मिल जो सेटा लगे कि अपन जहाज इच्छा ता से बने परिबे सेमती सिमिलरली एआई फील्ड से तो भी होती इट इज धीरे धीरे मूविंग फ्रॉम अ साइंटिफिक फील्ड टू एन इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड जोटी जो छोटे छोटे पीस गुडा अछि जोटा दरकार गोटे फाइनल प्रोडक्ट बनेवा तो सेटा एमती आराम रे मिल जाउछि ऑनलाइन तो ए टाइम रे आई थिंक एजुकेशन इज द की कि ए जो नुआ इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड जोटा बनुछि सेटा पे आमे जदी एजुकेट करि परिबा लोक मानकु कि टूल गुडा केमती यूज हबो एबे बुझिबा दरकार नै कि से टूलटा भितरु एक्जेक्टली केमती बनछि और से टूलटा केमिति आउरी बेटर करि हबो वी हैव रीच्ड अ पॉइंट जेतले से टूल गुडा डायरेक्टली एज अ टूल यूज करिवार अपॉर्चुनिटी आसुछि एबे आसुछि आउरी नेक्स्ट फ्यू इयर्स रे आउरी सेति फास्टर आसी जाउछि so I think focusing on education and focusing on a curriculum जोटा AI रो जो main tools गुडा आछि using LLMs LLM API गुडा को केमती यूज करिवा सेटार education बढ़ेले I think the overall ability of people to use AI to then create their own unique creative solutions तांकर problem मानक पे सेटा बढ़ि
So the last mile is engineering. Both very important point Amlan Kaila. Thank you for that. Yes, that is where a lot of people struggle. Right? Actually, our initial years are spent learning that engineering, and so okay. So last ko Swarup, on the action plan, we diverse data all the preview points only from Akshay and Amlan. Tomorrow inputs kono chi around action plan. Kono lagu chi ama focus rahe.
Yes, sure. So mu kichi point add karbi Amlan ka point ko देखो. So basically बहुत गुडे जिनस अछि जोटा कि undocumented जाउची when you even use API for prompt engineering side inference side or you want to train your own chatbot to train an LLM because of this secrecy and all these things paper रे सब जिनस जाउनी तो the thing which is I think very important is give it a try. If you don't try you will not know this. So Odisha ra jo anchor AI anchor is a good initiative. The semti different sector re education sector re health sector re we need to get involved and using this start with the APIs and explore and if required go to LLM training. But I think the first thing is start. If we fail we understand this like the engineering hacks or all these minute details which nobody talks about or don't go to the paper. So I think that is important. And the second point is there is a time, like, I mean, everybody studies, even now people study CS algorithm because that is required for your jobs, right? Like for your IT jobs. But I think now is the time that all the students who are watching, they should learn about this LLM stuff, at least starting with how to do prompt engineering, how to use LLM API, just for a small project, so start with that. And more they play with that, more they will learn. So I'll bring these 2 points, one on the product side, one on the student side, education side, for the next steps.
Thank you. Thank you, Swarup. And Jana Pulani, we are out of time. So with that, I'll thank the panelists for your time and effort. And I'll hand over Sunil Bhai Apanku. Thank you for the opportunity to talk here.
Thank you. Thank you, Manas Babu, Swarup, Amlan, and everybody for a nice panel discussion. I'm very happy that in North America, we have this talent, right? Who can comment and who can discuss, these emerging topics. Now we'll go to the next session. This is a 5-minute session. Our next speaker is Mr. Let me check it out.
Gyanadas.
Yeah. Yes. So this is our Gyanadas. He is I know him personally. I just didn't know when he's speaking. But so he will talk about accessibility, a story of tech via LLM, and CV. He means computer vision. Gyana works for Amazon, and he's he works on devices. So let's hear from Gyana. What he's thinking and most likely what Amazon is doing, on the devices, merging LLM and computer vision. Okay, Gyana, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sunil Bhai, and thank you to everyone, and Jai Jagannath. Let me share my screen. So, sorry. So accessibility, many of you might be already knowing, but by this 5 minutes, you'll get some idea. In overall worldwide statistics, 43 million people who cannot see, they're completely blind. 295 million having low vision, 70 million deaf, 1.3 billion handicapped, 139 million ADHD, and you can go on looking for the statistics. It's a huge number. And India is top in the number of blind people overall in the world. And 50% of the blind population is in India and China. But if you think about all the AI, LLM models we all build, so many startup companies, top companies, we leave out these data sets. And if you add all these 295 million and 1.3 billion, is a huge population of data we miss out. So that's a big data bias, how we can include these data sets in our model. And what we have seen, by including these data sets, the accuracy goes from 90 to 95 or 100%. So that's the key message I want to drive, how to include people with disability, part of any AI or LLM model we are building. We started this project with the University of Illinois, along with the top companies like Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, and Microsoft, and many nonprofit organizations. UIUC is doing this data collection of all these millions of people whose data is missing in the LLM model. So this is called Speech Accessibility Project. If you go to UIUC website, you can find it. You might be coming across many people who stammer, who cannot speak well, or they speak in pauses, or you might be seeing in our childhood, we cannot speak the proper word. So how can Alexa or Siri or Google can understand this speech? So that's the bigger project we are doing currently in progress. Hopefully we'll see some outcome of this in this year, 2024. I'll take few stories. One is Anton, who is in Ukraine. You can see he cannot walk, he cannot move, his hands and arthritis and other disabilities. Thanks to GitHub Copilot, he's using GitHub Copilot to code. So he's able to code. It gives the, we have similar product in Amazon, Code Whisper. You can get recommendation, your thought or idea, you can bring into code. This is one student who is he cannot move. He's on wheelchair, his hands, he can only tap on few fingers using switch access. He can read books, he can do so many things, write email with a dictation service. That's possible. People with ADHD or other cognitive disability, there is a product called Word Voice, which can, you see on the individual word, it can explain you what it means or bring a shorter sentences. Speech selection, and Apple has similar product called Live Speech. You select a text or it can speak for you. People who cannot speak, it can speak for you. And there are several products on the vision area. Many people are blind. Alexa has a show and tell, like show Alexa what I'm holding for blind people. While they're in the kitchen, they're cooking, they can take any bottle and see what kind of spice it is, what kind of ingredient it is. They can cook. So blind person can cook. And in my team, there is a PhD holder from UC Berkeley who himself is blind. He demonstrated once how he's cooking. And in my team, I have 2-3 other engineers who are principal engineers, and they are coding, they're blind. So it's possible. The AI, LLM or computer vision has a lot of opportunity to include these people.
ज्ञान भाई ये स्लाइड टा और लोड है नहीं हमें किए देखि पारुनो आपण टिके रिफ्रेश कर दियंतु.
Oh, is it? How about now?
Not yet.
Stop share. You could not see from the beginning, or?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
प्रथम आसिला तापर आसुनु प्रथम.
That's interesting. Okay, how about now? I'll not go to slides. Yeah, I'll not go to slides mode. So some of the pictures, you might have seen this picture. I'll skip, but I'll go to the vision, which is there are products which you are holding, what you are holding in your hand, it can show you. The next is Be My Eyes, which is with GPT-4 LLM. It has OpenAI has opened up. The blind person can going into the street, going to the hospital, going to anywhere, it can guide you. So this can be your guide. Many blind people use guide dog, but now with AI, it can be a guide. Thanks to Kirtan Bhai, who is also, I think he was here. His generosity, we have started an experimentation in Odisha School of Blind, which is in Keonjhar. When I met them, I was so surprised. They have like almost 90 students with different disabilities. So we have sent one Amazon tablet with a screen reader called Voice View. How these students can read, write using the tablet and starting their digital literacy. So this we have just started, and I'm hoping this will take beyond Keonjhar to entire Odisha or entire India. So on the final minute, I would say the opportunity is huge to empower these people. At the same time, improving our data model using those data sets. This different people can be independent, and wide area of application, like whether you say speech to text, text to speech, picture to text, or video to text, or a gesture to text. Any possibility, there are huge of opportunities in this world. At the same time, there is risk. For these people, for a blind person, if the data accuracy is not 100%, there is a mistake in the AI or the GPT or LLM model, who will pay for the mistake? The cost of error can be huge. So we have to be very careful, very precise. 100% accuracy is a challenge. It's a challenge for everyone, all the AI community, but be inclusive. We think about the huge data set we are missing. And thanks to EIUC, who has taken this challenge, and all Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft combined together, focusing on this project to improve the speech accessibility using that data set. So I'll end it here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Gyana. I knew that you will give a very good presentation. Say farmers AI, for the disease recognition. So, we can use a Amazon tablet with Azure OpenAI. Okay. So thank you. So now we are coming to a keynote session. Okay. So I'm going to introduce here Dr. Panchanana Satapathy. What can I say about him, right? So he's a doctor by profession, but since retirement, he has taken a new interest. In fact, I will say magnanimous interest, right? So he has been teaching on the spirituality, and he's been teaching classes, and and he is also a part of a new organization called G4ICQ, Panchanbabu, please, excuse me for any mistake. I think Panchanbabu, I think his core message is, how you take the ancient knowledge, and apply it to each of us. It applies to each of us practically, consciously, and and how can we improve our lives. I think that's the summary I can give. And now I will, it's my honor to invite Panchanbabu, Dr. Panchan Satyapati, come and talk about consciousness and educate us in this world of open AI. Okay. Namaskar again.
Namaskar again. Jai Jagannath.
Yes.
See, I was told to speak on consciousness. Consciousness has got many names. We say Chit, Chaitana, awareness, Sakhi, Kutastha, I, self, Ishvara, Atma, so many, all these things means consciousness. No difference at all. There are only two things in the world, I and other than I. I is the subject, other than I is called object. I is I am, which is a subject. Other than I is the Jagat, including starting from my shirt and everything else. So I is the knower and Jagat is known. So the knower is different from what is known. The subject and object, the knower and known, all in the consciousness only. You are all scientists, but you have to be there first before you become a scientist. You are the Atma, you are the consciousness, and then you become a scientist. And how do you come? You are a Swatasiddha, self-evident. So, I can negate all the objects in the world, but I cannot negate myself at any time because I am the consciousness. The nature or the Swarupa of the Atma, I, is consciousness. The nature, Swarupa of the Ishvara is also consciousness. And the Jagat, the whole world, exists in my consciousness. There is no division in the consciousness and there is no parts in the consciousness. Consciousness is always there, never absent. It has got no parts, no divisions, never born, never dies, never age. It is not karta or bhukta. It doesn't do anything. It does not enjoy anything. All these things are within the consciousness. Whatever, everything happens is only in the consciousness. But at the same time, consciousness is independent and free from everything else. So the consciousness, we say, is sarvavyapi, is there everywhere. There is no place without the consciousness. It's limitless. It has got no form, so we call it formless. Time-wise, it is limitless. Space-wise, it is limitless. Time and space exist only in the consciousness. In the consciousness, time is a timeless. So you say, I am conscious, you are conscious, he is conscious, she is conscious, Ishvara consciousness. So how many consciousnesses are there? A question. If it is a limitless, it should include everything. In the limitless, no specific one entity is there. Consciousness has got no number or no gender. My consciousness, her consciousness is not there. So he says, so I is a non-dual, simple consciousness or awareness, only one without a second. Consciousness shines without any effort. What effort you need to take to say, I exist, I am a consciousness? What is the effort there? No effort at all. I exist, I am consciousness, there is no effort at all. Consciousness is sada prakashitaha, always shines. Consciousness is the eye of the eye, ear of the ear, mind of the mind, and prana of the prana. Eyes doesn't see, ear doesn't hear without the consciousness. It is the consciousness which comes reflected in the mind, then to all the sense organs, and through your eyes it goes, then only you see the object. So consciousness always shining, always exists, cannot be dismissed at any time. You cannot dismiss yourself at any time. I exist. I cannot dismiss myself. I see the Jagat. Jagat is full of objects. And all the objects seen by me, I am different than what is seen. Seer is different from what is seen. Knower is different than what is known. I know my body, I know my mind. I see my mind, body. I see my body means body become object to me. I am the seer of the body. I know my mind also. I'm anxiety, worry, stress, all things known to me. I am the knower of the mind. And mind is known. But body, mind, Jagat, everything keep on changing. But consciousness does not change. It is a constant. It is a consistent. So consciousness is self-evident, self-signing, self-revealing, always there without any change, but supports all changes. Our problem is due to our habitual thinking. I am the body, mind, and complex. Dehatmika bhava. So I keep on changing. I'm never the same at any time. I don't see you for the second time. The light falls on you and you reflect the light and then I see you. By the time I see second time, you already changed. Micro, pico changes are in you. So you are not the same at any time, except the Atma. Everything else keep on changing. We forget I am the Atma. If you know the Atma, you are limitless. If you limit to the body, mind, and complex, you are limited. So consciousness pervades all living being. From the Brahmaji to the ant, it keep on, it pervades everything. It sustains everything, but consciousness does not change. So all these things. So when you think about the consciousness, it's the jiva, it is the within Jagat also exists in consciousness, Ishvara is also consciousness, and consciousness witness of everything. Consciousness is the witness of everything, but the witness cannot be witnessed. You cannot witness the witness. With this, I will stop. If any questions, I'll try to answer. Thank you. This artificial intelligence also exists in the consciousness.
How is the question?
How is the question? So OpenAI, artificial intelligence is all about mind, neurons. Apan the doctor, na? Please educate us. You know.
There is a debate. Neurosciences got a big debate going on last 50 years or so. Okay, mind came first or matter came first. It is there, therefore I see. One other says, I am there, therefore I see. Both mean same actually. Nobody creates the consciousness. Nobody creates the Ishvara. Consciousness is Ishvara. Ishvara is nobody created. So the scientists keep on saying the matter came first. Oh, it is a amoeba to monkey, monkey to chimpanzee, chimpanzee to human being. That means your great father was a amoeba or the monkey or something like that. When you look at the Vedanta, we are millions of years. We're always a human being. Amoeba. So the Darwin theory of this from the amoeba to the monkey This is all discarded now. There is a society in USA right now which they don't believe they have annual convention. All this is no evidence at all. He thought there is an evidence will come up, but nothing so far evidence have come up. So the scientists keep on saying there is a mind, there is a neurons, and that is where the consciousness emerges. So it is a epiphenomenon of mind. But Vedanta people don't believe it. They don't take, you are first. Without you, there's nothing at all. If you are not there, the Jagat does not exist for you. You are the Atma, which is not created. Your body is created, mind is created, sense organs are created. But Atma is not created. Consciousness is not created. It is always there. Due to the consciousness only, you recognize there is a matter. A lot more discussion is involved with that. Matter came first and mind came first.
Thank you. Thank you, Panchanabu. You know, movie Paduji, ki OpenAI to become like human consciousness will take another 100 years. You know, we are just tiny bit now, nothing much. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Panchanabu. You know, it was a great session. We all learned. You know, Ajay, ame dinasara AI, OpenAI applications, so practical things. So what can be done for? Can nobody looked at behind? And you taught us. Thank you very much. So without further ado, we'll go to the next session. Next session is by Dr. Devendra Das Sharma. He's a fellow at Intel. I know him personally. He is what can I tell about him, right? He has contributed so much, Hello? Hello? Devendra?
नहीं आपण introduce करथां भाई.
So this is my opportunity to introduce Devendra to speak about so he'll talk about hardware changes in substrate, right? So there so as you know, he works for Intel, and he's a hardware designer, physicist at his heart. And now, with this integration, with this OpenAI, with with basically everything, right? And hardware, as you see, right? We talked about hardware in OpenAI, right? And integration is a big piece of it. And going to fundamentals is the substrate. So I think Devendra is too far advanced than me on this. I will, invite Devendra now to speak. Okay. Thank you, Devendra. Please go ahead.
A little bit bhai, before Devendra bhai starts speaking. So I simplify it. So every computer in this world have somebody's invention, and that is Devendra bhai's invention. So that's how I simplify it, and I'm sure it is true, 100% true. So,
yes. Latest standards Devendra leads in the world. Thank you, Devendra.
धन्यवाद सुनील भाई, धन्यवाद अंजन. 2023 आमर जो ओडिशा कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा एवं यांत्रिक अवबोधन सम्मेलन होचे समस्त को स्वागत जनाऊे. आज जो आलोचना चक्र विषय वस्तु एटा होची कृत्रिम प्रज्ञा द्वारा केमती सार्वजनीन प्रगति हो पार. तेणु से विषय रे मु किछि कहिबी. मते टिके ये करिया पे दे परिबे कि स्क्रीन शेयर करिया को.
आज्ञा करूछ.
तो basically I'll talk about compute infrastructure for AI ML and how can we democratize it going forward. Every one of these computing platforms goes through multiple epochs, and artificial intelligence is the new frontier, and it's going to create some very fundamental shifts in the way computing happens. We have been through this over the last few decades. Every few decades, we go through several evolutions. Okay, I think I can say it now, right?
Yes.
देखी पारुछु अंजन?
like how again?
अच्छा ठीक है. So we, these are some of the mega trends, right, that we have been through as a computing industry. As I was saying, artificial intelligence or AI ML, this is the new frontier. Cloud computing was here about 10 years back. Now it is ubiquitous. We know how to do cloud computing very effectively, very efficiently. Things like networking, edge computing, those are also exploding, and they're increasingly using the cloud infrastructure. In each and every one of these epochs of computing, fundamental changes happen. And that causes this entire virtuous cycle of innovations. You have applications that demand more things. And every one of these other things, like whether it is server, whether it is PC, for example, PC truly democratized computation. Mobile computing, it basically brought computing to the masses, right? Storage caused a lot of innovations. Every one of these caused a lot of these kind of innovations. And what we see is the trend is there is just an insatiable demand for heterogeneous type of computing, memory, storage, interconnects, all of those. And this is where the whole ecosystem really needs to innovate. And we will see how we are going to evolve this. We are in the early stages, as I said, and a lot will change in terms of the way computing gets done. So, looking at the landscape today, right? I mean, your typical cloud computing landscape, you got your racks of servers, you got, every one of the servers, as you can see here, has got multiple drawers, which are basically packed, right? They're packed with computing elements, with memory, with your GPUs that are doing a lot of your AI processing, your FPGAs, your ASICs, your SSDs, all of those things are there. They're connected through networking interconnect. And that's basically what we see today. The question is this the right infrastructure going forward for AI and ML? What we see is that there is always almost like a brute force, right? The size of the models, as we'll see, it's exploding. So we are putting more and more and more of these, right? I mean, we just need to be very careful about power. People are talking about gigawatts of data center. Cost, very expensive, right? Carbon footprint, so unless we are careful, right, we are going to see things that are just not going to be sustainable. We just need to innovate as an industry across the board. And we need to democratize the technology so that technology will be available for the whole world at a reasonable cost. And cost as in not just dollars and cents, but also cost in terms of power, the infrastructure, overhead, all of those things. Now let's look into where do we see, right? AI ML models are growing rapidly, right? You got parameters that are in billions already, and they basically show no signs of slowing down. It's an exponential growth curve. That's basically putting a lot of stress on the compute infrastructure. We are not able to meet the memory bandwidth. The interconnects are getting stressed. Power cost, all of these are very interesting problems. It's a very exciting time to be doing hardware design. It was an exciting time 20 years back. It continues to be exciting, and that's the virtuous cycle of innovation. And the challenge of the exponential growth with resources will always be limited. So what it means is that we need to think of the picture holistically, both in terms of software as well as in terms of the hardware. They need to go hand in hand. Let me demonstrate the point. And this is basically a trend we keep seeing. It's not new. It's going to get, if anything, it's going to get worse with AI ML kind of thing. Simple thing, like, the graph. Can you see my cursor? Cursor movement, disuchi?
Yes, again.
Okay. Yeah, so if you look into the graph here, this is the way in which, these are of course normalized, right? None of the companies will give you the absolute number. So, everything goes by normalization. But, if you look into these, your core count and all of that, those are increasing, which basically think of it as it's a proxy for the type of compute you are doing. Of course, we expect it to grow, right? Within a given form factor, we expect, to do more and more compute pieces. That's what we are used to. Once you do more and more of that, what you expect is that your memory bandwidth needs to also increase because you need to feed the beast. because they are computing off of something. And if anything, the AI memory bandwidth demands are just through the roof. What we see is that we keep adding memory, channels, and yet the per core bandwidth is decreasing. It's going in the wrong direction. Okay. Okay, so that's one thing. Now there are reasons why that is the case, because certain technologies, the memory technologies, they are not scaling as fast as the logic technology. And that's problem one. Problem number two, cost of the memory. Today, memory cost is in the more than 50% of that TAM. Okay, so if you buy a system, more than 50% of that cost is memory, more than, and correspondingly, you're going to have more and more power going to memory. And the reason is that you're adding more cores and the cost per bit has flattened. So what happens is that you're adding more capacity, cost is flattened. If cost flattens, that means price goes up. So that's the other problem that we have, right? And why is that? Because memory is moving to the latest and greatest technology, which is becoming expensive. So, it grows from there. So the other challenge that we have is that computation, the way we know it, it's like, okay, hey, certain types of things happens in the CPU, certain types of things happen in the GPU, certain types of things happen in the ASIC, certain types of things, this is what is known as heterogeneous computing, right? Heterogeneous computing is very much, driven by move the entire data structure from one place to the other, let it process, then move, right? It's basically like a entire kind of a pipeline flow, right? I mean, sequentialized kind of thing, okay? So that's very inefficient from a data movement point of view. Part of the power consumption is in moving bits around. You want to minimize moving the bits around. You want to be efficient about moving the bits, but at the same time, you want to have more capability to move the bits, but at the same time, you want to move as few bits as you can, as less distance as you can, right? Because that has a direct implication on the energy consumption. So there is a lot of innovation going on here in this Compute Express link, which we are leading. PCI Express, which we have been leading for the last 2 decades in the industry, and then CXL over the last 4 years to basically address this issue of heterogeneous compute in a very power efficient manner, right? And the part of that is basically getting to the technicalities of it, as ensuring cache coherency and all of that. And then memory challenges. So we can deliver more memory bandwidth through these links than the traditional way of doing memory using what is known as the bus-based kind of thing. So we are solving that. And above all, low latency communication between these GPUs, between the CPUs, between these FPGAs that are working collectively on the problem. But then the question is still that, is that the best way really? Is that really the best we can do? And the answer is, of course, we can do better than that. And this is part of my vision of how I see the compute world needs to move forward. And I'll give you an example of this. So let me first explain what is there in this picture. What if I can bring a lot more compute within a package? Think of it a package as, the chip that you put in, right? Today, you're going spreading your computation across multiple chips that are in a board, which is, about, give or take a meter kind of form factor, and then across boards in the rack. What if you can pack more and more and more of them on a very tiny package area, which can be maybe 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter, or it can be larger than that. I mean, just giving you an example. What if I can pack a punch there? Well, what happens then is, they're going to burn more power, clearly. Of course, they're going to burn more power. Well, what do I do with it? Well, I can do a few things, right? I can have compute elements. I can have memory on there. I can basically do like a 3D stack in there. I can connect them using 2D, 2.5D within the package. I can have things like optical chiplets that come out of the package. And then, of course, the problem will be, how do I do power delivery? How do I do cooling? How do I do thermal? And, all of a sudden, these packages that are burning 200 to 50 watts, can I deal with 1,000 watts? Turns out that we can do a lot of innovations like, immersion cooling and all of that. If I burn 1,000 watts, then the question is, okay, what did I really solve? I'm just made my components even more power hungry. Well, I'm doing a lot more computation than that. But most importantly, look at these distances. These are very small distances. They are going to, the power consumption of transferring bits there will go down already. By the way, with 2D, 2.5D that we introduced with UCIe recently, we have demonstrated power consumption goes down by an order of magnitude. Now we are going to look into 2 to 3 orders of magnitude less power. So yes, it's a challenging problem, but we need to solve this. Otherwise, it's going to be a very unaffordable thing, right? And that needs to be a lot of innovations to make these kind of things happen. And optical, for example, by no means it's a given, okay? There are lots of technologies, it's still in its infancy, but these are the types of things in which we need to really make strides on in order to do this inclusive growth using AI. Now, how does this tie into the big picture level, right? So that's at a package level. So at a package level, you pack a punch. Each and every one of these packages are like really very capable. You got immersion cooling to cool the thing. So overall, you have a much smaller footprint on which you are doing a lot of computation. You don't probably, for example, your data center, if I can reduce that footprint by 10x, then I can deploy it much more easily. Of course, I have to solve the power problem, but even overall power demands are going to be less. And, more and more of these innovations will keep happening. I can cover the distance very effectively through optical communication. Those are very effective. Now, those are very, very, very expensive today, but with innovations, the cost should go down. At some point, the cost crossover will happen. It has to happen. And that's how we can now start looking into, things that are very tightly packed, that are nearby, even for distances that are far apart. It doesn't matter because you're using light to communicate. And all of these things will be useful in solving this problem in a holistic manner, right? I mean, that's basically how we are going to do this AI problem. They will keep solving, of course, on the software side, the models will going to figure out a better way to do the model. It can't be like this arms race in which we are in, right? I mean, make it bigger and bigger. But the problem is that even the sizes are not going to go down. It's just that hopefully that exponential slope, we would know how to curb it a little bit better. And maybe we'll have in hardware on this side that it doesn't matter even if that slope is going up in an exponential direction, we can solve that problem in a power efficient manner, right? I mean, that's the critical thing, right? We cannot be creating more power, demanding more energy out of our data centers. We all like what the AI and ML offer as a technology, but we just need to make sure that we do it in a responsible manner. So, aji pai moro setiki kahibar achi. Au jodi kisi prashna uttara thibo tahale we can have that discussion.
ଏ ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡା ହେଭି ତ ସବୁବେଳେ ଆପଣ କହୁଥିଲେ ତାଙ୍କ ଆଗରୁ ପଞ୍ଚାବନ ସାର୍ କହୁଥିଲେ କନସିୟସନେସ୍ ବେଳେବେଳେ ମୋ ମାଇଣ୍ଡରେ ଆସେ ଯେ ସେଇ କନସିୟସନେସ୍ ର ପଞ୍ଚାବନ ସାର୍ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛନ୍ତି ତାକୁ କେମିତି କଣ ଟାଣି ଟୁଣିକି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ହାର୍ଡୱେର ଭିତରେ କରିବା ସେ
one of these days, huh?
Substrates. Both are substrates. They have to so thank you, Devendra, for nice presentation. It was amazing. Khali good sentence koibi. Jetlo GPT 3.5 Azure OpenAI re train hotula. That was done in Nebraska. And there was Nebraska villages complained to Microsoft, how much water and power we are sucking to train those NVIDIA chips. So with our GPT-4 with 1 trillion parameters and GPT-5, at least from the Microsoft side, right, we are looking at these kind of technologies, okay, to how to, reduce power, electricity, it's also an environmental issue, much bigger problem. Yeah.
And these are things that, as a technology industry, right, we have solved, right? We always, first of all, you do whatever it takes to get the problem solved. Then you figure out ways in which you can control them, right? And then, by then eventually something else happens and then you again bring it under control, right? But each and every one of these, right? If you think about, smartphone, right? At that time, battery life was a big problem, right? Whenever apanakara smartphone ta off rochi, your devices were still consuming milliwatts of power. So, your battery was draining quite a bit. We figured out ways in which we can consume microwatts of power. It can't be zero, okay? I mean, nothing is zero in this life, right? So but it consumes microwatts of power to the point where right now, nobody is worried about battery life, right? I mean, So those are, but it took us a while to get there, right? But that doesn't mean that technology doesn't progress, right? I mean, your demands will be there initially. The cost you pay looks exorbitant, but eventually we come out ahead. We know how to solve this problem. So that's why I was saying that AI and ML, we are in the initial phase. प्रथम पर्यायर अछु आउरी अनेक वर्ष लागिवो माने 5-10 वर्ष परे आमे जो हिसाब रे वर्तमान प्रॉब्लम ता सॉल्व कर जे से बहुत अलगा दिसिबो से तबडको.
Thank you, Devendra. Now time to go to our next keynote. It is by Dr. Prashant Mohapatra. Se onyo Odia ML agudu bi kahichanti. What can I tell about Prashant Abu? So he is right now with the University of South Florida. He's executive vice president. He's a he's a provost. He's a professor. So he's in the top in that university. That is his just in the current job at in South Florida. But before that, right, he has contributed a lot, to our computing world. As a researcher, as a professor, I know him personally. And he's also helped our Odia community, Odia entrepreneurs. Just because we are all Odias here, he played a even a non-technical role. Like we had our OSA convention in 2022. Because of him, we could do it in Sacramento. I can just give lot about him, but one key thing he is going to discuss today, because he comes from education field, he's going to talk about, see, so far we've been hearing from a lot of speakers, what is this AI, how AI is evolved, ending with, what, Dr. Devendra said, right, how the hardware has to catch up with software and how it is a environmental problem. In the end, right, we want to be like our conscious, right, what Dr. Panchana Chaudhary. But there's so many things are happening, right? I think it's a perfect segue to, Dr. Prashant speaking about, you look at the education system, not only in the US, not only in India, but globally, right? Has it caught up, with this AI innovation? Right, because I used to teach and train people on big data 10 years back. Big data is no more. Nobody talk about big data. Then came ML. Now with this AI, right? So I know educational institutes have a lot of responsibility to prepare the next generation workforce, to actually develop, to actually work in this industry, right? As a data engineer, data scientist, and everything. And nobody is better than to talk about this, Dr. Prashant Mohapatra. He's in the right position at the right time. I invite, Dr. Mohapatra come and, speak to us. Thank you. Prashant.
So thank you for the long note. So Prashant sir had to extend his day at the university. So he is having a full day event. He was not able to carve out time today, but he had been consistently addressing us in every conference. So one discussion that when I was asking, and so it was that his address in 2020 was one of the we can actually iterate on that. Like he covered broad areas, and then he one opinion that is whatever areas that was covered in AI in Odisha is still a work in progress. So I pinged the YouTube link that was given by Professor Mohapatra. So with this, we will have to ask him for a newer opportunity when he has his calendar slightly available. So so that probably completes this particular section of the conference. Sunil bhai, last phase, it would be like what we normally say, a new age. So that's where I requested Prashant bhai that give something in writing. Literature has to come up so that this techies they need to go and earn that money from the market. I mean, I took a very monetary perspective, and it may sound odd after listening to consciousness, but my question to him was that there is money in the market. What Odia community can do so that they can go and be entrepreneurs and get that money. 16 trillion people are putting numbers, and numbers are numbers. Number has to come to our bank accounts. I mean, I sound like a materialistic person right now, but sorry. I mean, if you are thinking like that, Panchana sir, I mean, I'm trying to be balancing it out. So that's the reason my ask to Prasanta Bhuya Bhai was that you know, Sahitya has to do something right. Sahitya is not doing something right, and that was a very, very hard conversation, should I say, Prasant Bhai, that you know, I was saying that Sahitya is not doing right, and hence our progress is getting stopped. So that kind of conversation. So having said that, we have a Gopar Supper session. So you know, Prasant Bhai suggested we'll talk about new age for 5 minutes and then we'll stop. So want to see what is that new age for 5 minutes.
Namaskar.
नमस्कार नमस्ते समस्त भाई भौणी माननको मोर नमस्कार मु आजी बांटी हे जायछि त्रिशंग भଳି सकाळे क्रिकेट तापर आ गोटे नवगुंजर सांस्कृतिक सभा तापर ए सभा मु तीनटी लैपटॉप रे तीनटी जिंस बसी की देखुथली सुनुथली चलीथिला से गोटे प्रकार वर्तमान जो न्यू एज कथा कहिलो अंजन प्रथम गोटे कथा आरंभ करे कि हमरो भाषा पे अछि नेहरू थरे स्टेज ऊपर को चढ़िला बेले सी कौन गले निज भारसाम्य हर की पड़ी जाउथिले तांकु जने कवि पछाडू धर देले नेहरू कहले जाहु तम मते धरिकी बंचे देला सी कहले आज्ञा जेते बेले भी राष्ट्रर को जिनिस पड़े सेते बेले लेखक साहित्यिक भाषाविद माने से मानू बंचांती आपण जानिथे रुसिया विप्लव भी मैक्सिम गर्की से कामटी करथिले तेनु एमिति आमे जदि साहित्य भाषा को आनिबा मु गोटिए पद कहिबी जे अक्षर आदर थिले शब्द जन्मे वाक्य जन्मे शब्दरु वाक्य चय हुए वाक्य समूह रे अध्याय अनुच्छेदरु अध्याय अध्याय मिसी बहिटिए हुई जतने जान पाठक आदर न पाइले बही देबाटी सेथिकु ज्ञान छुईले मन को पाठक पढ़ई पद पद पृष्ठा पृष्ठा मन छुआ लेखा थिबा बहिटिए हुए थिले भाषा निष्ठा जेमिति अक्षर ज्ञान थिले भाषा शिखावनी भाषा जानिले साहित्य लेखा जाए सेमिति आजिर जो पदटी आज कथा होचे एआई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सो मु मोर फेसबुक पेज रे लिखिथिली ये एआई आई आस जानिबा भौणी भाई आमे जदी एई तक जानि परिबानी एआई आपण ताकू आई बोली कहंतु आमे तो आई मान सहित परिचित ज्ञानर गंताघर आई निजको भी कहंतु अहम ब्रह्मास्मि कहंतु कि एआई कहंतु ताकू आपण को बागरे भी नियंतु आपण को जानिबा को पड़िबो आज जो जो आलोचना अच्छी कि इनक्लूसिव ग्रोथ थ्रू एआई बिल्डिंग एक्शन प्लान 2030 सो सम्मिलित व्याकस मते अंजन कौन कले केते दिन हला मते गोटे लोभ देखेले भाई पैसा पड़ी गोटे बा चाल कोठे पैसा पड़ी ना आज्ञा मु गंजाम लोक मो कथार जदि आपण टिके कोन गाउलिया जिंस देखिए किछि भाबिबेनी काहे ना मु चाहूची आमे 17 जण बसिचे ओडिसा रे मु सकाळू देखुथिली 30 जण ही रहउथिले हाँ ओडिसा रे 30 जिला तो मु भाबिली 30 जिल्ला 30 जण बसचंदी हाँ काहे ना हमर 3टा डिवीजन अछि 30टा जिला अछि 58टा सब डिवीजन अछि 317 तहसील अछि 314 ब्लॉक अछि तेनु 300 तो हमर टिके परिचय बेसी ओडिसा तेनु एई जे सी कले पैसा पड़छि मिली केते पैसा पड़छि काहे ना पैसा रो आमे मानक देखि कि जीवा जिमिन सिम तो डेई पड़ले हबो ना बेंगडेला भଳି से कहले भाई 16 ट्रिलियन आ मुझे सुन पकई पार्लिनी मु भाबिले ट्रिलियन बेले गोटे विराट नंबर ये कहूची अंजन तेणु चल सो सी कहले नहीं आमे गले हबनी आमर एई जो आमर जति सब जनसाधारण अछंती सर्वसाधारण अछंती इमान को किमिति एआई आडे मुहाई देले माने गाई को जेमिति खाଇବା टाइम हेले ताकू तोड़ घर आडे मुहाई दिया जाए ताले ताकू मुहाई देले से माने एआई रे मातंदु मु कहली अरे बा दळे माती चंती टंका गिया चाउल रे दळे माती चंती कला पताका रे दळे माती चंती जणु को ओडिया आसुनी बोली एमान तो जे जार मुहा ये सब अच्छंती का को टाणी आनिबा केमिति टाणी आनिबा से कहले भाई हम साहित्य द्वारा टाणी आनिबा मु कहली बास तू गोटे रहस्यर कथा कहलु मात्र साहित्यिक रे साहित्य अच्छंती की तमे जोठे देखिबो आकु ज्ञानपीठ मिलिगला ताकू भिड़िया को पळे ताकू पद्मश्री मिलिगला केस करबा को पळे जणे कहूची मते पद्मश्री मिलिया कथा ताकू केमिति मिलिगला अरे बाबा नाउ एवरीबॉडी इज डिसाइडिंग हु विल गेट अवार्ड तेणु ए रहस्य भितरे मु कहली नाही हमर जो 4.3 कोटी ओडिशावासी अछंती सेथुरु जदि एटलिस्ट गोटे कोटिए को टिके बागेई दबा तेला हमर कामटी हे जिवो सीए मोर गोटे छवि रे केबर गोटे मु गोटे पद लिखिथिली जे भाषा भावना अबोधि केबे चेतिबे हेबो बुद्धि काना देखनु मु एडा कहूनी आज्ञा मधुबाबू गोपबंधु गोदावरी समस्ते जाति को उठे उठे जाइछन्ती किए कहला माने उठिबो केते दिने किए कहला छिडु श्रृंखला उठ कंकाळ किए हमको उठेबारे व्यस्त तो किए हमको झांकीबारे व्यस्त मात्र हमर निद भांगुची केबे तेणु ए निद जदि भांगिबो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को आसीबा आगे हमें तो प्रकृत जिनिस को आसी पारुने ए अप्रकृत जिनिस को केमिति आसीबा तेणु चालनतो सेमान को बाटेबा कोन बोली बाटेबा ना मु भाबिली मते जन के लागे जो कृत्रिम बुद्धि कहउचंदी एटा पटे कहिबा को अडुआ लागुची आपण गोटे भलो शब्द रे कोनांदी मु बोली सुनो मते माड खोयबो तमे मु भाषाविद नै मु शास्त्रज्ञ नै मात्र मु तमे कृतक बुद्धि बोली कोन कृत माने आर्टिफिशियल बुद्धि बेल तो बुद्धि सला कृत बुद्धि कृत्रिम कहबार दरिबनी क्रू कहबो कि क्रू कहबो कन्फ्यूजन काई हबो तेणु मु कहली एबे हमर पंचानन बाबू कहउथिले मु सुनुथिली चेतना सहित जे मु गोटे दिन पढ़ी क्या ब्रह्म सत्य जगत मिथ्या जने कहले कि ब्रह्म सत्य जगत मिथ्या आउ जने कहले सर्वम खल्व विद्यम ब्रह्मम सबुठी ब्रह्म अछि ता माने जगत मध्ये ब्रह्ममय ताहले मिथ्या कोन आमे होचे सब सत्य तेणु ये जो सब सत्यर अध्याय को लेकिन आम जब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सहित जोड़ा जोटा कि मुझे आगर गप सपर धारा आपण गोटे गोटे पद पचारि पचारि आग को नेबी मु प्रथम कहली माने जिते जन आज कथा हेले आज्ञा ज्ञानर भंडार शेष बाबूजी आसला देवेंद्र बाबू तो सी कौन कहले माने मु शुणुली जे माने एते सात तळ आग आमे कहानी पढुथले ना सात तळ पंक से भितरे गोटे बुढ़िया शुणीर गोटे पेढ़ी अछि पेढ़ी भितरे भ्रमर अछि भ्रमर को खोले ता जीवन सेही जो भ्रमर भितर जिनसडा होची एआई कहानी रे तो लिखा गेला भ्रमर विषय रे मु किछ ब्रह्म बोली धरछि तेणु ब्रह्मर भितर से जो जिनसटा एआई जिनसटा को आमको आनिया को पड़िबो आर्टिफिशियल मत जन साधारण लोक पता लगे आर्टिफिशियल होउची कोन बोली होउनी कोन हमर लिसा भौणी कहले सकाळ उठु उठु तो मोबाइल टी आगो खोलुच सेइठु तमर आर्टिफिशियल जिंस आरंभ हैला आगे 20 वर्ष तले मते जन कहले प्लास्टिक हम कोड व्यवहार करूचे बोली सकाळ उठले जो ब्रश टी घसो सेइठु प्लास्टिक रो आरंभ हां सेमिति वर्तमान प्लास्टिक पळेनी वर्तमान एआई रो आरंभ सकाळ आरंभ एआई रो राती रे सोइला पूर्व एआई तेणु एई जो एआई विषय रे हमर एडवांटेज तो मु 99% एडवांटेज देखुची आपण मान सहित गप सपर धारा बढ़िया पूर्व मु कहबी डिसएडवांटेज मते जने पचारथिले मु कहथली डिसएडवांटेज होची इट इज वेरी कॉस्टली एरा सस्ता रे मिलनी एआई इट इज वेरी कॉस्टली बहुत लोकर चाकरी पळेबो आमे सिना एबे बस एठे 30 जेतलो एआई ता रूप देखेबो सेतले 30 जन मध्ये रहइबेनी एठी तेनो सेइटा गोटे आउ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पाखरे ना इमोशन अछि ना क्रिएटिविटी अछि तेणु आमे ताकू जो बागरे जो आमर माने कथारे अछि जेमिति खाइबो सेमिति ओडी आसीबो तेणु तमे एआई भितरे कोन डाटा फीड करूचो ताकू कोन अपलोड करूचो सेही अनुसार सी तमु ज्ञान दबो तमे ता भितरे जदि अज्ञान गुडा पुरेबो सी अज्ञान होय हि जिवो तेणु इट इज एन आस एटा होची आम उपरे तेणु आम जो रिएक्टिव मशीन्स कहंतु लिमिटेड मेमोरी कहंतु थ्योरी ऑफ माइंड कहंतु सेल्फ अवेयरनेस कहंतु ए जो चारिटा पिलर को नेकिरी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आज छिड़ा हिची भविष्यत रे जे तार केते सीमाहीन आडे पळेबो आ तार इयता नै तेणु चालंतु आगो को बढ़िबा सकाळे मु सुनथिली विवेकानंद बाबू कहले विवेकानंद पाणी बाबू कहले कि हमर बहुत गुडे अभाव अछि कोन अभाव अछि हम ओडिया लोक टाइप करिया को नाराज इंग्लिश रे टापुचनी मु आसीबी MUNASIBI अरे बाबा हमर कोन ओडिया भाषा नै तू ओडिया भाषा रे लेखुनु मु आसीबी ना आज्ञा होनी काहे कि होनी ना आज्ञा यूनिकोड आसुनी बी रे दीर्घिकार हेले पंडित माने गाली करचंदी हां हेले कोन करबा तेणु जोटा विवेकानंद पाणी बाबू कहले कि आज्ञा डाटा एंटर करंतु कीबोर्ड यूज करंतु वेब स्टोरेज रे ओडिया रखंतु तेणु अंजन भाई जानिथिबे आपण माने भी जानिथिबे हम गोटे साहित्य टुंगी बोली गोटे आरंभ करलु सेथिरे आज्ञा जे छवि पकेला जे वीडियो पकेला जे लिंक कला हम काढिलु डिलीट कोन नाही तमे टाइप कर କାହିଁକି ନା ତମେ ଯେତେ ଟାଇପ କରିବ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ବୌଦ୍ଧ ଘରେ ଯାଇକି ସବୁ ରହିବ ଏ ବୌଦ୍ଧ ଘରେ ରହିଲେ ସେଇଠୁ ବର୍ଷିବ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଢାଙ୍କିବା ବର୍ଷା ହଉଥିବ ଓଡିଆ ଆମର ଗଲା ଆଜ୍ଞା ଏବେ ଗୁଗୁଲ ରେ କିଣ୍ଡଲ ରେ ଆମର ଓଡିଆ ବହି ମିଳୁନି କୋଉଠି ଆପଣ କହିନାହାନ୍ତି ମିଳୁଛି ନାଇଁ ମିଳୁଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଓଡିଆ ବହି ସେମାନେ ପିଓଡି ପ୍ରିଣ୍ଟ ଅନ୍ ଡିମାଣ୍ଡ କରୁନାହାନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷା କରିବୁନୁ ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆମ ଭାଷା ଶାସ୍ତ୍ରୀୟ ନା ତମ ଭାଷା ତମକୁ ଶାସ୍ତ୍ରୀୟ ନା ତମ ପିଲା ତମକୁ ଚନ୍ଦନ ଆମକୁ ନାହିଁ ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଭାଷାକୁ ଆଣିବାକୁ ହେଲେ ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ର ଉପଯୋଗ କରିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ପଞ୍ଚାନନ ବାବୁଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ଚିନ୍ତା ଚେତନା କଥା କହିଲେ ତା ଉପରେ ପଦେ କହିବି ଚିନ୍ତା ଚେତନା ଓ ଚୈତନ୍ୟ ଆଇ ବୋଧରେ ହେଉ ଜ୍ଞାନ ତେଣୁ ଆଇ ଶିଖାଯାଉ ଏ ଆଇଟା ଶିଖାଯାଉ ଚିନ୍ତା ଚୈତନ୍ୟ ଓ ଚୈତନ୍ୟ ଆଇ ବୋଧରେ ହେଉ ଜ୍ଞାନ ସରବେ ଓଡିଆ ଓଡିଶା ଶିଖିବା ଚାଲ ଆଇ ଭାଷା ତେଣୁ ଆମର ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସ୍ଲୋଗାନ ଟା ନେଇକି ଆମେ ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବାର ଅଛି ମୁଁ ଯେମିତି 2-3 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ଗୋଟେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲି ପ୍ରକଳ୍ପ ଗାଁଟିଏ ପାଠାଗାରଟିଏ ସବୁ ଗାଁରେ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ପାଠାଗାର ହେବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି ଯୋଉଟା ଓସାରା ଆମର ଗୋଟେ ଚାଲିଛି ପ୍ରକଳ୍ପ ସେ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ସମସ୍ତେ ଆଇ ଶିଖିବା ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଉପରେ ବସିକି ମେସିନ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଉପରେ ବସିକି ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ କହୁଛନ୍ତି କାର ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଉପର ପଟେ ପଳଉଛି କାର କାନ ଭିତରକୁ ଯାଇପାରୁନି କଷ୍ଟ ଏତେ ବଡ ବଡ କଷ୍ଟ ଶବ୍ଦ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ତେଣୁ ମନ୍ଦିର ପାଇଁ ଯେମିତି ଆଜ୍ଞା ମନ୍ଦିରରେ ଯିଏ ଚୂଳ ମାରେ ତାକୁ ମନ୍ଦିରର ଦେବତାର ମନ୍ତ୍ର ଜଣା ନାହିଁ ଯିଏ ଦେବତା ମନ୍ତ୍ର ପଢୁଛି ସିଏ କାରୁକାର୍ଯ୍ୟ କରିପାରିବନି ହେଲେ କଣ କରାଯିବ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ମିଳନରେ ମନ୍ଦିରଟା ହଉ ତେଣୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲ ଭାଷା ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଟେକ୍ନିକାଲିଟି ଆଡେ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ସଫ୍ଟୱେର ଡିଜାଇନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ସଫ୍ଟୱେର ଡିଜାଇନ କରନ୍ତୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଏ ଯୋଉ ଅଗା ବଗା ଖଗା 4.3 କୋଟି ଲୋକ ଭିତରୁ ଯୋଉମାନେ ଏଆଇ ବିଷୟରେ ଜାଣିନାହାନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଦିଆଯାଉ ଆମେ ଯଦି ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଦେବା ତାହେଲେ ଯାଇକି ହବ ତେଣୁ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟେ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କହୁଥିଲି ଯେ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷାକୁ ଓଡିଆରେ ଲେଖି ଓଡିଆରେ ଯିବା କହି ଶୁଣିବା ଓଡିବା ଜାଣିବା ଓଡିଆ ଓଡିଆରେ ଯିବା ଗାଇ ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଏଆଇ ପ୍ରତି ଆମର ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯେତିକି ଆଗ୍ରହ କରାଇବା ସେଟା ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ହବ ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆଦିତ୍ୟ ବାବୁ ମଧ୍ୟ କହିଥିଲେ କି ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଓଡିଶା ଏମଏଲ ଏତେ କାମ କରୁଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା 4 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲାଣି ଆମେ 4 ବର୍ଷରେ 40 ଜଣ ଲୋକକୁ ଯୋଗାଡ଼ କରିପାରିଲେନି ଆମ ଶୁଣିବା ପାଇଁ କଥା 30 ଜଣ ହିଁ ଆମେ ବସିଥିଲେ ସେ 30 ଜଣରୁ ଆମେ ହିଁ ହଉଛ 20-25 ହେଲେ ବସିଲା କିଏ ଗଲା କିଏ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସଂଶୟରେ ଆମର ଚାଲିଛି ତେଣୁ ଆଗକୁ ଚାଲନ୍ତୁ ଗପସପ କରିବା ଆଉ ଅଭିଯୋଗ ତ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ରହିବ ଖେଦ ରହିବ ଅଭିମାନ ରହିବ ଦୁଃଖ ରହିବ ତେଣୁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷା ଶିଖିବା ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷା ଶିଖିବା ପରେ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛନ୍ତି ସବୁଥିରେ ସିଏ ଆମର ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଗୋଷ୍ଠୀ ମାନଙ୍କର ବି ମେସିନ ଲର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ ବିଷୟରେ କିଛି କିଛି ଉପାଦେୟ ତଥ୍ୟ ମଝି ମଝିରେ ରଖନ୍ତି ନ ଜାଣିଲା ଭଳି ଦି ପଦ ପଚାରନ୍ତି ଏଇଟା କଣ ଏଇଟା କଲେ ହବ କି ବୋଲି ସେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଉଖୁରା ଉଖୁରି ଟିକେ ହେଲେ ହିଁ ଭଲ ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇଙ୍କଠୁ ମୁଁ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇଙ୍କଠୁ ଶୁଣିବି ଯେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷଟି ସେ ପ୍ରାରମ୍ଭ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆମେ ବେଶୀ ସମୟ ନେବାନି କାହିଁକି ନା ଭାରତରେ କେତେ ସମୟ ହେଇଥିବ ମୁଁ ତ କାନାଡାରେ ଟରଣ୍ଟୋରେ ଅଛି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ ଆମେରିକାରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ତେଣୁ କାହାର ସମୟ ନଷ୍ଟ କରି ଆମେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବା ଆଉ 10-15 ମିନିଟ୍ ଭିତରେ ସଭାଟି ସମାପନ କରିବା ତେଣୁ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ ପ୍ରଥମେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଯୋଉ କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି ଆମେ ଆମ ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷାରେ ଜଣେ କହିଥିଲେ ଯେ ତାକୁ ଲେଖା ମାଡ଼ିଲେ ସିଏ ଲେଖେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଯେମିତି ମାନେ ଝାଡା ମାଡ଼ିଲେ ଆମେ ପାଇଖାନାକୁ ଯାଉ ସେମିତି ଲେଖା ମାଡ଼ିଲେ ଯେମିତି ଲେଖକ ଲେଖେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କଣ ଏମିତି ମାଡ଼ିଲା ଯେ ଏଆଡେ ପଶିଲେ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭାଇ
ଗୁଡ୍ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ୍
ଓଡିଆରେ ଆମେ ଟାଇପ କରୁ ଓଡିଆରେ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ ନଥିଲା ଗୁଗଲ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ ନଥିଲା ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲୁ ଯେ କେମିତି ମେସିନ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନ କରିବା ତେଣୁ ତା ପାଇଁ ଶୁଆ ତିଆରି କଲୁ ଶୁଆ ଖୋଜିଲା ବେଳକୁ ମେସିନ ଲର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟର ମିଳିଲେନି ତେଣୁ ମେସିନ ଲର୍ଣ୍ଣିଂ ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟର ତିଆରି କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଏଇ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିଟା ତିଆରି ହେଲା ଆଉ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିରୁ ତିଆରି ହେଇକି ତ ଏବେ ମାର୍କେଟ ଆଡକୁ ନଜର ପଡିଲାଣି ଆପଣ କହିଲେ ପଇସା ପତ୍ର ପଇସାର ଲୋଭ ବୋଲି କହିପାରିବେ ଆଉ
ନା ବଢିଆ ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ କାମଟେ କଲ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ତମେ ବହୁତ ବଢିଆ କାମଟି କରିଛ ଇଏ ଗୋଟେ ଜାହାଜ ଗଢିଲା ଭଳି କାମଟେ କରିଛ ସାମାନ୍ୟ କାମ ଇଏ ନାହିଁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ଓଡିଆ ଲୋକମାନେ ହଉଛନ୍ତି ପାଳ ଭଳିଆ ଆଜ୍ଞା ତାଙ୍କୁ ନିଆଁ ଜଳିଲେ ଛାଡିଦେଲେ ସେ ଲିଭିଯିବ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆଉଥରେ ପାଳ ଖୁଞ୍ଚୁଥିବାର ଅଛି ତା ପଛରେ ପ୍ରଶାନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ଦୀପଦ ଲେଖାଯାଉ ସୁଶାନ୍ତ ଭାଇ ଦୀପଦ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ପଞ୍ଚାନନ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆପଣ ଆମକୁ ବୁଝାନ୍ତୁ ଏମିତି ନ ଚାଲିଥିଲେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆମ ଓଡିଆ ଲୋକ ଶୋଇବାରେ ଧୁରନ୍ଧର କାହିଁକି ନା ଆଉ ମଧୁବାବୁ ନାହାନ୍ତି କି ଗୋଦାବରୀଶ ମହାପାତ୍ର ନାହାନ୍ତି କି ଉଠେଇବା ଲୋକ ସବୁ ପଳେଇଲେଣି ତେଣୁ ଆମକୁ ବି ନିଜେ ଉଠିବାକୁ ପଡିବ ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ସଦାବେଳେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ କହେ ଆରେ ଭାଇ ମୋ ଭଉଣୀ କହି ଲେଖି ବୁଝିଯିବା ପ୍ରଥମେ ଓଡିଆ ତାପରେ ଦୁନିଆ ସାରା ଭାଷା ଗାଇଯିବା ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଅନୁରୋଧରେ ସହକାରେ ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଦାମୋଦର ଭାଇଙ୍କୁ କହିବି ଦାମୋଦର ଭାଇ ଆପଣ अंजन भाई को जुटिले केमिति आ कोन चलीछि आपण दि जण भितर
भल क्वेश्चन मु कालिफोर्निया करथिली 2 वर्ष एबे लास्ट 4 वर्ष ला मिशिगन रछि ट्रॉय रे तो आमे कोविड पूर्वरु सबु वीकेंड रे जाउथलु हाइकिंग माने बे एरिया कालिफोर्निया को आ पहाड़ पर्वत को हम छाड़ीनु इन टिल योसेमिट ओके सो सिमिति हिसाब रे जेतु मु थिली विप्रो रे टेक्निकल मु थिली बिजनेस लाइन रे थिली अलायंस पार्टनरशिप टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप सो देन कोविड स्टार्ट हला कोविड जिन स्टार्ट हला घर सब बसी गलु से कोविड से को स्टार्ट हला कि केमिति कोन करबा तुम आपन जदि मन रखथिबे हमरा 2020 रे फास्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस हला कोविड टाइम रे पीक कोविड रे सी भी इमिति 10-12 घंटा धरी चलतिला काई समस्त घरे बसतुले तेणु समस्त प्रसाद महापात्र समस्त आसले सेठी मु देखुथली हमरो ये मु सही इमर्जिंग एरिया देखुथली हमरो विप्रो वेंचर बेसिकली नो न्यू एज टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनर से देखुथली सी आईडिया देले तार मु चलो बढ़िया करिया सो सेठू गोटे ट्रिगर स्टार्ट हला माने कोना जदी मैच बॉक्स को आज सेठू स्टार्ट हला चलला पुनी 2021 हला 2022 हला पुनी 2023 सेटा चतुर्थ अध्याय
बढ़िया नहीं ए सुनंदु एई जो नंदीघोषटा चालीबाको आरंभ होला आ बडियोनी काना ये रुकुणा रथ अण लेउटा आउ ये लेउटिबार नै अंजन भाई अछंती आपण मान अछंती मु तो आज अनेक मनकर कथा सुनी कि जति अचंबित आपण विश्वास करिवेनी मु बहुत दिन पर आज 10 वर्ष पर इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच देखिया बसतिली मु मैच टी बंद करिकी ए गोटे सुनुथली मु सत कथा कहूची हां जिवासी कहला इंडिया जीतीगला
हमें हाईलाइट देखि
सेडा सुननु मु से टिके स्वार्थपर हली तारे जिवासी कहला इंडिया जीतीगला मु कहली नाही एइठा बढ़िया जिंस कहि ताकू भी बसैली झियो डॉक्टर ताकू बसैई सुने तू बसी सुने केते ज्ञानर कथा होची तेनु आसंतु परवर्ती गुणी ज्ञानी मानक पाखकु जिबा किंतु मु आपण समस्त कहबी मत आज बहुत भल लागला देवेंद्र भाई केते बढ़िया ओडिया कहले अन्य वक्ता माने केते सुंदर ओडिया कहले आज्ञा मु जदी विदेश रे बसी की ओडिया सुने मो छाती कुंडे मोट हो जाए सेति मु समस्त कहे भाषा प्रसंग उच्चारण बुझिबा जेबे व्याकरण ई उ बरळ सस युक्ता क्षर भाग वर्णमाଳାର भिन्न रूप शिखिची पुओ जेने बाप वर्णबोध चाटशाळी पाठ पढिची एका भଳି तेणु से जुग पळैलाणी ଏବେ बापा जो पाठ पढिची पुओ ताठो अधिक पाठ पढुची 3 वर्ष तळे मो स्त्री बसी कि से कंप्यूटर बही पढुतला ଏବେ आउ गोटे नुवा बही पढुची मुलीडा कोन आगे तो एटा पढुतला ना ଏବେ एटा काम करने हाना काम करची अरे आगे एटा हाना ना सुनथि नाही मैं हाना मु पढियो पडियो हो पढ तापरे ए जो अंजन प्रतिथर नुआ नुआ ग्रुप करिकी एआई रे एमएल रे करे मु बसी की देखे काई ना बाहासिना हिनु बरजात्री तो जाइछु ना आज्ञा हां टेक्निकल लाइन भीतर सिना जाइनु सिखिछु ना तेणु करी वर्तमान आम भितर प्रोफेसर आदित्य परिडा बाबू अछंती मु तांकु पचारबी सर हमर जो एआई एमएल रे जो परिकल्पना प्रकल्प परिचालना आउ तार जो भविष्य विषय आपण दुई पद कहंतु सर
आज्ञा नमस्कार वेरी नाइस आपण सारे कथा हला को माने रियली ओडिया रे कथा हला गोटे भारी गपसपटा भारी मजा आछी आ मु बाय एक्सीडेंट आई कम अक्रॉस अंजन से ओडिशा कॉर्पोरेट फाउंडेशन खोजुथला बाहर जो ओडिया माने अछंती तांको केमती धरा जो से कोडू मो खबर पाई गले मते धरला परे मु कहली भाई देखो मु तुमे ओडिशा कॉर्पोरेट फाउंडेशन से माने तांको विषय जते कहले कम हो कहबा को चाहुनी ए सब तांकर टे अलगा मतलब आई स्क्रैच यू स्क्रैच मी मु कहली भाई मु से ग्रुप रे आसुनी तते मो पछरे पड़ी गले कहले आपण प्रोफेसर अछंती आपण आर्मी वाला आपण कहबा को पड़ी मु कहले अरे कहबो कोन मो टॉपिक तो साने मिसुनी मु कोड कहि से कहले नाही हमर अमेरिका रो 2 जण अछंती से माने आपण संगे कहबे दे गेव मी अंजन एंड आउ जण को ना आई फॉरगेट कहा ना तेरा जते बड़े तो आई देन आई सेंड अ मेल टू अंजन कहला सर दबा गोटे भाषण दबा गोटे मिसिक दबा मु कहली अंजन तुम टॉपिक कोन मो टॉपिक कोन कहला सर मु तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ऊपर कहबी मु कहली तुमे जदी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ऊपर कहबो मु कहली भाई आई एम नॉट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मु तो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस वाला किंतु हां डाटा एनालिटिक्स ये से हबो मु कहली गोटे काम करिया मु आरंभ कर दे कि डाटा एनालिटिक्स करके छाड़ देबी बिग डाटा तापरे तुमे तमर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को पढ़े देबो से कहला हां एटा ही पाए तो हम एक्सचेंज करके आरंभ कलु तापरे तो अंजन मते छाडू नहीं मु यार मते छाड़ो मो बुढ़ा लोक मो पछरे काई पड़छ से कहै नहीं नहीं सर आपन को रहया पड़ियो आपन नरे ले केमति गाओ तो या है कि मु
ମୁଁ କହିଲି ସେ ପୁରା ଅଞ୍ଜନ ସିଏ ଆଉ ଲାଖିରେ ଲାଗିଲେ ଆଉ ଛାଡିବନି ସିଏ
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ସେ ଛାଡୁନି ଆଉ
ତେଣୁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ସାର୍ ମତେ
ନାଇଁ ଆପଣ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମାନେ ଶୁଣିଥିଲି ଆପଣ ବିଷୟରେ ଏବେ ଦେଖାଇ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା ଆଉ 95 ତ ଜାଣିଛି ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଭାବରେ ତ ସେ ମୋ ଭାଇଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ବହୁତ ଜଡିତ ଥିଲେ
ଆସିବା ସାର୍ ତାଙ୍କଠୁ ବି ଆଉ ଥରେ ଶୁଣିବା ନା କଣ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଛାଡିଦବା କି ଆଉ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆମେ କଣ
ଗୋଟେ
କରିବା ମୁଁ ଆସୁଛି ସାର୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖକୁ ଆସୁଛି ତାପରେ ମତେ ଥରେ କହିଥିଲେ କି ଆମର ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷାରେ କଣ ଅଛି ଯେ ଆମେ ଏଇଟାକୁ ତ ବ୍ୟବସାୟିକ ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟରେ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରିପାରିବାନି ଓଡିଆ କହିକି ତ ଭଲ ଚାକିରି ମିଳୁନି ଓଡିଆ ସ୍କୁଲରେ ତ ଓଡିଆ ନାହାନ୍ତି କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ଆଜି ଗର୍ବିତ ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଆଜି ଓଡିଶାରୁ 15-18 ହଜାର ମାଇଲ ଦୂରରେ ବସିକି ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଆର୍ଟିଫିशिଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ବା କୃତ ବୁଦ୍ଧିର ବିଦ୍ୟା ପ୍ରୟୋଗ ପାଇଁ ସେ ଓଡିଆ ଭାଷାକୁ ଯୋଉ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଦେଇକି ଓଡିଆ ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଡାକି ଯୋଉ ଏକାଠି କରିଛି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ତାକୁ ମୁଁ କରତାଳିରେ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରିବି ଇଟ୍ ଇଜ ଭେରି ପ୍ରାଉଡ ମୋମେଣ୍ଟ ଫର ମି ମୁଁ କହିଲି ସାର୍ ମତେ ଏଇଠି ବହୁତ ଲୋକ କହନ୍ତି ଆରେ ତମେ ତ ଆସିଲାଣି କାନାଡାରେ ଘର ଦ୍ୱାର କରିକି ଆରାମରେ ବସ କାହିଁକି ସେ ଓଡିଶାରେ କଣ ଅଛି ଯେ ମାତୁଛ ମୁଁ କହିଲି ହରି ନାମେ କିରସ ଅଛି ପାନ କଲା ଲୋକ ସିନା ଜାଣିଛି ଯିଏ ହରି ନାମରେ ରସ କଣ ଜାଣିଛି ସିଏ ବୁଝିବ କଣ ତେଣୁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ କହେ କଥାରେ କଥାରେ କଥା ଚାଲିଥିବ କଥା ଓଡିଶାର କଥା କହିବା ଶୁଣିବା ଦେଖିବା ଲେଖିବା କଥା ଓଡିଆର କଥା ଆମେ ଯଦି ଓଡିଆରେ ସେତିକି କରିପାରିଲେନି କି ଭାଷା କି ଭାବନା ଆମେ କି ମଣିଷ ହେଲେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ତେଣୁ ଆଉ ଅଜିତ ମହାପାତ୍ର ବାବୁଙ୍କର ଆଜି ମୁଁ ଇଏ ଶୁଣିଥିଲି ଦୀପଦ ଅଭିଜିତ ସାହୁଙ୍କର ଦୀପଦ ଶୁଣିଥିଲି ଯେ ଆମେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ଅଜାଣତରେ ଆମେ ଆଇକୁ ଧରିକି ଚାଲିଛେ ଆଇ ମାନେ ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ମୁଁ ଏଥର ତାକୁ ଆଇ କହୁଛି ତେଣୁ ଅଜିତ ମହାପାତ୍ର ଯୋଉ କହିଥିଲେ କି ଦେଖ ଆମେ ପ୍ରତିଥର ଆଇର ସଂସ୍ପର୍ଶରେ ରହୁଛୁ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମକୁ ଜଣା ପଡୁନି ସାଧାରଣ ଲୋକ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଜାଣୁନି କାହିଁକି ଆମେ ଆମ ଛାଇକୁ ଧରିକି ଚାଲିଥାଉ ଆମକୁ ଜଣା ପଡେନି କାହିଁକିନା ଆମର ଛାଇ ଉପରେ ଆମର ଜ୍ଞାନ ନଥାଏ ଦେବ ପ୍ରଧାନ ବାବୁ କହିଥିଲେ ଯୋଉ ମାନେ ଅଣ୍ଡର ୱାଟର ରୋବୋଟିକ୍ସ ରୁ ଯେ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ସ୍ୱାବଲମ୍ବନ ପାଇଁ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଯନ୍ତ୍ରଟି କରିଥିଲେ ଦେଖେଇଥିଲେ ଗୋଟେ ଗୋଟେ ସମୟରେ ଆମେ ଆମକୁ ବୁଝିପାରୁନୁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ତେଣୁ ଆମକୁ ବୁଝାବୁଝି କରିକି ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଓଡିଆ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନେ ଯୋଉ ବାଟ ହୁଡିକି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ଭଳି ପିଲା ଦାମୋଦର ଭାଇଙ୍କ ପିଲା ଆଦିତ୍ୟ ପରିଡା ବାବୁଙ୍କ ଭଳି ଲୋକ 95 ବାବୁ ସେଇ ଯୋଉ କନସିୟସନେସ ସୁନୀଲ ବାବୁଙ୍କ ଭଳି ଲୋକ ଯୋଉ ଆଜି ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖୁଛି ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଗର୍ବିତ ଯେ ଆପଣ ଏତେ ଭଲ କାମ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୁଁ 95 ବାବୁଙ୍କୁ ଆଉ ଥରେ ପଚାରିବି ଆପଣ ତ ଚେତନା ବିଷୟରେ କହିଲେ ସେଇ ଆପଣ କହୁଥିଲା ବେଳେ ସାର୍ ଆମର କୁମାରିକା ବୋଲି ଗୋଟେ ଝିଅଟେ ବଢିଆ ଗୋଟେ ବାର୍ତ୍ତା ଲେଖିଥିଲା ଯେ ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ର ଯେହେତୁ ଇମୋସନ ନାହିଁ କିଛି ନାହିଁ ତେଣୁ ସିଏ ପକ୍କା କନସିୟସନେସ ପାଇଯିବ ଆମେ ପାଇବା କି ନାହିଁ ନିର୍ବାଣ ତାର ଠିକ ନାହିଁ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆର୍ଟିଫିସିଆଲ ଇଣ୍ଟେଲିଜେନ୍ସ ନିର୍ବାଣ ପାଇଯିବ ବୋଲି ସେ ଲେଖିଥିଲା ଆଉ ଉପରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମତ କଣ ସାର୍
ନାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ବି ଚାହୁଁଥିଲି ଅଞ୍ଜନ ବାବୁ କହିଲେ ଯେ ଆମେ ପଇସା ଗୋଟେଇବା ଚାଲ ମେଟେରିଆଲିଷ୍ଟିକ ଆଟିଟ୍ୟୁଡ ହେଇଗଲା ଏସବୁ ତ କହିଲେ ନଥିଙ୍ଗ ରଙ୍ଗ ୱିଥ୍ ବଟ୍ ଆମର ବେଦାନ୍ତରେ ବି ବହୁତ ମାନେ ବହୁତ ପୁରୁଣା କାଳରେ ଥିଲେ ଜଣେ ଋଷି କାଳ ଚାରୁବାକା ଋଷି ଚାରୁବାକା ସେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ସମସ୍ତେ କହିଲେ ସେ ମହାଋଷି ବୋଲି କହିଲେ ସେ କଣ just the opposite of what Vedanta was teaching. ସେ କହିଲେ ଯେ ଆୟ ଜୀବେ ସୁଖମ ଜୀବେ ଋଣମ କୃତ୍ୱା ଘୃତମ ପିଇବେ ଋଣ କରିବି କି ଘିଅ ପିଅ ଭସ୍ମୀ ଭୂତାୟ ଦେହାୟ ପୁନରାଗମ୍ୟତେ କୁତଃ ମରିଗଲା ପରେ ଫେରି ଆସିବନି ମରିଗଲା ପରେ କାଲି ତୁ ଆସ ଜଏନ୍ କରେ ମୋ ଲଞ୍ଚରେ କିଏ ଆସିବ କି ଆସିବନି as long as you live a wonderful life enjoy even make a loan and enjoy that is the and for that because ସେ ଆଇଡିଆଟା ସେ କଲେ ସେତେବେଳେ ଋଷି ମାନଙ୍କର ପ୍ରକାର ଥିଲା this idea was completely contradictory to Vedanta but they because it's a new idea what they were presented he was respected as Maharushi କଂସକ ଟାଇମରେ ଲୋକ ସିଏ ଏଇ ଏପ୍ରିସିଏଟ Maharushi ଆଉ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ କହିଲେ ମୁଖ୍ୟ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛନ୍ତି ନିର୍ମାଣ ପାଇଯିବ see what is moksha when you say that I'm a sadavala we want something I lack something I want to freedom but you want freedom from knowing that I don't lack anything I'm a full I'm a total and that how you do know mu bandhana equal kohchanti how are you bandhana is there no bandhana at all bandhana is a notion and notion is error and how do you destroy the error only by jnana Jnana alone. By knowing that knowledge, you are liberated. I am full, I am total, I am consciousness, I am awareness. That is how the nirvana is. The august katha jo apan kahle, jagat mithya brahma satyam. Just brahma satya. But what is jagat? Jagat is nothing but the appearance of the Lord. It is not mithya. We say mithya in the sense mithya cannot exist on its own. Mithya keep on changing. Mithya is not there in all three periods of time. And that's why we say mithya. But that mithya depends on the satyam. So it's a product of satyam only. Though it keep on changing, behind this, you see what is behind the Jagat is Brahman. That you have to appreciate.
बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया धन्यवाद सर कहीं आमर गोटे संस्कृत अच्छी अमंत्र मंत्रक्षरम नास्ति नास्ति मूल मनौषधि माने सबु अक्षर मंत्र अच्छी सबु माने वनस्पति बा सबु वृक्षर किसी औषधीय गुण अच्छी सबु मनुष्यर किछि ना किछि उत्तम गुण आ उत्तम प्राज्ञ बोध अच्छी किंतु आमे केते मनुष्य सेटा व्यवहार करियो को हमें जानिनु तेनु करी हमर एई जो असुविधा होची कहीं देखंतु मते जणे कहले कि लोक माने एठी आसी ओडिया भूली जाउचंती मु कहली तो पो ओडिया जानी कोन करिवो टोरंटो रे तो पो ओडिया जानी कोन करिवो से व्याकरण पढ़ेबो काको ना कवित पढ़ेबो ना कोन करिवो तू तो ओडिया जाननु तो पई टेंशन अछि जेमिति कि सेमिति छंद चौपदी चौतीसा अष्टपदी एपरि जंते तुंडे अछि कलमरु एबे झरुछि सनेट सायरी कवाली लिमेरिक वर्ष देखिली गारिमा जे जेउ भाषार से देश आत से भेषर जो देश को जीवा से आत खाइबा हां ताकू बुझिया बुझी करी ए सब जिंस होजी हमर जो संतोष पंडा भाई आस्थिले सी भी कहले जे सी स्टार्टअप आरंभ करिवारु केते स्ट्रगल करिसंती केते आगे जे पानी भितरे पाद पकेनी से पहरियार मजा कोन जानियो जीए झड़र सामना करिनी से संघर्षर सुख कोन जानियो हां तेनु भाषण मारिबाटा बहुत सरकार जीए भीतर को आछंती देखंतु एलन मस्क केते बड़ लोक ताकू पचरा हला कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रो भविष्य तो कोन विल इट डिस्ट्रॉय मैनकाइंड आपण समझ जान से कोन कहले देयर इज सम चांस दैट इज अबव जीरो हले सरला कथा ता माने अछि आउ एटा ही डर रिसर्चर एकेडमिक टेक एग्जीक्यूटिव किंतु आमे जानिचु मनुष्य मर्त्य मंडल देह बही देवता हेले मरे आमे जदी मरिवा को दिने अछि तेनु चाल एआई ऊपर रिसर्च करी कि ताठु जेतिकी पारो पर्यंत हमर कार्य सिद्धि करबा आमे तो दिन ना दिन मरिवा एथले भाबिबार कोन अछि किंतु ता पूर्वरु एआई रो जो समुद्र चाल मंथन करी कि से भितर जो अमृत बाहरियो ज्ञान बोध परमार्थ सेटा समस्त को देई कि जेबा आमे जदी किछि देई पारुने ताहले किछि लाभ नाही तेनु वर्तमान मु सुनील साबत भाई को कहबी से दीपद कहंतु आउ 2-4 मिनिट 2-3 जन पचारि कि तापर हमें सभा समापन करबा सुनील भाई
मु कोन कहया चाहू छी कि मु जेते जो सेशन सुनिली बहुत भल लागिला आ समस्त ओडिया रे भी सुनली सेटा मते आउरी भल लागिला आमे सब ओडिया है कि आमे एते बाहर अच्छे किंतु आपण देखिबे हम स्टार्टअप फाउंडर हेले कि हमर देवेंद्र बाबू हेले कि पंचान हेले वी आर ऑल वी आर एट द एक्सट्रीम end of technology and spirituality we are at the top I think we are at the top in the world so I think ये जो conference टा जो हला right द्वारा thanks to Anjan Damador and everybody right I know हमर बहुत लोक US Canada आउ हमर कुछ ओडिसा रो आसिले but maybe next time right I mean auri we'll expand more and we'll get the best of best right people come and speak and also आ गोटे कथा कहू चाहूँ कि जो शेष रे जो प्रशांत बाबू जो ओडिया भाषा ऊपर जो ये कले राइट आजिकल समस्ते कौन ट्रांसलेटर यूज करछिन मु भी बेरे बेरे ट्रांसलेट यूज करछि कि आपण जानिया कथि कि ट्रांसलेट टेक्नोलॉजी टा केते इवॉल्व होइछि राइट एआई इज देयर is बहुत यूज होछि राइट so ये जो so given the translator and हमर जो बड़ बड़ टेक कंपनी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट वाला गूगल वाला जमने हमर ओडिया भाषा प्रति जो बहुत ये दोचंदी एम्फासिस दोचंदी हमें ए जिंसटा केमिति ओडिसा भितर को नहीं परिवा राइट ओडिसा गां रे जाके कहि परिवा हे देखे गूगल एटा करूची एटा ओडिया एटा एमिति एटा आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस होजी तू एते पे ट्रांसलेट तू रे नुवा ओडिया पोएट्री उडे तयारी करबो दैट कुड बी द नेक्स्ट थिंग राइट ये जो बड़ बड़ कंपनी को टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करी केमिति हम ओडिया भाषा ओडिया इन जनरल ओडिया भाषा पाए कि ओडिया चासी पाए कि ओडिया एंटरप्रेन्योर पाए राइट केमिति अधिक आम बढ़ाई पारिबा दैट वुड बी वेरी वेरी गुड आउटकम
थैंक यू सुनील भाई आपनकर शेष कथारू गोटे कथा मोर मन पड़ला 2015 मसीह मते जणे कहले हाँ आमर तो मुख्यमंत्री ओडिया कहना ओडिया भाषा बंचो कि मुझे कही बापा तमें कहीं मुख्यमंत्री तुम ओडिया जानी कौन कर तुमर जो देश गाँव चाषी ओडिया भूली गलानी तमें से गाँव चाषी पर गुरुत्व देन कहीं मुझे से चाषी को सेन पाणीपाग विषय में पचारि सी मत कह रेनफॉल ए वर्ष है मनसून केबे आसो जना ना कहूँ गंजाम गोटे चाषी मत तार गोटे वाक्य 8टा इंग्राजी शब्द लगे कहूँ तू नवीन पट्टनायक कहीं व्हाई व्हाट इज द नेसेसिटी देयर तेणु आमर कथा होची जे मु तांको कहली प्रथमे ओडिसाटा ओडिसा स्तरीय हो तापरे ताकू विश्व स्तरीय करिया को चेष्टा करिवा आम भाषा प्रथमे आमे शिक्षा जाओ आमे शिखिबा तापरे काई ना मो बो मते कहितला आगे जेतिकी पण तो पसारिबु सेतिकी पाइबु हां तमरो कानी जदी 6 इंच रो तमे 6 फुट रो डिमांड करियार किछ दरकार नै हमर जति ज्ञान आहरण करिया कथा सेतिकी आमे करिवा तेणु हमर कथा होची आम हाथ मुठारू समृद्धिर बाली शुद्धतार बाली दिव्यतार बाली गली गली पळैलाणी आम आंजुलाटा टाइट करी धरी पारने क्या नहीं आम बड़े कर तेणु आसतु आमको यो 16 ट्रिलियन कथा अंजन कहले पैसा को गुली मार से पैसा मिलू न मिलू किंतु आमे भाबिबा जे ए जो एआई भितर 16 ट्रिलियन ज्ञान अच्छे आमे सेतिकी किंती आहरण करिकी सुनील भाईंकर कथा यथार्थ गाँ गहली रे केमिति जणे एआई रो व्यवहार करिकी किछि उन्नति करि परिबो से ता चासर उन्नति करि पारु ता बासर उन्नति करि पारु माने जण बुझोतली एर्गोनॉमिक्स माने कम शक्ति व्यवहार करी किमिति बहुत जिंस भल रे तमे कंफर्टेबली किमिति रही पारिबो से जिंस एई जो जिनिस गुडी को हम किमिति लोकमन को पहुंचेबा तेणु एई जो एआई एमएल रो एई जो कॉन्फ्रेंस ता होची ये होची हमर भाबिबा इट इज अ स्टेपिंग स्टोन किंतु आमे ताको ए स्टेपिंग स्टोन रु नै करी ताको किंतु गोटे ध्रुवक करि परिबा किंतु गोटे पोल स्टार करि परिबा सेटा हम समस्तंकर महत लक्ष्य हो केवल जे अंजन डाकिले ही आमे आसुथिबा सेटा तो सुंदर नहीं आमे केमिति राति पहले आमे अंजन को कहबा जे नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस कोड होची केमिति करबा कोन हबो आउरी बढ़िया हबो कहि आमे ताको सोय देबानी सी जेमनि हम बसे उठे दोनी आमे भी ताको सोय देबानी से काम रे लागिबा मु खाली अंजन गोडा कहूनी मु अंजन बोली कहूची बोली अन्य माने भाबंतनी मु अंजन को कहूची एई जो एआई एमएल रे जो जो माने जड़ित अछंती से समस्त को कहूची जेते बेला आमे एक को डाकिले अनेक आसंती सेटा होची हम समृद्धिर मूल मंत्र तेनु आमे खाली एइटा हेइनी सेइटा हेइनी कहवा अपेक्षा कोटा हेइची से हेइचीटा को धरिकी चलो आगो को जीवा आगो को बढ़िबा आउ मोर बेसिस किछि कहिबार नाही
ने पता गोटे कथा कहबी मु टिके ओडिसा गवर्नमेंट टिके मु जानिची कोन होउची राइट मु देखुची ए जो आमे जो विषय सब कथा हले राइट ए कॉन्फ्रेंस सब प्रैक्टिकल कथा हले राइट चिप रे हला सॉफ्टवेयर हला प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशंस राइट तमे जदी को ओडिया हमरो गवर्नमेंट को जीवो ओ यू नो मैकेंजी और केपीएमजी बिग कंपनी जो एडे बड़ कथा कहबे एटा कर दबु यू नो $20 million प्रोजेक्ट नेबे ये करबे यू नो दिस टेक टाइम स्ट्रेटजी इंप्लीमेंटेशन यू नो एगुडा बहुत समय लागे मु से एगुडा यू नो आई लाइक देम बट आई डोंट बिलीव यू नो किंतु आमे जो भी से कथा ले जदी ग्रास रूट लेवल जदी हम कोन करि परिबा ओडिसा पई that would be really beneficial you know we will depending on
नहीं सुनील भाई आपण समस्त ऑब्जर्व करथिए आपण आमे जेतल ओडिसा जाउचे मु जेतल जाउची को गेस्ट घर को से माने मतानी मोमो दोचंदी मतानी बर्गर दोचंदी मु जण घर जाईथिली प्रश्न बाबू आपण मई बढ़िया जिंस आनचे आपण खाई खुशी जे कोन बढ़िया जिंस आगे सी मते चाउमीन बर्गर आनी थोइले मो आगे मु कहले आगे मु आपण घर को पखाल भात बड़ी चूड़ा और संतुला खाया को आसी सी कहले अरे आज तो संतुला कराइनी आपण विदेश रे अछंती बोली मुली आपण किए कहला हम विदेश रे अछु बोली चाउमीन बर्गर न खाइले हम बाहर न बोली मु कहली आपण धारणा ही बोल तेनु से माने कोन करचंदी हमको कंबळ पकई घोडे दाउ चेष्टा करचंदी जे तमे जेती जानछ हम ताडू अधिक जानछ तेनु आपण चीप कहलाडू तांगे मैकेंजी कहउचंदी बुझले कि आपण स्टार्टअप कहलाडू तांगे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कथा कहउचंदी तेनु से माने कथा हमर भळिवार नहीं तेणु मु आपन समय नौनी आशा और विश्वास आपन समस्ते एएमएल कॉन्फ्रेंस एंजॉय करथिबे समस्ते भल रथिबे मु गला बेले समस्त हस हस मुंह देखि बुझी पड़छि जे आज हम सफल होइछे तेणु हेड्स अप टू ऑल ऑफ यू हु हैज डन ए वंडरफुल जॉब मु बर्तमान अंजन ऊपर छाड़ देबी अंजन समस्त कृतज्ञता वार्ता दियो सभा वर्तमान तमर
समस्त को कृतज्ञता एठी जो उपस्थित और अनुपस्थित समस्त को कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करछि हमर ओडिया एंड मशीन लर्निंग ओडिशा एआईएमएल टीम तरफ जो माने कोनोसी ऊपर टिके भलो भलो भावना देइचंती भलो कामटी देइचंती बा जो बुंदाटी भी समर्पण करचंती से समर्पणटा को जगन्नाथ माखरे समर्पण कर देकी समस्त को कृतज्ञता करके धन्यवाद करूछि सारं को शांति मंत्र सार जदि शांति मंत्र कहते भलो होंता तुमसे रिक्वेस्ट करिवे
मते कहउछंती
आज्ञा शांति मंत्र सर
ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ओम शांति 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 हरि ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम